The clear blue sky appeared with perfectly clear white clouds when the figure of a dragon flew up. That day, the ferocious blue dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. A dragon circled in the middle of the sky, flying wildly more freely than anything I had ever seen. That dragon flew right over my head. A man was standing below just for that. And there I was, ATA, my face covered in blood, looking exhausted. High in the vast sky, that dragon spread its wings and flew far away, making ATA look up after it. The Magic Clan is truly great. Declan had decided to retire from his role as a trouble cleaner. Then he clenched his fist under the sun. That was the only reason. Dark clouds gradually gathered, covering the white clouds. Just then a black crow opened its beak and cawed. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. "Now you are the last one left!" Then it flapped its wings and flew away, joining a flock of other crows. In the flock below, Atta was using a spell to choke someone. A blue-haired man in agony and helpless said, "First you hid your true strength." He didn't answer, just gave a faint smile. Shortly after, Atta replied, "That is not the kind of power a normal cleaner possesses." Then he asserted, "I'm the one asking the questions here." Atta held a book in his hand and asked, "This is a grimoire, isn't it?" The blue-haired man, pale with pain, stammered, "Yes." In that vast space, it was just the two of them. The blue-haired man continued, "Do you really think we came here?" "Just to take down a hunting dog." Atta, with no intention of letting go, replied, "But if it's trash from the Declan clan like you, maybe the whole pack would show up." He glanced at the other man and asked nonchalantly, "So how do you use it?" He stubbornly refused to say. "I don't know." Hearing this, Atta glanced away and thought, if that greedy Declan knew, he wouldn't have buried it in a dusty basement. He looked at the book in his hand and mused, he doesn't even know how to use it, and yet he was hunted down to this extent. Right after, Atta came to a conclusion. That just proves how valuable it is. Suddenly, the blue-haired man spoke, making Atta look over. "Hand over the grimoire." Even at a disadvantage, he struggled to threaten, "And I will ask the leader to spare you. He might even let you go back to being a cleaner." Atta wasn't scared at all, just curled his lips into a faint smile. He maintained his spell on the blue-haired man's neck. "What authority do you have to say that?" Atta threatened back. "All right, then. Any last words?" He groaned in increasing pain. You monster!" Atta replied mockingly. "Oh, so you finally accepted what you are. Praiseworthy." Suddenly, a foot leaning on a cane slowly approached, startling Atta. Then he turned to look. Dangerous. A man appeared, surrounded by streams of red light. "You have pretty good instincts." Atta turned all the way around and said to himself, "I don't know anyone who carries a killing intent like this." The man gripped the cane in his hand. "A pleasure. I am Phaedon von Declan." He calmly introduced himself. "Patriarch of the Declan Magic Clan of the Eastern Continent." Hearing this, Atta was astonished. "The Patriarch of the Declan clan." Phaedon smiled faintly and made a proposal. "If you don't mind, I would like to take that grimoire back. We'll talk later." He stared at Phaedon and thought, "It's been over 15 years since I started working as a cleaner. I've spent half my life for Declan, but this is the first time I've ever met him face to face." Patriarch. Atta recalled the group. The Declan clan, the leading magic family of the Eastern Continent. An image of the dignified Phaedon appeared with the thought. The Patriarch is said to be the most powerful mage in their history. He was curious. What kind of man is he? But in reality, he was wearing a very gentle smile. Seeing this, Atta was also dumbfounded. What a pain. Phaedon also looked helpless at his blank face, and then fell silent. Immediately, Atta held up the book and asked, "You intend to take someone else's spoils of war that easily? Have you no shame?" He didn't answer him, but burst out laughing. And just like that, the two of them stood facing each other, each laughing in their own way. Atta laughed nervously and blamed himself. "I shouldn't have eaten that dragon." For the Patriarch himself to show up. Such bad luck. His hand was trembling. This magical power is no joke. He's the most overwhelming mage I've ever seen. Phaedon slammed his staff on the ground, shattering the rock. "It would be easier if I just killed you and took the grimoire back, but I'll be direct." He said slyly, "Return under the wing of Declan, hand over the grimoire, and I will overlook everything you've done." Atta remained silent. Phaedon, gaining the upper hand, showed off. "Well, your talent is truly impressive. Watching you fight, I can't believe we didn't notice it sooner. Just a filthy stray from the gray zone. Training with those trashy techniques the cleaners use." He was still standing there, staring intently as the man tempted him. "And yet you've achieved this level of power. With the Declan clan to support you, how high could you soar?" ATA's eyes practically drooped from boredom. "And how far could Declan reach with you as it soared?" He continued to paint an advantageous path for ATA. "Together you will stand by my side and make Declan even greater. You too will be recorded in the history books." In the gray sky, a dragon was spreading its wings, returning to Declan. Phaedon delivered his final line. "Of course, you still have to return the grimoire," Ada replied curtly. "All right." Phaedon smiled happily and said, "Good. Then to start with. But first I have one condition." Ada gave a wicked smile, looked at Phaedon and sneered. "Give me the position of leader, then I'll consider it." He smiled too, but veins were clearly popping on his face. Ada clenched his fist, making a blue light shine, and then asked, "You've been watching the battle, haven't you?" Above the blue-haired man's mouth was agape, his tongue sticking out as his neck was squeezed tight. His head was twisted completely to one side. I confidently asked again, "Did you count how many people died because of this thing?" No, his action was a success. Enraging Phaedon made his face contort with fury, but the man just stood there calmly. "So this is how it's all going to play out, huh? You could die, you know." Hearing those words, worry was clear on Ada's face. He stood silently thinking, he's right. Suddenly, feet dashed across the ground. Ada leaped high into the air, raising his fist gleefully. Of course, that's it. The two streams of light, white and red from both of them, just crashed into each other. Ada's face became incredibly fierce as he yelled, "You'll never know who's stronger until we put it to the test." Phaedon calmly replied, "Very well. It seems I need to show you your place." He pointed his finger at the red circle in front of him, preparing to do something. Phaedon stood below, letting Ada unleash his attack on him. He just stood there with his hand on that circle. His expression was incredibly nonchalant. It seems Ada was caught in the spell as his own expression changed. "This bastard." From high above, Ada fell quickly to the ground. He skillfully landed on his feet to absorb the impact. As he fought, he mused, "So this is the chieftain of the Ray clan, huh?" Ada lunged forward, but still glanced back warily. "Not a single opening in his defense." A voice suddenly rang out, "Losing focus, are we?" He then blocked a blast of light from the front. Phaedon nonchalantly asked, "Didn't you say we wouldn't know until we put it to the test? Some things you know without needing to measure." Ada stood there, touching the red circle as he looked up. Phaedon gravely affirmed, "Like the gap between you and me." A stream of yellow light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire area. A giant red circle surrounded and protected Phaedon. He then spoke, "I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to rough you up a bit. So are you ready to talk now?" Phaedon looked up at the gloomy gray sky. He suddenly laughed. "And what if I bow my head now? What if I agree to return to the shadow of the Declan? You think I would believe you?" On the other side, Ada was also concentrating on a spell, his face covered in blood. His eyes were wide and terrifying. "You think I would believe you?" Instantly, he unleashed his spell and yelled, "I'm sick and tired of being treated like a dog, do you hear me?" Ada's spell struck down hard where Phaedon was standing. His face became vicious as he screamed, "Who would want to go back to being a dog? Just because the leash is shiny and the house is big doesn't mean it's not a kennel." Phaedon nonchalantly poked the ground with his staff, saying with contempt, "How pathetic." Immediately after, a red circle appeared beneath his feet. The light that erupted from it sent Ada flying. Phaedon raised a hand to control the red circle. Then he looked up. "Let me show you," he said, as if preparing to unleash a final blow, "what overwhelming power truly is." At that moment, Ada was on his knees, looking up and cursing, "You damn bastard!" Above, purple lightning bolts struck down from the sky. Thinking back now, that was the reason. Ada remembered his own pathetic face from long ago. That day when I looked up at the sky was gray and gloomy, but a dragon was taking flight. It flew right over my head, looking so free. An image of him in extreme pain also appeared. And so the reason I looked up that day, Phaedon was still standing there, leaning on his staff. "Impressive," he said. "I thought you were dead, and yet you endured it." Then he asked sarcastically, "So have you felt the difference in our power yet?" Ada, his face covered in blood, stared at Phaedon but didn't say a word. Finally, he admitted, "You're too strong." Phaedon also stopped and asked, "Want to finish what we started? Are you ready to talk now?" Ada, covered in wounds, narrowed his cold, sharp eyes and asked back, "So you want me to go back to being your cleanup crew?" Phaedon raised a hand to his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Oh, I never said that. I'm not telling you to be the cleanup crew." Immediately, Phaedon made his demand, I want you to be the chieftain of the Bongshin." Hearing these words, Otta's eyes went wide in disbelief. The chieftain of the Bongshin. Faison's presence was imposing. The Ri clan, the most powerful magical family on the eastern continent, strong enough to challenge the throne itself. "They want me to swear loyalty like a vassal clan." Otta slowly took out the book and asked, "Was that your real goal from the very beginning?" But Faison ignored the question and replied, "You're still underestimating your own worth. I want you, and that grimoire." And after that, the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Otta held the book out towards Fansun. "Not bad. You've made the right choice." The man smiled and reached out to take it. "All your sins can be considered forgiven." Fansun's tone became emphatic. "From now on, only glory awaits you at Recklin's side." Suddenly, the book in Otta's hand began to glow with a purple light. Fansun's face darkened. "What are you doing?" Otta glared at him and replied, "What do you think? You said I could give it to you as long as I didn't mind it being burned to ashes, right?" Veins popped on Fansun's face from his fury. "You will never have an easy death." But Otta cut him off. Shut up and listen." He held the book now enveloped in purple light and calmly said, "I've never done this for money. A cleaner has no money. So why would I keep this? Because it has to do with money." Otta continued his questioning, startling Fansun, whose eyes went wide. "Have you ever heard about the cleaner who was eaten by the young master of the house of Areklan?" It was as if he knew about it. "Forbidden magic." Otta's voice rose to confirm it. "No, that bastard swallowed my comrade whole. Reclan covered the whole thing up." As if he finally understood everything, Fansun continued. "So this was all for revenge?" Otta replied with exasperation. Why would I do that? Everyone knows how cheap a cleaner's life is. And my comrade's life was too." He looked on with his brilliant blue eyes and stammered as warm sunbeams began to break through the gloomy gray sky. "I just wanted to make sure they would get what they wished for." Then Otta smiled. "But that requires a lot of money. And more." Finally, he concluded, "I've finally decided to retire. There's no way I'm going back to that kennel ever again." Fansun silently waited for Otta to continue. "Consider those my last words." Then the man snapped his fingers. A blue flame shot out and surrounded Otta. Fansun turned away and said, "This is the precious azure flame of Recklin, a flame that never goes out." Fansun glanced back. "Burn in there, and regret your choice down to your very marrow." Otta just glared back and stated firmly, "Regret to hell with it." Fansun's back gradually faded from view. "If the only choice left is to be Recklin's dog, then I'd rather go back to the gray zone. And if I can't go back, then dying isn't so bad." Otta sat within the flames, still smiling with contentment. He burst out laughing, overwhelmed with happiness. "How long has it been since I've felt this free?" Otta lamented, "But it's a shame I couldn't escape with my life." He was engulfed by the flames, his last thought repeating, "It's a real shame I couldn't escape with my life. But I don't regret it. If I were to be born again, I would find freedom and get my revenge properly." All rivers flow to the sea, but it seemed Otta was still safe and sound. What the hell? He remembered Fansun's retreating figure and wondered if everything had stopped. Otta peeked out from behind a boulder. He was holding the book in his hand, the grimoire. Then, Otta let go of the book, letting it be consumed by the blue flame. He watched in utter amazement. "What the hell is that?" A yellow circle quickly appeared. Otta still had no idea what was happening. What in the world is going on? One coin fell into a shabby old bucket. Otta, now in the body of a young boy, was dragging the bucket around begging for money. He froze solid, looking around blankly and asking himself, "What is this? I was clearly being burned alive. Something's not right." Confused Otta slowly raised his head to look at the dilapidated houses around him, his mind filled with questions. "Where am I?" Then he looked down at the bucket holding a few spare coins and thought, "It's like I've gone back to the past. This place is so familiar." Suddenly, Otta let out a small gasp. He was starting to vaguely realize. "That's right. I remember now. This is the gray zone, the place where I used to scrape by every single day before I became a cleaner." The area around him was still bustling with people, but no one paid him any mind. Otta looked down at his hands, still unable to believe this miracle. No way! Did I really travel back in time? Afterwards, the sky was a clear blue, the sunlight soft, and the area around the old-fashioned houses in the gray zone grew quiet. Ada slumped down by the river, stunned. "What the hell happened?" he asked. He stared at his reflection in the water's surface, his face showing no emotion, but inside he was utterly bewildered. He mumbled to himself, "This is definitely me. But it's me when I was a kid." Suddenly a magic circle appeared faintly on his chest. Ada's eyes looked distant as he thought, "If there's one thing that makes no sense, it's this mark. I went back to the past, but this thing came with me." Sitting on the lush green grass under the bright sun, he pondered for a moment before vaguely coming to a conclusion. "I don't know how, but the grimoire definitely did something." Even so, as he recalled what the book looked like, he still felt a sliver of doubt. Did it really have that kind of power? But then again, the fact that the lazy patriarch of the Recklin clan showed up in person proves just how important that grimoire must have been. And because it was so important, no one knew a thing about it. Finally, he pushed his tangled thoughts aside. He told himself, whatever, forget it. In any case, it seems like a good thing. It's too real to be a dream, so I don't think this is one, he thought, looking at the water in front of him, silently remarking on the sewer stench from Cell's lecture hall. "It's so real, it's nauseating. I'm definitely still alive," he thought, flexing his arm. "And not just surviving." Breaking from his train of thought, Ada excitedly clenched his fist. "I'm determined to motivate myself. This is a morning full of life and bursting with energy. This is the kind of situation where you can succeed at anything." But he still wondered vaguely to himself, so then what is success? Under the harsh sunlight, he gently closed his eyes and whispered, "I once had a dream. Yes, I had a dream." This was my comrade's dream too, Ada thought, letting his mind drift dreamily, recalling old memories. Back then, he and his comrade were looking out into the distance. "So the reason you decided to retire?" Ada suddenly turned to the person next to him. "Number one, I mean Asto." Asto didn't turn his head to look at him, but asked flatly, "We were born as strays in the gray zone. We had nothing. No good food, no nice clothes, and no education. Among those things, which do you think is the most painful?" Asto asked again, "Not being able to eat." Asto didn't repeat himself, but continued, "If it were just hunger, we wouldn't have ended up like this. If you can't eat, you just have to deal with it." Then he asked again, "But what do you think dragged our lives down into this gutter?" Unlike Asto's somber mood, he was still playfully making foolish gestures. He answered casually, "But I think it's fine." Although annoyed by him, Asto continued in a serious tone, "The reason our lives hit rock bottom?" But he was cut off by Ada, who said dismissively, "I said I'm fine with it." Asto, reaching his boiling point, gave Ada a friendly glare. Seeing that he stopped teasing him and said, exasperated, all right, I'll talk." Look at the glare on his face. Only then did he listen seriously as Ada said, "It's the lack of education that's the most bitter. If we had been properly educated and taught, we wouldn't have had to live like this, getting trampled by those damn nobles." The two of them stared out at the sunset on the horizon. Asto continued, "So if I ever get to retire, I want to—" At this, he unconsciously broke into a bright smile. Returning to the present, Ada finished the sentence for him with a smile, "Build a library." He vaguely pictured the vision, a place where anyone, regardless of wealth or poverty, his status or gender, could read freely. "But I want to do more than that, take it one step further," he thought, raising his hand to the blue sky. He dreamed again, thinking, "Build a tower, for no reason at all. I just like tall things, it can be anywhere." As he thought of this, Ada couldn't help but whisper aloud, "Any book will do." But there's one book that absolutely has to be there. The more he thought, the more excited he became, laughing maniacally with delight as he said loudly, "I'll put The Ultimate Secrets of Reclan right in the lobby on the first floor so that even the vagrants from the gray zone—" "Entere, a noble's bastard or a butcher's son can grab a copy. The cover will be printed with the Reclan's emblem, and inside will be the secret arts that they value more than their own lives." The more he thought, the more he dreamed of greater things. Thinking of the scene of everyone holding that book, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Just imagining it makes my mouth water." But there was still another difficult problem. That is the problem of how to get that book. The blue sky grew even bluer. He crossed his arms, nodded cheerfully, and mumbled, "Well, that's a problem for my future self. Anyway, if I spread the Reclan secrets everywhere, they'll love it to death." Suddenly, a foot slammed right into his face along with a shout, "There he is!" Ada was kicked to the ground. The boy was still yelling, "You bastard! I've been looking for you all this time. I saved a spot for you, and you dare to hide here. You want to die, huh?" As he spat out those harsh words, he punched and kicked him relentlessly. Otta, covered in scrapes and not understanding what was happening, tried to cover his head, thinking, "Who is this guy? An ambush." But I've survived countless battles, except for aerial combat. I'm a seasoned cleaner, he thought. He boldly grabbed the foot that was kicking him, stopping it. The boy was stunned by his action, but quickly recovered and shouted, "Oh, you dare block my attack!" Otta's cold voice slowly enunciated each and every word. "You hit me 7 times, so you're getting 70 back." His face turned cold, his whole body radiating killing intent, causing the boy to become unconsciously afraid. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to throw a punch straight at the boy's face. But his hand made a sharp cracking sound. He pulled back his fist, wondering in a daze, "What is this? It's glowing." But while he was distracted, the boy threw a punch, hitting him squarely in the face, loudly cursing, "You bastard, you dare to hit me, you big bro? A little punk like you dares to lay a hand on me? Are you insane, huh?" As he cursed, he mercilessly punched and kicked Otta, knocking him to the ground. Otta couldn't fight back. He could only try to cover his head, tears streaming down his face, helplessly thinking, "That hurts. It hurts so much I could cry." But what hurts more than the body is the heart. The boy accidentally tripped on a rock on the ground. He stumbled backward and fell with a splash into the water. Seeing this, Otta told himself, "Now's my chance." The boy sat up and yelled again, "You little brat," as he saw Otta run away. He roared in anger, "Where do you think you're going?" Otta suddenly raised his voice, "This isn't me running away." He abruptly turned to look at the guy and said coldly, "I'll remember your face." Inside, he was thinking, "This is a tactical retreat. Those hits you landed. Those hits, I'll wear them on my chest like medals. I'm a veteran cleaner, someone who doesn't know the meaning of giving up." On a street corner, Otta examined his hand and muttered, "Damn it, this is bad." Looking at his bruised and swollen wrist, he muttered worriedly, "I'm not some average office worker, yet I dislocated my wrist after just a few punches. This body is just too weak." Dismissing the pipe dreams from his head, he thought, "Forget about the tower. First, I need to fix this body." Just then a voice called out, "Otta, are you hungry?" Seeing a young boy walking towards him, he rubbed his wrist and looked at him, asking back, "How do you know me?" Damien answered honestly, "I don't." Otta turned his face away. After looking the boy over, he judged him internally. "Yeah, I figured. You look pathetic, but your clothes are expensive. Probably some noble kid who got kicked out of his family. And during some power struggle. In other words, a beautiful and dangerous walking time bomb." Damien stood still, quietly looking at him. Otta spoke curtly, "Hey, kid." Damien pointed to himself and introduced, "I'm Damien." Otta was about to continue, "Anyway," but was cut off when the boy said, "My mother is Bianca." Hearing that, he was struck silent, not knowing what to say. He thought in frustration, "Why do I suddenly feel like I know something I shouldn't?" After a few seconds of silence, Otta couldn't hold back his irritation anymore, and half-scolded, half-asked Damien, "Is there something wrong with your head?" He asked one thing, but Damien innocently answered another. "I don't have a mother." Realizing his mistake, Otta felt a pang of guilt, thinking, "Oh, my bad." But on the outside, he remained firm. He said decisively, "Well, I don't have a father, so that makes us even. Now let's part ways here. Understood?" In reality, he was being cautious, thinking to himself, "It's best not to get involved with a time bomb like this. Gotta get out of here before things get more complicated." Despite this, Damien stood still, neither speaking nor leaving. He just stared at him. Otta, having lost all patience, finally asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Damien stated frankly, "I'm going with you." Otta thought in annoyance, "Should I just punch him?" But he didn't do anything, just snapped, "Whatever, get out of my way." Suddenly, Damien reached out, wanting to touch him, and asked with concern, "Hey, doesn't that hurt?" Then he added cheerfully and enthusiastically, "I'll heal it for you." At the same time, Damien's hand performed a magic spell. Seeing the magic circle, Otta asked, bewildered, "What is this?" Seeing his confusion, Damien smiled and replied, "Magic." Otta already had the answer in his heart, but this only made him more bewildered. No, this isn't just healing magic. Healing light. A secret art belonging to the Blander family. Someone once crushed by the Declan. The memory came back to him in a haze. He was constantly on guard inside, telling himself, "My instincts are telling me that the exact kind of filthy, dangerous mess that a cleaner like me usually avoids has now latched on to me for dear life," he thought. He unconsciously stared at Damien. Right now, his mind was filled with countless questions that needed answers, but why is a child of the House of Blander in the gray zone at a time like this? The Blanders should still be at the height of their power. Not thinking any further, he urgently called out, "Damien!" "Huh?" Hearing Ada call his name. Damien let out a surprised sound. Then he beamed and asked, "You called me?" Ada froze, speechless. He unconsciously cursed shit. Seeing Damien's mismatched eyes clearly, he suddenly had an epiphany. I remember now. A member of the Blander bloodline with strange eyes. The monster of the Blander family. As he thought this, his mind replayed a shocking scene, a sea of fire and corpses, and Damien's horrifying laughter when he went rogue. The mad butcher who wouldn't die no matter how many times you killed him, but right at this moment, Damien was just an adorable, innocent kid smiling happily and exclaiming, "Oh, look, ants!" He was intently counting them one by one. 1, 2. Seeing the scene before him and combining it with his memories, Ada couldn't believe it. He was completely dumbfounded, thinking, "Are you kidding me?" A few people in black cloaks run towards a light. Back when I was a cleaner before I regressed, I was dispatched to the Blander family on the orders of the Declan. Annoyed, he complained, "Damn it, if this is a Blander family problem, they should handle it themselves. Why are they calling us for—" The person next to him replied, "It's not for us to understand the schemes of the upper class." Another guy suddenly rushed up to him and said, "I heard there's a monster in the Shoff territory. Rumor has it that dozens of people are dead." He frowned, guessing, a monster like an ogre or something, but then a look of fear crossed his face. And then we saw it. Something was torn in two right in front of them. It wasn't an ogre. The guy was shirtless, holding the two halves in his hands. It was a human ripping another person apart with his bare hands. That monster had a crazed expression, fighting while relentlessly casting the exclusive healing magic of the Shoff. He laughed as he killed. Pure madness. He stood on the corpses of hundreds of others. The monster of Blander. The mad butcher who couldn't be killed. The monster with one golden eye and one red eye, with a crazed smile always blooming on his lips. Damien von Blander. Back to the present. Damien was squatting and smiling as brightly as a flower. He started counting under Ada's judgmental gaze. 1, 2, he wondered suspiciously. For real? Ada, filled with a mountain of questions, looked over at Damien. Why is a direct descendant of the Blander family the only son of the family head living in a dump like this? In the very next second, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Food!" I instinctively blurted out, "What?" Damien grinned and added, "Let's eat. My mom said if you want to be healthy, you have to eat properly. Sickness comes from not eating." I silently agreed with him. He was right. I stood up, brushing off my pants, though his words were like a punch. It still hurt. Then I asked, You got any money?" Without a hint of suspicion, he held out a bag of gold coins. "This?" I suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. Damien looked at me curiously. I gave him a bright thumbs up and suggested, "Let's be friends." "What's with the sudden—" I shamelessly lifted my head and continued, "I said friends, so we're friends, you get it. And friends have to share what they have with each other." The very next second, Ada's eyes lit up and he pointed ahead. "Let's go, my friend, time to eat." Damien's eyes also sparkled as he cheered back. "Friend." Under the sunset sky, he suddenly asked, "So what do you have?" Ada replied nonchalantly, "Me, I've got a friend now. That sounds pretty cool." Night fell. At an inn tucked away among other houses, Ada let out a loud burp. He rubbed his round belly and sighed. That meal was delicious. After washing my face, I felt more refreshed. Noticing Damien looking all around, Ada asked, "What are you doing?" Damien answered innocently, "I didn't know the place we just ate at had rooms upstairs. I usually just sleep on the streets. I'm just finding out now how convenient having a house is." After hearing that, all he could do was give a vague reply, "Oh, I see." Then he suddenly planted his hands on the bed and exclaimed, "That's right." With a serious expression, Damien revealed, "I don't have a father either." Ada took a few seconds to process that, then immediately refuted him, "Yes, you do." He immediately retorted, No, I don't." He didn't reply, just thought to himself, "Let's not turn this into a misery competition." With that thought, Ada quickly changed the subject. "What about you? You have a mother, right?" Damien looked around blankly. "Where she's not here?" He face-palmed in exasperation. "If she's not here, then I guess she doesn't exist." That's a pretty extreme way to think. "Right, let's assess the situation a little." Ada asked, "How long have you been here by yourself?" He counted silently for a moment, then answered hesitantly, Since I ran away from my family, I've slept 10 times. Hearing this, his expression darkened slightly. Ran away? Are you being hunted or something? Slept 10 times. Does that mean 10 days? Damien innocently corrected him. But I take a lot of naps too. His head was now full of question marks. Damien smiled brightly, holding up 2 fingers. Twice a day, of course. I mean short naps, of course. In total, I've slept 10 times. This just added more question marks to Ada's head. He helplessly guessed, so probably around 3 or 4 days then. Damien flopped down on the bed, complaining, but I haven't gotten any sleep since I arrived. The ground here is too hard. I can't sleep. Ada stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment, then turned to look at the soft pillow behind him. Ada buried his face in it and screamed. He's been completely nuts from the start. After getting that out of his system, he furtively glanced sideways. Anyway, while the kid is stuck here in the gray zone, I can act as his temporary guardian. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to use this opportunity to build a relationship with the House of Blander. Damien, lying on his back with his eyes closed, mumbled, "This place is so uncomfortable." Ada continued his inner calculations. "This will be useful later when I face Zeklin, and powerful families tend to have many rare books." He was suddenly reminded of the tragic image from his past. But of course, first I need to take care of something else, he thought. The 57 grudges etched into my heart. Ada looked up and warned Damien, "I'm starting now. Don't disturb me. If you do, it'll be a huge problem." Hearing that, Damien shot up. "Are you practicing a breathing technique?" He answered robotically. Yeah, that's right. When I'm finished, you can do it too." "I'll wait," he replied cheerfully. "Okay, got it." With that settled, Ada slowly closed his eyes and began to concentrate. "In my previous life, I built my magic foundation with the basic spells that a mere cleaner could find," he thought. But the limitations were painfully obvious. An image of his past self dashing through the darkness flashed in his mind. "That's why I secretly broke into many noble households to steal their magic." Amidst the night sky, a shower of glass shards and various spells. I came close to death countless times learning the kinds of magic I did in that way. A knight's body enhancement, spirit summoning, alchemy, a whole mess of minor arts. But then he suddenly remembered the figure of that man with the staff, right before I died. A cloaked figure standing amidst roiling clouds and crackling lightning. I encountered a truly destructive power. And because of that, he vowed to himself, "This time I absolutely will." Ada's eyes snapped open, fixed on the ceiling, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. His mouth opened slightly, lips pursed. "The first magic I must learn is the ultimate technique. The origin of the Declan family. The root of Declan magic capable of accepting all magical attributes." Ada closed his eyes once more and breathed steadily. "I memorized it back then for research purposes. Now I finally have the chance to truly use it." The breathing technique. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted over his left chest. Ada's eyes shot open in agony. "It's too hot! It feels like molten lava is coursing through me!" "Damn it, what is this?" he told himself inwardly. "Focus. I have to make it work." Then his eyes bulged again as he realized something. A different kind of magical energy is rising up on my hand now. Impurities. Why is this stuff here? Previously, an old man transferred his magical energy into a young man. This is a high-level magic technique passed down only to the main bloodline of noble families. A stream of blue magical energy coursed through Ada's body. It forced the magic through, burning away all the impurities in his mana veins. His entire body now felt as if it were submerged in a lake of pure magical energy. The power of the purification. Ada jolted awake from his trance, drenched in sweat. He sat up, panting. How long has it been? Damien in the next bed was still fast asleep. Ada's eyes widened as he looked down at his own hand. But more importantly, the impurities were gone. The magical energy in his veins had been purified. Its purity is even higher than in my past life. Maybe even more than that. He frowned, looking up thoughtfully. Even so, Ada could still picture the figure of that man. He was several times my size, defeating the D-clan. Even if I were reborn 100 times, it might still be impossible. Still, he clenched his fist confidently. But one thing's for sure. Ada grinned with pride. My chances have increased. I am a cleaner, a person who never gives up, even if there's only a 0.01% chance of hope. The next morning, a shocked cry echoed from their room. "Whoa, this is awesome," Damien said in amazement, touching his hair. "My hair? It's turned brown. Otta glanced over at him, thinking to himself, good. His platinum blonde hair was too conspicuous, but now it's hidden. Once we change our clothes, the Blander family won't recognize us. He silently made his calculations. Now there's just one last thing to do. Right on cue, Damien asked, "So what's next, my friend?" Hearing this, Otta's face went blank as he stared at him. Then he turned away and smiled. His eyes gleamed with amusement. Otta uttered 3 simple, chaos-inducing words. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a certain someone was stretching after a good night's sleep. Spotty was leisurely basking in the morning sun. Slept so well. The weather's beautiful today, too. Then he suddenly froze, staring straight ahead. The strange guest and Damien were slowly approaching him. "Huh, it's that kid," he began to speak in a taunting voice. "And where have you been hiding, huh? Finally decided to show your face. And what's with that getup? Did you take a bath in the sewers or something?" Spotty continued without holding back. "And who's this kid? No matter how you look at him, he seems rich." Before he could finish his sentence, Otta punched him square in the gut. As Spotty collapsed unconscious, Otta finally spoke. "Looks like I've found the right place, because the memory of you is still burned into my mind." Otta clenched his fist in anger. "First off, you'll get every single one of the 123 hits you owe me." Just then 2 of his cronies rushed out. "What the—" "Spotty, what's wrong?" In the blink of an eye, the entire gang had gathered. "We've got an intruder." "Wait a minute, isn't that the runt?" Otta grinned, excited. "Look at all these familiar faces. How terrifying." Both he and Damien wore strangely dark expressions. "I wonder how far I'll be able to go today." Damien suddenly asked, "What game are we playing?" "My friend." A powerful punch landed square on a young man's face, knocking his jaw sideways and sending him tumbling backward. But it didn't stop there. Otta delivered another decisive blow to the gut of an attacker who just rushed him, sending the man flying backward and rolling several times on the ground. Otta moved freely, his fists a blur. He wasn't holding back against anyone. The entire crowd was ganging up on him, but no one could even touch him. Watching from the sidelines, Damien couldn't help but be amazed. Otta's fist clenched, gathering magical energy, clenching tighter. Then he unleashed a continuous assault. Damien's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible. While still fighting, Otta turned to instruct Damien, "This is what it means to be top tier." Damien let out an "Oh!" He immediately copied him, exclaiming, "Totally top tier." Just then, a man Otta had knocked out rolled right to Damien's feet. He quickly knelt and placed a hand on the man's body. He gently channeled his magic to heal him. "It's all right, I'll treat your wounds." After being healed, the man regained some of his senses and weakly mouthed, "Thank you." But Otta wasn't about to let him off. He suddenly appeared beside them like a ghost, hoisting the man up by his shirt. How many hits was that now? What followed was a series of sickening cracks interspersed with unending miserable screams. They fought from morning until the sky turned to evening. Countless men had collapsed, but Otta was still full of energy, swinging his fists. One guy tried to take the opportunity to sneak away, but Otta spotted him. He was immediately whacked right on the butt with a stick, letting out a loud, crisp yelp. Otta slowly approached him and asked, "How many times have you been hit?" The man clutched his reddened butt and stammered, I forgot." Otta looked back and called out, "Hey, friend!" Damien ran over excitedly. "Is it my turn? Is it my turn?" In a voice as casual as if he were singing Otta ordered, "Heal his hand." The young man despaired internally. "Please stop." He cracked his trembling knuckles and gave a wicked smirk. "Listen up. You're just a punching bag. Got it." Damien, meanwhile, was happily carrying out his support role. "Heal the hand! Heal the hand!" The man, who was about to be beaten again, screamed internally, "Stop it, you demon! I can only count up to 2 digits." It was now night. A full moon hung in the sky, casting its pale light over the rooftops. But down below, Otta had just finished his retaliation for the day. "Thanks for your cooperation today." The group of men lined up perfectly straight replied, "No, thank you, sir." He smiled, satisfied. "Your mana distribution is getting good. I'm proud of you." Damien clapped enthusiastically. "All done. Let's play again tomorrow, okay?" Otta was inwardly ecstatic. "I'm proud of myself, too. I landed over 100 punches on each of them for a total of over 1,000 blows, even for an experienced cleaner like me." That was quite the workout, aside from fighting on a mountain or in the air. This was still a new challenge. Just then a low murmur pulled him from his thoughts. The young man, his face bruised and swollen, rubbed his hands together, bowed his head slightly, and spoke in a quiet voice. Can we go now? I suppose that's enough. Ada gave a slight nod. Fine, you can go. The young man's lips twitched into a forced smile. But this is actually our house. After he finished, Ada's voice dripped with sarcasm. So you want us to get lost? His grip tightened, his face clearly showing his irritation as he enunciated every word. This is really awkward, isn't it? The terrified young man hastily explained. That's not what I meant. We'll leave immediately. Without another second of delay, they scurried away quickly. Ada's eyes followed them. It's not out of malice. He thought, then suddenly sensed something. He turned his head slightly. So awkward. Damien, ever the innocent, was still waving goodbye enthusiastically. But Ada was looking toward the end of the alley. Someone was there. A figure with a fierce aura landed, and they were approaching. Ada narrowed his eyes quickly and discreetly analyzing. That distinct presence. It's like a cleaner. Ada's eyes darted to the person beside him, full of tension. A thought raced through his mind. It must be a pursuer, and the target is Damien. I was so careful, yet they still found our trail. I can't believe the Blander family found us so quickly. Ada closed his eyes, trying to channel what little magic he had left into his palm. With this amount of magic, even casting a single spell will be difficult. Close quarters combat will be even harder. This isn't good. He glared, his gaze becoming deep and focused. But then again, who am I? His hands moved slowly, gathering magic. Even back when I was a cleaner, I never had magic to spare. Never once in a situation like this. I've faced this 100 times before. It was nothing. Between Ada's fingertips, a magic circle appeared. He focused the magic, compressed it, then compressed it again. The condensed spell formed a tiny sphere. This will be enough. Without a moment's delay, Ada spun around, dropped to one knee, and aimed forward like he was holding a gun right where a figure was speeding toward them. This is my only chance. But then something unexpected happened. As the figure drew near, they suddenly dropped to their knees. Ada was completely stunned, his eyes wide with confusion. The man was kneeling. He slid forward a long way on his knees, crying out desperately, "Oh, my heavens, young master!" Hearing that familiar voice, Damien was frozen. "Alfredo!" The man hugged him, crying his eyes out. "Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? Where did you go? What have you been doing? This poor butler of yours was so worried he couldn't eat or sleep." Full of annoyance, Damien pushed Alfredo's head away. "Let go of me, I'm not going back." The butler wailed again. "Oh, good heavens, young master, you might as well just kill me, it would be kinder." His voice was a cry of anguish. "Oh dear, running away from home. Why would you do something like that?" Watching from behind, Ada couldn't help but curl his lip in disgust. A moment later, Alfredo grabbed the pouting Damien, tucked him securely under his arm, and stood up. "My sincerest apologies for causing such a commotion in front of our honored guest." He regained his refined composure and introduced himself. "I am Alfredo, butler to the Blander family." "Yes," Ada replied politely. "I am Ada." Alfredo smiled brightly and extended a hand toward him with a proposal. "It seems young Master Damien has grown quite fond of you. If you have no objections, would you be willing to accompany us back to the family estate?" Hearing this, Ada swallowed nervously, his mind starting to race. To the Blander estate. He began to picture all sorts of scenarios. The fundamental rule of these noble families is to avoid anything unclean, and to steer clear of anything too noble as well. I can't figure them out. What are they scheming, I wonder? In the end, Ada's lips curled into a smirk. But it makes no difference, because I was planning on approaching the Blander family anyway. His objective had been set long before. As luck would have it, the Blander territory lies directly on the route to the city. In that city is the Ginyan Academy, considered the height of Eastern education, and its library is hailed as the greatest in the East. I intend to build the best library, so stopping by to have a look isn't a bad idea. With that thought, Ada gave a slight nod. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your assistance." Alfredo turned to leave. "Well, then I shall go prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment." Ada picked up his coat, lost in thought. "I've strayed a little from my path of building a library, but I'll let a good opportunity play out." Under the bright, clear moonlight, he put his coat back on. "All right, then. Now then, let's see if the food at the Blander estate is anything decent." The night sky was beautiful. A full moon hung high, silently blanketing everything in a layer of pale silver light. After a long journey, the carriage came to a stop before a massive mansion. We have arrived. This is the mansion of the Blander family. From the carriage, Otto stepped down calmly, his gait relaxed, yet firm. He tilted his head back to look at the architecture before him. My first time here as an official guest. At the entrance to the Blander family mansion, a long line of servants was arranged, neatly bowing respectfully. Alfredo bowed his head slightly and gestured inside. It has gotten quite late. Please rest comfortably. Lancy, I'm counting on you. The maid behind him nodded. Yes, sir. She stepped forward, her gaze stern and lowered. This way, please, young Master Damien. He broke out in a sweat, but still managed a forced smile. Lancy! The door closed, and Damien's scream echoed from within. I messed up, Lancy! At night, the mansion was shrouded in silence. The lights were out in most of the rooms. Along the dark corridor, only the faint moonlight filtering through the windows illuminated the stone floor. Alfredo walked alone, heading toward a specific door. He knocked softly a few times. A voice from within called out, Enter. Alfredo gently turned the handle, pushed the door open, and walked slowly into the center of the grand classical room. A woman's voice rang out. Damien! He bowed his head and reported, The young master was in black and white zone number 7. We have just brought him home. After he spoke, a hanging lamp flared to life. The atmosphere suddenly fell strangely silent. An explosion flew right in front of Alfredo, but he stood calmly, not moving an inch. The woman raised her hand. The magic circle was still active. Black and white Region 7, she asked furiously, urgently questioning if Damien was okay. Is he hurt? If my son is harmed, even a single hair on his head. Alpha Zero spoke up to reassure her. Madam, please calm down and listen to me. After hearing the whole story, the woman calmed down and sat on a chair. So that's what happened. She retracted her magic and sighed in relief. What a relief. Alfredo stood calmly amidst the chaos. Yes, a relief indeed. He thought to himself, good for the madam, and good for whoever might have touched the young master. This woman was Damien's mother, Lady Gamo, once known as the Blood Witch, and who could possibly stop her wrath? This was only natural, for what mother could remain calm when her son is involved? A smile spread across her face. You should consider yourself lucky this was the outcome. In any case, you've done well. Alfredo bowed respectfully. It was nothing. It is my duty. There was just one slightly unusual thing. Lady Gamo's eyes narrowed. Unusual? She inquired. You mean the friend the young master has made this time? It's Asta, isn't it? Is there something about that friend? Alpha Zero's eyes narrowed dangerously as he recounted. He detected my presence even before I appeared. He was ready to counterattack. He briefly recalled the memory. The magic attack Asta was about to unleash back then. Magical energy condensed into a swirling ring of light around his palm. Upon closer inspection of its shape, Alfredo affirmed, and when we faced each other, the thing in that kid's hand was a magic bullet. Lady Gamo stroked her chin, impressed. Undeniably, that's an incredible talent, a child with that kind of ability. And he comes from the black and white region. Suddenly, Alpha Zero's lips moved, his gaze firm. Which is why, madam... His face turned serious. I humbly make a request. The next morning, the morning sun shone down, highlighting the magnificent and majestic estate. Alfredo, beaming with excitement, made his proposal. Become my successor! Asta had just opened his eyes to this invitation and was utterly speechless, frozen for a few seconds. Alfredo was practically blooming with joy inside. Surprising, isn't it? But there's no way that boy would refuse. A butler from a prestigious family like me has personally offered a life-changing opportunity to a stray child. Glory, wealth, fame. But the answer that came from him made Alfredo stop in his tracks. Alpha Zero was completely shocked, stunned. What? He looked towards Asta. Asta was casually picking his ear, making him question his very existence. What did you just say? Did I mishear you, kid? Damien peeked in his eyes wide with curiosity and confusion. This damn... What's a damn friend? Thank you very much for the nomination to be the family butler's successor, but I think I prefer my current life. He bowed. As he spoke, his hand clamped over Damien's mouth, silencing him. He glanced over again. I'm truly grateful. Alfredo was still curious, but then he understood the problem. Why refuse? So that's it. He looked at the two youths and thought, born in the gray region with nothing self-taught magic through natural talent. Because Damien was silenced, the two communicated with their eyes. He glanced down at Damien with a cold look. I didn't say damn. The boy looked at him resentfully. You did, looking at the two of them. The thought kept circling in his mind. That must be why you're so arrogant. I understand now. I too was once a nameless wild person who knew no limits. He spoke in a gentle tone now. But kid, the world is a vast place, Asta replied bluntly. I know it's not small. Seeing the fearless expression on his face, Alfredo started to lose his patience. You probably feel like you can do anything, like you can touch the heavens. In contrast to Alfredo's emotions, Asta remained calm, using as few words as possible. Not really. Although a vein was throbbing on his forehead and his head felt like it was on fire, Alfredo still tried to hold back. Be patient. You must learn patience. He tried his best to remain calm, putting on a friendly face and using an analogy to scare him into backing down. Have you ever heard the saying about the goblin? Ed who lives in the ravine. That's your situation right now. Born and raised in a ravine, you have no idea how frightening the world out there is. It seemed his words had a pretty big impact because this time Asta scratched his itchy ear, his face impossibly calm. I think I'm more like a dragon king in the sky. A crack ran through the ground as he stomped his foot, denting the floor. This brat knows nothing! His body began to grow gigantic. Very well then, I, the butler, will personally show you. His face contorted with rage, wanting to display his power to make the boy fear just how vast and terrifying this world truly is. Sunlight gradually streamed into the magnificent castle. One large figure and one small one, faces as cold as stone, walked brazenly into the castle. Everyone in the palace heard the strange noise from the entrance. They immediately turned around. Without a word, everyone lined up neatly and bowed in unison. Greetings, head butler. It was as if to prove his authority in this place. He put on a dignified air. What do you think, kid? All of them are about your age, but they are the official geniuses of the Blander family. I'm sure you can feel it to some extent, can't you? To go to such lengths, but all I get in return is his indifference and nonchalance. In Asta's mind, a sense of caution had appeared. The Blander family is no joke. Asta glanced at the young people standing before him and made his silent assessment. It's hard to believe they're just teenagers. A faint aura, yet it filled the entire room. But Ada just smiled lightly as if he saw right through their little act. Look at their eyes. They're just a bunch of little devils. I think you're right. You can't possibly get a good feeling looking at their eyes, Ada said to the old man. Well, I felt something too, hearing that the old man was as happy as could be. He eagerly asked him again, so you'll accept my offer? Getting carried away, he started praising him to the high heavens. If you become my successor, you'll shine just like them. No, you will shine brighter than anyone. Suddenly he turned away. He spoke bluntly, like throwing a bucket of cold water over the old man's head. I hate the light. Hearing this, the old man was speechless. You little... An arm was unexpectedly raised. Lord Butler. The young man with the mole under his eye stepped forward, a slight smirk on his face. The old man asked, An intern. You have something to say. He confidently stated his opinion. If that kid really sensed something, he wouldn't have refused the offer. But the way he bluntly rejected it, I'd say he hasn't sensed enough. Ada looked at him, his face expressionless. If I may, I'd like to give him an experience. The old man asked, You want to spar? He shrugged, a smug look on his face. Not exactly a one-on-one duel. Just want to give him a little taste of what magic is. The old man looked him up and down quietly, sizing him up. Arrogant, but not bad. Then he turned back with an amused expression and said to the boy, Kid, what do you think? How about a simple match with that guy? He was lost in his own thoughts. I know they see me as a thorn in their side. In his eyes, those people were all smiles and pleasantries on the outside, but deep down, they were all devils in human skin. Some lucky beggar who popped up out of nowhere. That's probably what they're thinking. Ada pointed forward, looked at the old man, and asked, Do I get to choose my opponent? Go ahead. Hearing that, he decisively pointed at the person who suggested this game. As if one person wasn't enough, he continued pointing at several more, making even Alfredo, who was standing beside him, panic. You too, and you as well. I'll fight all 5 of you at the same time. Just hearing the words, all 5 of them, the arrogant, smug look he had earlier was cut in half, replaced by surprise mixed with a few question marks. Ada flicked his fingers as if provoking his opponent. His eyes and voice were colder than ever. Are you scared? Then die. Although Alfredo was just a bystander seeing that presence, even he broke out in a cold sweat. He was apprehensive for a moment. Then his mouth slowly opened and he burst out laughing with satisfaction. That's right. That's the spirit a successor needs. Although he was very pleased with that display. To be safe, he still turned to remind the boy. Kid, are you prepared to take responsibility for those words? A statement like that was nothing short of an insult to the Blander family. Atta just smiled and said, I'll take full responsibility. Hearing his confirmation, the old man quickly proceeded with the match. All right, then, let's begin. 1 minute. If you can last for 1 minute, I'll give you a gift. But if you can't, you'll have to take responsibility. Hearing the rules of the contest, Atta immediately understood the old man's intentions. The responsibility here is probably to inherit the butler position. This old geezer is clearly trying to drag me into this. Fine. Let's play. After a while of preparation right now on the dueling field, he stood alone against the other 5. All around them, the crowd of people grew larger and larger. A person walked up to Alfredo's side and said, But Lord Butler, isn't this dangerous? The old man wasn't worried. On the contrary, he was resolute. That's precisely why it's valuable. His stubbornness needs to be shattered for him to grow. This made the person next to him look up in surprise. Suddenly, the boy gritted his teeth and turned away. He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking to himself, This is bad. His eyes have gone completely white. If I injure the young master's guest, my career as a trainer will be over. When he unexpectedly opened his eyes, he saw that Damien and Lancy were here too. Seeing this, he leaned down and whispered to Damien, Young master, your friend is in real danger. Please stop the butler. He thought doing so might save the current situation, but upon hearing that Damien's eyes lit up brightly, his heart blooming with joy. Really? Even I'm surprised. Seeing this, the trainer slapped his forehead in helplessness. Oh, for heaven's sake! Lancy, standing beside them, immediately reminded him, If the young master gets involved, Lady Gama will get furious and drag you away. So he crossed his arms, pouted, and turned his face to the side, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Seeing that the match hadn't started after so long, the old man turned to give the trainer a subtle reminder. Trainer, what are you waiting for? Begin. Although he didn't want to, he had no choice but to comply. Yes, understood. Damien was also getting an earful of Lancy's usual lecture at that moment. As the trainer walked away, 2 streams of tears silently flowed down his helpless face. It's over, it's over. I did my best. The trainer's helpless expression was noticed by Lancy. She suddenly left, leaving Damien with a single sentence. I'll be back soon. Don't interfere. The moment she left, the pitiful apologetic look from before was replaced by a cunning expression. All right. The coach stood between the 2 sides to explain the match. All right, let me explain the rules. The fight will be turn-based. But not satisfied, the man standing on the side cut the coach off. Just make it a free-for-all. Helpless, the coach's face showed his resignation, but he tried to regain his composure as best he could. The coach announced, the format will be a free-for-all. The match will continue until one side surrenders. However, the instructor may stop the fight at any time. Remember that. With the rules explained, his eyes fixed on his opponent, incredibly serious, ready for the match to begin. The 5 on the other side were just as tense. Staring at him, the guy gritted his teeth, his face full of disgust. You nameless, ragged piece of trash. The young master and his butler might pity you, but who do you think you are? I'll crush you. I'll expose your true colors to everyone. The coach's decisive command rang out. Well then, begin. The moment the coach finished speaking, the guy was immediately struck in the stomach. Tears and drool flew everywhere. His eyes went wide, his mouth agape in pain. He glanced over at his teammates behind him. The other 4 were also writhing in pain on the floor, no better off than he was. He looked at the person in front of him, his face now showing a hint of apprehension. But that person's demeanor was the same. His eyes and that smile hadn't changed. It seems I'll have to teach you a few things myself. First, don't underestimate the weak. What caught the guy's attention most was the magic on his hand. He panicked. Magic. A magic bullet. That's the most basic form of mana control. It consumes too much energy. It's useless in a real fight. His cold voice rang out again. Second, don't judge others so easily. With a flick of his hand, the magic instantly shot toward the 5 of them. It hit them squarely in the head, making them all scream in pain. The guy's eyes were now filled with utter fear. For the 3rd lesson, he shot forward, getting right in his face, his eyes wide. His fist was ready as he spoke. This world is vast and bitter. It left the guy standing there, frozen. As he finished speaking, a decisive, powerful punch landed straight on his face, sending him flying. After taking care of him, he was kind enough to add a reminder. From now on, I'm going to pour all of these experiences into you. Learn your lesson. After experiencing a course from Atta, the guy looked completely battered from head to toe. One hand clutching his face, he screamed, "You're insane! This isn't magic!" "Oh, but it is." With that, he planted one foot back for momentum and delivered another merciless blow, knocking his front teeth out. "This is physical magic." The coach's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The other onlookers, though unplanned, all shared the same expression. On the field, the fight was incredibly tense. For Atta, his limbs were in constant motion, never resting. His hands grabbing one person's shirt, pulling him in, his feet kicking hard against another. A cunning smile spread across his face. Even Alfredo was surprised by his abilities. He thought to himself, that magic bullet, thrown 4 or 5 times based on its power, it must have been compressed at least 4 times. He replayed the situation, imagining if that magic bullet had truly connected. If it had actually hit a moment ago. Alfredo was still lost in his thoughts. It's truly a natural talent for mana control. And it's not just that. The coach rushed past him, his face beaming as if he'd struck gold, replaying the scene of that one demon, him beating the other 5 little demons to a pulp, and wondered, why is he so good at brawling like that? Suddenly, a voice calling his name made him jump. "Alfredo!" He quickly turned toward the sound. Approaching him was Lancy, and a few steps ahead of her was Madame Gamo. Surprised, he raised his voice slightly. "Madame Gamo." Looking out the door and seeing Alfredo talking privately with Madame Gamo, he whispered to himself, "Madame Gamo is here." As if seeing a lifeline, the coach's face crumpled, 2 streams of tears silently flowing. He looked at Lancy and nodded. "Madame Gamo is here to save us." She nodded back, reassuring the coach. Madame Gamo's voice was incredibly serious. "What has happened here?" Not daring to be disrespectful, he bowed and stammered in reply, I just intended to run a simple test, that's all." She glanced over and asked again. Seeing the battlefield he had created, and better yet, catching him grabbing someone by the collar, she said, "You call this a test?" He was focused on doing something. Then he heard a familiar, authoritative voice call out to him, "Damien?" He was startled, a pang of guilt hitting him. Finally, she gave her order. "First, gather the students and have them withdraw." He placed a hand on his chest and bowed in agreement. To Damien, she also commanded, "Damien, you go to your room first." Shedding the wicked look from before, he now scratched his head in front of his mother, putting on his most innocent, blameless face. Atta was no exception. She said, "You too, Atta. Go back to your room." She walked over and stood before the coach. "Coach John Fit." He bowed his head, his face already beaded with sweat, and whimpered, "Yes, Madame Gamo." "I did my best." The 2 words from her cut him off. "You're fired." He was so shocked he froze. "What?" In the magnificent palace, Madame Gamo's voice rang out. "Yes, madam." Holding the teacup, she spoke to the butler. "I understand your intentions, but this time you've gone too far." Without beating around the bush, he bowed sincerely. "My apologies, madam. I will accept any punishment." She set her teacup down. "However, I heard that Atta had a sparring match with the students. Did Damien help him?" He answered calmly, "No, he was by himself. It's just..." He paused at the crucial part, making her press on. "Just what?" He recalled the scene, a look of immense pride on his face. "He's an extremely skilled fighter." Then startled, as if remembering something, he said, "Ah, that's right. Regarding the magic bullet I mentioned before. He used it during the sparring match today as well." His voice lowered, becoming more serious. "And he compressed it 4 to 5 times, increasing its power to a terrifying degree, which proves, based on what he said, she also began to deduce that his control over magic must be incredible. Even though we haven't seen it with our own eyes, a single magic bullet was all it took. He defeated all 5 trainees." She recalled seeing him standing there defiantly, surrounded by the people he had beaten, each one writhing in pain in a corner. She thought, with just a single bullet. Even for a high-level mage, handling pure mana is incredibly difficult. She then asked, "And what about the succession offer?" He answered bluntly. He refused point blank. Upon hearing this, she raised her teacup, said to him, "I see," and took a sip. She thought, perhaps I need to reevaluate Atta and proceed more cautiously. Then she said to the butler, "Call Atta here." A moment later, the door opened and he strode in confidently. On the sofa, Damian was puffing his cheeks, his eyes wide as he devoured his cake. He spotted Atta and raised a hand in greeting. Beside him, Mrs. Gamo was smiling warmly. "Atta, you've arrived," she said. "Please have a seat." Taking a seat, he didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I heard you sent for me, is that right?" But before he could continue, she took out a box and pushed it towards him. He looked at the box. "What's this?" "I heard that Alfredo promised you a gift." He tried to process that. And then Atta remembered. Right before he entered the fight, Alfredo had said, "If you can last for 1 minute, I'll give you a gift." But what surprised him was, he never expected it to come so soon. And it was even prepared by Mrs. Gamo herself. Maintaining her friendly smile, she told him, "You can open it." He took the box and slowly lifted the lid. As soon as it was open, a light emanated from inside. Inside was a yellow gem which shocked him. It was a high-grade artifact. Even within the Blander clan, only trainees who made it into the top 5 mage divisions were given something like this. He glanced at Mrs. Gamo suspicious. He wasn't so sure about this. Normally, kindness extends to a meal at most. A gift this valuable clearly had some hidden meaning. If this was a reward for his efforts, a mid-grade gift would have made sense, but this was high-grade. Suddenly, she looked as if she realized something. Stroking the head of her son beside her, she said, "You can accept it without any worries. You helped Damien in the gray zone, after all. And this gift is also an apology for what happened today." Even though she said that he was still suspicious. "Hold on," he asked. "If I take this, does that mean I have to join the Blander clan?" Her expression remained perfectly friendly. "No." He pressed on. "Is it poisoned?" Her brows twitched slightly, but she managed to keep her composure. "No," she said. He clarified. "So you're saying there are absolutely no strings attached?" "That's right. No strings attached." Hearing that, he didn't hesitate any longer. "In that case, I'll gladly accept." He closed the lid. "Thank you. Really, it's nothing." Damien reached for another pastry from the table. Just looking at the item in the box, Atta's eyes lit up, his mouth already watering without him realizing it. This is too good. An unexpected windfall. But before he could even start to feel happy about it. "Additionally," she said, finally revealing her true intention, "I have a proposal for you, Atta." His face immediately turned serious and cold again. "I knew it," he thought. Mrs. Gamo stroked her son's head. "Atta," she said with a perfectly pleasant expression, "I can arrange for your enrollment in the academy. Would you like to attend school with Damien?" This question made Damien, who hadn't been paying attention, look up at his mother. Atta was perplexed. "The academy?" she explained. In truth, Damien was supposed to enroll last year. She looked at her son, her eyes filled with sadness. "But he protested so fiercely that we had to postpone it until this year. I never imagined he would actually run away." Damien, meanwhile, continued to eat his pastry without a care in the world. He turned his head away, trying to ignore her. "That's why I'm asking you," she proposed. "Damien is very fond of you." The boy himself then chimed in, "If my friend comes with me, then I'll agree to go." As he thought it over, he began to understand her true intentions. It makes sense. For Bianca, this was a huge problem. She was afraid that if she forced Damien to enroll, he'd just run away again. Atta pictured a stubborn Damien running off shouting, "No way, I'm not going." And there was no obvious way to change the boy's mind. With this offer, it seemed he had nothing to lose. And of course, this was a good opportunity for him. The academy was a good place to be. In a world that revolves around bloodlines and connections, an academic network is incredibly valuable. He gritted his teeth. "Sounds good," he thought, "but it feels like I'm putting a leash around my own neck." He said, "I'll think about it. I understand. Let me know when you've made your decision. Oh, and this is unrelated, but I'm a bit curious." He was rather surprised. Seizing the moment, she asked, "Why did you refuse Alfredo's offer of succession?" He glanced towards the door behind him. A wicked smile spread across his face. "Ah, well, my knees are quite valuable, you see." His answer left her confused. "What was that?" Outside, Alfredo was pressing his ear against the door, trying to listen in. "Huh!" At a certain mansion, just as dawn was breaking, Atta parted his lips, exhaling a plume of cold air. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, practicing his magic. "I see now. This must be the power of the artifact. Even though I've only absorbed 10%, my mana has increased this much." Atta's eyes snapped open and he glanced down. "Is it because my body has been transformed into that of a flame-bearer?" His hand resting on his lap was enveloped in mana. Normally, absorbing this kind of power would result in some loss, but there's none at all. This is completely beyond my expectations. Atta calmly gazed out the window. Anyway, the academy. I've been thinking about it this whole time, but perhaps the answer was decided long ago. Outside the window, the sky was slowly beginning to lighten. If I enroll in the academy, it'll be much easier to find a sponsor. It offers quite a few advantages. But then he turned his head and sighed. And yet it still feels like I'm walking straight into a trap. Maybe I should go for a walk, he thought. A moment later, Atta stepped out of his room, closing the door behind him. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, causing him to look over. "Are you the guy named Atta?" A platinum-haired man was leaning against the wall. Meanwhile, Atta was silently sizing him up. Platinum hair. The only one in the main bloodline with that is Damien, so this guy must be from a branch family. Why is this family always so much trouble? After a few moments, Atta answered flatly, "No, that's not me." The platinum-haired man was taken aback. "You're not him." He looked bewildered, rubbing his chin as he reconsidered. Pale ash-gray hair. Those eyes filled with annoyance. It was all you, wasn't it? In a flash, his whole body tensed up. A red number 10 appeared. "Look at this guy." Atta suddenly pointed to his own head. "My hair color can even change depending on the light." The very next second, he put on a charming, sparkling expression. "Look into these eyes. How could you possibly call this annoyed?" The platinum-haired guy pursed his lips, looking Atta up and down before turning away. To me, his eyes look more gentle now. Sorry for the misunderstanding, I'll be going. Just then, Alpha Zero jumped out of nowhere, yelling, "Hey, young man, no ST!" I came to clear up the misunderstanding from last night. Not being able to talk to you kept me tossing and turning all night. He was kneeling on the ground, crying endlessly. Even for a butler, there's no need to kneel until your knees are raw like that. It's just a misunderstanding. Atta stared blankly down at Alfredo, kneeling by his feet, then stiffly turned his gaze toward the departing platinum-haired guy. He had stopped at some point and was now staring daggers at Atta. Annoyed, Atta clicked his tongue. "Damn it!" What followed was a scream from the platinum-haired guy. "Those eyes, I knew it! That's it! Those unlucky eyes, just like a dead demon's. You don't see those every day." Atta, now helpless, finally admitted, "All right, you've caught me." He furiously pointed right in Atta's face. "Look at you! How dare you trick me and still act so shameless?" The platinum-haired guy ground his teeth, threatening, "I'll finish!" Just then he caught Alfredo's razor-sharp glare. The platinum-haired guy immediately fell silent, looking annoyed. He looked away, finally turning around and saying stiffly, "I'll let you off for today, but come find me at the magic hall later. I'm going to fix that attitude of yours." Atta calmly replied, "Fine by me." After he left, Alfredo gently asked, "Is something wrong?" Atta closed his eyes and smiled, replying, "It's nothing." Then Atta suddenly let out a scornful laugh. "Ha! Actually, this is perfect timing. I wasn't in a good mood anyway." He watched the platinum-haired guys retreating back and thought to himself, "I'll deal with him later." Then Atta suddenly called out, "Alfredo, head butler." He smiled faintly and inquired, "May I see the madam right now?" Not long after that, as the day grew brighter still at that same mansion, Gamo was holding a pen over a blank piece of paper. "Welcome, ST." She closed her eyes with a slight smile. "So you wanted to see me this early? Have you already made your decision?" Just as Gamo looked up, Atta replied, "Yes, madam." He stood respectfully before her and continued, "I will join the academy." Gamo couldn't help but be surprised by this answer. Her eyes widened. Then she smiled again, concealing her earlier loss of composure. "How unexpected. I didn't think you'd decide so quickly." Atta smiled at her. "Excellent. In that case, we must begin preparations at once." Gamo didn't forget to add, "In the meantime, please rest comfortably." Atta bowed slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, madam." And with that, Atta's figure vanished from the room. The sound of the door closing was heard, but then Alfredo suddenly cracked it open and peeked his head in. As he entered, he spoke softly, "Madam." Fortunately, he agreed. The next second, Alfredo's whole body suddenly became agitated. Just as I predicted, that's the spirit of passionate youth. The flame burning in those eyes, I knew it. Just then, Gamo gave him a dead-eyed stare as he put on his show. Alfredo suddenly pointed, his eyes gleaming. "The first semester will be fine, as I'll cover the costs. But what about the second semester?" He imagined the notice and the worried look on Atta's face as he read it. "A wanderer from the land of black and white. How could he possibly manage such enormous tuition fees? He'll feel insecure. Why? Because he'll want to study more. In Alfredo's fantasy, he would extend a hand toward him, and in that very moment, Alfredo would appear with angel wings and a pile of gold coins. A saving hand will appear, none other than the patronage of me, Alfredo. At this point, Gamo finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Alfredo, you're being too loud. Alfredo was startled. My apologies, I got too excited. Since it's almost time to eat, I'll head down to the kitchen first. Gamo just quietly watched him leave. Then she closed the door. She helplessly closed her eyes and sighed. I understand why Alphaz is so excited. He's been rejected many times and has only now seized this opportunity. Then Gamo suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a sharp, cold gaze. She unconsciously thought to herself, in that sense, this academy offer is nothing more than a crude trick. But the reason Alphaz is so confident, Gamo couldn't help but shake her head, is probably because he himself was tricked by the previous butler in a similar way. Meanwhile, Alfredo was happily skipping down the hallway. Alfredo, what a pitiful man. As for Ada, he was leisurely walking down the stairs when he suddenly looked up. Before him now stood a tower that pierced the sky. This is the magic tower. That guy from the Branch family is in here. With that thought, Ada tentatively stepped into the tower. Suddenly, a figure completely covered in a cloak appeared and asked, "What have you come here for?" He hesitated, not answering right away, thinking to himself, "Right, model. I didn't even know his name." After that, I had no choice but to use my hands and words to describe the appearance of that platinum-haired guy. A robed man understood immediately and gestured. "Perfect timing. I've been waiting for you. Please, this way." He led the way, letting out a long yawn. Stopping in front of a door, he said, "You can go in through here." Before leaving, the robed man added, "Remember to bow your head when you open the door." Asta then slowly pushed the door open and stepped into a pitch-black room. A cloud of paper and fine dust hit him in the face. In a flash, I realized. So that's what he meant by bow your head. Asta couldn't help but cough violently. Then someone suddenly spoke up. "Are you Asta?" The person holding a candle slowly stepped out. "A pleasure to meet you." In the candlelight, Henry's wicked smile was revealed. "I have a bad feeling about this. Are you here looking for my younger brother?" Hearing that, Asta was stunned. What is younger brother? He thought. So this guy is his older brother. On a certain night in his past life, kneeling on one knee in a high place. If there's one thing I've learned from infiltrating magic research institutes as a cleaner, he looked down coolly. His gaze was directed at the courtyard of some building complex. It's the defining trait of magic researchers. By nature, they're buried in paperwork. A haggard man, one of those I collectively call pen pushers, a certain young man, with a horrified look on his face, clutched his hair. First, thinning hair. From pulling it out constantly, it can't even grow back. He rubbed his chin mentally, breaking it down into stages. Another man was wearing a hood. Stage 1, denial of baldness by wearing a robe over your head. Another person revealed a patchy head. Stage 2, giving up and letting it all show. And there was another one with a completely bald head, not a single strand of hair left. Stage 3, shaving off what little hair is left. And finally, there were those frantically casting all sorts of spells. And the final stage, Stage 4, researching how to make the impossible possible. Hair growth magic. No one has ever succeeded. Back in the present, Asta looked at the Henry before him, sizing him up. But this guy is different. Meanwhile, he was pouring tea and speaking leisurely. But first, please allow me to apologize, Henry calmly recounted. He's the youngest in our family, born much later than the rest of us. He was spoiled rotten, but I never imagined he'd be so rude as to be insolent with a guest. Asta's face was serious, listening to every word. Henry maintained a pleasant smile as Asta thought to himself, "Definitely shady, and so young, too." Asta suddenly spoke up. "You probably work at a magic research institute." Without a moment's hesitation, he admitted, "That's right. I'm currently the vice director. Please have some." He lifted his teacup and took a sip. A vice director at his age, surely a noble family like the Blandos, would never appoint someone to that position based on bloodline alone. That means his skills are truly worthy of it. Henry smiled, then suddenly noticed the look on Asta's face. He closed his eyes and spoke profoundly. "Asta, you're truly unusual. You're not at all like the wanderers from the gray zone." Hearing that, he just gave a wry laugh. "I guess so." But inwardly, he was thinking, "Damn it. It would have been much easier to deal with him if he'd been on guard. Instead, he's just smiling so gently. He watched Henry drink his tea and mused, "His personality and mine, we might actually get along." Suddenly, Henry spoke up. "Ah, you were invited to enroll at Genian Academy, weren't you? Congratulations." He gave a forced, non-committal smile. Henry started talking again. "It'll be a great opportunity. There's so much to learn. Actually, I'm an alumnus of Genian myself. I was in the 145th class." Hearing him say that, Asta suddenly thought, why is he suddenly bringing up that we're fellow alumni like this? He scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry, I just got a little carried away hearing that you're enrolling at Genion. Anyway, let's get straight to the point." Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. "The main point," Henry put down his teacup and continued. "Before that, there's one thing I want to confirm." He gave a cold smile, looked straight at Asta, and asked, "Are you willing to risk your life for your friends?" He furrowed his brow in confusion. "What?" Suddenly, Henry used magic to summon a book. "The fate of the Blondo family is hanging by a thread. Are you willing to sacrifice your life?" He placed it down before Asta's astonished eyes. "I will give this book to you." He was dumbfounded, exclaiming inwardly, "This is..." It was a thick book enveloped in the light of mana. The core secret art of the Blondo family. The sacred book of light healing. At that same moment, in a greenhouse, Gamo was quietly pruning newly bloomed flowers. Suddenly, the hand holding the shears stopped in midair. Gamo lifted her head and looked up. Then she let out a sigh. She thought to herself, "Damien's enrollment. The things that used to give me such a headache have finally been settled without any trouble. That's one less thing to worry about, at least." Outside, against the blue sky, a flock of birds soared. "Asta! That child is a true friend!" Gamo suddenly recalled the image of Asta from before. His talent isn't bad, and neither is his character. According to Alfredo, he can be a little reckless at times. No, perhaps bold is a better word, but at that age, who isn't? She closed her eyes, and a gentle smile graced her lips. "What I like most is..." The image of Damien happily by Asta's side immediately came to mind. Even though he knows Damien's background perfectly well, he treats him with the same consistent attitude without a hint of flattery. Gamo's eyes shifted as she mused. "He's different. That's precisely why he's worth keeping by our side. But for that same reason..." A white bird took flight into the sky while the cage that held it was wide open. "He'll never truly belong anywhere, just like a free bird." She suddenly let out a sharp breath. "There are many ways to keep someone by your side. I'll have to slowly consider those methods." Just then, Asta's confused face came to mind. I can't let a talent like that slip away. Not for Damien's future. He looked at the book in front of him, still reeling from the shock. "Hand over Blando's secret letter." Ast looked up coldly. What kind of scheme was this guy hiding? And yet Henry Eigg's blue eyes remained as calm as ever. His eyes were so clear, so pure. Perhaps that was why his face still held a gentle smile. I couldn't read him at all. Ast furrowed his brow, annoyed. Whether it was good or evil, emotions usually show in the eyes at least a little. But he revealed nothing like a cold-blooded assassin. In other words, he was smiling from ear to ear while I was still trying to figure him out. He's wearing a mask, to the point where he probably doesn't even know who he truly is anymore. Just then, Henry Eeg suddenly spoke. "I'm not just saying this for fun. Don't rush your answer. Just for the reward in front of you." Ast sneered. "I'll give you my answer." He said to himself, "Now I get it." The uneasy feeling vanished. Ast chuckled softly and said aloud, "I refuse." His answer made the man's eyes widen in surprise. Ast leisurely crossed his legs and continued, "You and I were from the same gutter, so there's no need to be so stiff. All right then. If you have something to ask, just say it." Ast crossed his arms arrogantly. "If I think I can do it, I will. If not, then I won't." At that, Henry Eeg's smile finally disappeared. Just hearing those words could get a man killed. "If you refuse after hearing me out, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you." Ast glared back defiantly. "Then kill me. I've already died once. What's the big deal about dying a second time?" As soon as he said it, Ast's eyes darted as he reconsidered. "Ah, no. Wait, wasn't I the one who died twice?" The very next second, a violent gust of wind erupted from Henry Yeard. He released a torrent of magical energy that sent papers flying across the room. The teacup on the table rattled violently. Henry's brows furrowed deeply as he unleashed his immense power. He directed the flow of magic toward Ast, who remained calmly seated. But then Henry suddenly burst out laughing. He retracted his magic and rubbed his head. "Man, you're really something else. Ast, you've passed the test." Henry had paused for a moment, then continued. "I'll be frank, I need someone I can trust, but it absolutely cannot be someone from the Blondo family." Hearing this, Ast frowned, thinking to himself, "At first I was about to punch him with everything I had." The man smirked and spoke his mind. "We didn't expect much. Wanderers from the gray zone are all the same after all. The young master is still too young, he probably doesn't have an eye for people." The images of Gamo and Damien suddenly flashed in his mind. But for the madam who loves the young master so dearly, to allow a mere wanderer she doesn't trust to stay by his side, I figured there must be something more to it. Just then, Henry spoke up, finishing the thought. "My little brother picked a fight with a guest again, didn't he?" Henry was silent for a moment, then said, "Ask, choose. Speak casually or formally. Pick one." He replied with a hint of indifference. "Fine, let's go with that." The man coughed awkwardly. "Well, in any case, it's a convenient excuse. Otherwise, my younger brother caused trouble with you. And as the older brother, it's my responsibility. So you came here to talk to me." "Sounds plausible, doesn't it?" Assistant raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Plausible, sure. But does the vice director of the Magic Research Institute really need to use his little brother as an excuse to summon someone? Something's not right." As if reading his mind, Henry continued, "Yes, you're right to think that. It's very difficult for me to make the first move myself. Don't get me wrong, this isn't some internal family conflict. The Blando family is very close-knit." He suddenly stopped, the smile vanishing from his face. Henry's eyes admitted with a grave expression, "It's just that I'm being watched by the Zeppelin family." Hearing this, Otta was suspicious. "What Zeppelin?" he asked directly. "Why?" The man replied instantly, "You said you weren't afraid to die, so I'll tell you everything, though I have no intention of killing you." Henry's next words made Otta's eyes widen in surprise. "The truth is, I'm currently researching the celestial arts of a Zeppelin, but it seems I've been discovered." He chuckled and explained, "You know of the celestial arts, don't you? It's a secret technique that only those with Zeppelin blood can learn. I happen to acquire it from one of their members." But suddenly Ast held up a hand to interrupt. "Wait a minute." Otta glared at Henry Eeg and asked, "Someone who should have been dead long ago? Why is he still alive? If Blando was researching it, they'd naturally research countermeasures against its users, right?" Henry laughed again and replied, "You really know your stuff. That's right, Zeppelin was quite careless. If I were only researching countermeasures, then even I, as the vice director, would have already found a way to kill them all by now. As you can see, at first I only intended to study the countermeasures, but the deeper I dug, the more I realized something else." He finished, narrowing his eyes. "Don't you see?" The face of Phaeton and his grimoire suddenly appeared in his mind. The celestial arts are considered the root of all Zeppelin techniques. Henry Eeg was now visibly excited. He clutched the fabric over his chest. "There's still a way to supplement it to make a seemingly perfect technique even more perfect," he confessed frankly. "But I couldn't stop Ast, you must understand how I feel, right?" Meanwhile, Assistant just stared back, completely speechless. "My God, this guy isn't just a little crazy, he's completely insane." He emphasized every single word, unable to stop. "Asta, do you understand how I feel?" Asta's mind was filled with suspicion. "This guy isn't just crazy. He's actually researching that thing right within his own family. I still don't get the real reason. Wait a minute. Then the timing perfectly matches my past life. When the Jacqueline clan annihilated the Blondo clan, the entire incident revolved around Henry E's research on the primordial arts. The primordial arts themselves." Asta recalled what he knew. That bastard Ezel. He bet the entire fate of the Jacqueline clan just to crush the Brandos over this. He was starting to understand the truth. From the very beginning, he saw the potential in the new primordial arts. Asta began to piece together the reason. The reason he's so monstrously strong is because... Lost in his train of thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Asta!" He looked up, focusing again. Henry E's voice was full of suspicion. "Are you regretting this? It's true it needs a larger scale." Asta scratched his head, looking tired and perplexed. "Whatever, forget it. So why were you looking for me?" He brought up his own problem. "First of all, I haven't reported my research on the primordial arts to the family." Hearing this, Asta could guess what was coming. "It seems the Blando family has planted a spy somewhere, but I can't find them." He narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. "If the secret got out, wouldn't you suspect someone, your secretary, for example?" Henry E. took a sip of tea, stating with certainty, "Definitely not. To be more precise, it's more related to the collection route." Asta continued to analyze the situation. If the collection route was traced, then someone must have intentionally leaked the security plan. He shared the same thought. Exactly. As soon as I realized my tracks were exposed, I launched a counter-security plan to deal with it. I don't want to die either, you know. Asta gave a cynical smirk and offered another option. "Wouldn't it be easier to side with the Jacqueline clan? They would surely welcome you." He remained calm and confirmed, "Well, let's just say I have my personal reasons." Then Henry E. made his request. "In any case, Asta, since you're not directly involved with the family, I need you to handle this in secret." He let the documents fly. "Actually, this research is a joint project, but the part I'm in charge of isn't progressing well." Henry E. then caught them and asserted, "I will ensure you are paid handsomely." He then pushed the papers forward, instructing, "Deliver this thesis to Professor Fajin at the Genian Academy." The condition Henry E. offered was, "Then I will grant you the light healing arts." Asta smirked, satisfied. "This is my chance." He immediately nodded in agreement. "Deal." Asta moved closer and made another demand. "I'll accept the light healing arts, but I also want the complete new primordial arts later on. Only then will we truly be allies in the same boat, right?" Making another gamble. Henry E.'s voice was filled with exasperation. "Asta, you're truly shameless." He cut straight to the point. "Just say yes or no. If not, I won't accept." Finally, he agreed. "Fine. The new primordial arts. The name is irrelevant. Since you haven't learned the primordial arts, it's useless to you now, but I will give you the complete version later." Henry E. smoothed his hair and added, "However, I have a condition as well." He had anticipated this. "Until this thesis is complete, I may need your help, Asta. I expect you to lend a hand then. If we're in the same boat, that's the least you can do." "Right," he agreed without hesitation. "That's not a problem. If it's about the thesis, I'll help. By the way, I can't read." Then Asta took the documents. But suddenly Henry E. spoke up again. "Just kidding. Not only shameless, but also dull." At this, he was extremely curious. "So, is this Professor Fajun trustworthy?" Henry E. boasted with great pride. "From our student days until we were teaching assistants. He and I always fought for first and second place. Unfortunately, the competition ended when I returned to the Blondo clan." Asta thought to himself, "Even so, I'm still the superior one. Or is that just his delusion?" Asta was extremely annoyed. "Professor Fajun, this world is truly doomed. To think there's another madman like that at the academy." Under the bright moonlight near the castle, books and letters were thrown down, scattered everywhere. Asta looked at the mess. Annoyed, he shoved everything into his spatial bag to avoid being discovered. But why did he bring so much? Suddenly, he noticed a letter. He opened it and read the contents. "To my dear friend, Asta." He narrowed his eyes in contempt. "Dear friend, my ass. I have great faith in you. I have selected the essential grimoires that you must master for the future. I have written the study order below. Please research diligently to cultivate the wisdom worthy of your stature." The end of the letter was clearly signed, "Your friend Henry E. von Blando." Asta had to admit this was a good gift. He then picked up a book. In his mind, Asta was secretly impressed. To lay out an entire curriculum for magic from basic to advanced. He really is a genius. And also a madman. Then he grinned with amusement. Not good. Asta slammed paper and a pen onto the table and hastily wrote a few lines. Sponsorship list, Henry E. von Blando. He turned to look at the pile of books, calculating carefully. Let's see, besides the light healing arts and the new primordial arts thesis, there are about 132 grimoires. Placing the light healing grimoire in the tower for everyone to see is another matter. I'll have to discuss that with Damien later. Asta recalled, nodding in satisfaction. You can call it a friend's privilege. At that moment, he glanced down and understood. The 132 books Henry E. gave him weren't just 132 books. They formed a single unified system. Asta understood the mechanics very well. If that system existed, anyone who wanted to learn magic could build a foundation. He had already prepared a different plan. Right, before I only thought about storing the books in the tower, but now things are different. In an ancient tower at night, it will become the tower's identity. A place that grants knowledge to those who yearn for it. Asta eagerly awaited the results. This was an unexpected harvest. Henry E. was standing by the window thinking. Initially, my plan was to have him deliver the thesis if he was useful. If not, I would have just used him and thrown him away. He pulled back the curtain, admitting to himself, "But Asta, he's an interesting one." Henry E. gave a strange grin. Furthermore, he recalled Asta's expression. "Kill him, whether I die once or twice." "What's the difference?" Shihei clutched his stomach, choking with laughter. "Kill him. Does he really want me to kill him? It was just a threat to test him, but on second thought, I have no reason not to kill him. He became a bit more vigilant then, but that light, he's not just bluffing. He truly doesn't care about dying." The more Shihei thought about it, the more interesting he found him. So different from those other pigs. How interesting. He was taking Atta very seriously now. It's true he's hiding many things, but isn't that better? I found an ally who can stand by my side looking in the same direction. Moreover, he desires the results of my research. This new feeling is important. There was one problem that bothered him. But he really can't read. Shihei was still full of doubt. No way. Absolutely not. Sunlight streams through the castles. Atta rolls up his sleeves, getting ready. A large bag appears. A notification in the corner reads, "To Mr. A.S.T., it is time to depart." He carries a suitcase. A girl approaches to give a brief explanation. "Upon arrival at the academy, there will be some simple paperwork. By the way, both the young master and you, Mr. S.T., are exempt from the entrance exam." She turns back, her face breaking into a smile. She compliments him. "That being said, you really do look like a proper academy student now. It suits you very well." He nods his thanks. She leads the way and says, "Let's go." Atta's mind was racing. Exempt from the exam, just as you'd expect from a prestigious family. It's like being specially admitted. In any case, I'm not complaining about being exempt. Suddenly, a voice rings out. His friend Damien is waving excitedly. "Hurry up, let's go!" Gamo then adds a few more words of advice. "Damien, make sure you live for yourself." He nods obediently. "Yes," she prays sincerely. "This is a huge opportunity. I truly hope you achieve great results." AST offers a smile of thanks. After that, he slowly walks away. The results I want. Of course, that's my plan. He already had a goal for himself. Genion, the greatest academy on the eastern continent. Countless patrons are waiting for me there, and I will seize it all. Atta was greatly looking forward to it. Just you wait, you idiots, and fellow students, I'm coming. The horse-drawn carriage began to roll slowly down the dusty road. Inside, Damien's eyes were shining, as excited as a child, his face pressed against the window to see outside. In contrast, Atta maintained his usual calm demeanor. He gently closed the book in his hands. "I see." Atta's eyes glinted thoughtfully. Henry E. truly is an exceptional mage. The basic principles of magic are simple, but the interpretations are endless. He imagined an example using water. For one person, it is the water of life, the start of all growth. But for another, it's the water of calamity, like a flood that washes everything away. In short, everything is different depending on your perspective. Even when starting with the same principles, the noble houses developed differently based on how they viewed them. Now, after having read at all the grimoires in the subspace, Atta could clearly feel it. He was able to deduce one thing, that Henry E.'s teachings were connected to the Zeppelin family's primeval arts. Just then, Damien's voice pulled Atta from his train of thought. "Hey, look over here." His face was beaming with excitement. "We're here." Before their eyes, Genion Academy stood majestically against the pale blue sky. A massive gate was carved with a dignified insignia, and the long, classical ivory-white walls stretched out before them. The carriage sped along the paved stone road, leaving a fine mist of dust in its wake. Atta looked out, only mildly surprised. "So this is Genion Academy." Genion, Lancy, who was sitting beside them, finally spoke. "The carriage only takes us this far. According to the teachings of the first great sage and headmaster, all students must walk during the entrance ceremony regardless of their status." She smiled and offered her well wishes. "We'll have to part ways here. Please have a wonderful entrance ceremony, and I hope you learn many valuable lessons." After dropping the two of them off, the carriage began to head back. Damien cheerfully waved goodbye. Suddenly, he grabbed Atta's arm and urged him on. "Hey, we have to hurry." Damien was brimming with excitement. Lancy said if we're late, there might not be any seats left. He listened completely bewildered and was dragged along before he could even process it. What the hell? The entrance ceremony isn't some village festival where it's first come first served. For seating. Suddenly, Atta remembered something. Wait, Did Lancey actually say that? She must have made up an excuse to keep Damien from wandering off. In the end, he decided to just go with it. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. She's certainly straightforward, but she's not shameless. And it's definitely not because this is more convenient for me or anything. The hall for the opening ceremony was filled with a lively buzz. Other students had already taken their seats, chatting excitedly and getting to know one another. Light poured through the glass panes, filling the space and reflecting off the podium placed at the center of the room, which was surrounded by rows of seats. The seats were arranged in tiered rows, creating a formal and orderly scene. Damien's eyes went wide as he looked around, his voice filled with awe and excitement. Whoa, there are so many people. He craned his neck, looking everywhere with the bright eyes of a child. He was so excited he didn't even notice himself drooling. Lancey was right. If we'd been late, there wouldn't be any seats left. Ada put his head in his hands, exasperated. That's not why. He reached into his pants pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a piece of paper, read it over, and then scanned the room. Let's see. Class M3 seats number 11 and 12. While he was still looking for their seats, Damien scampered over and asked, Hey, can I sit over there? If we don't sit down now, I'm afraid all the seats will be taken. Ada calmly reassured him. Hold on. Suddenly his heart felt troubled. Good grief. Didn't you insist on not wanting to enroll before? Why are you so excited now? Suddenly Damien wasn't paying attention. He bumped into someone and fell flat on the floor. Confused, he looked up to see a large, towering student with a dark expression staring down at him. His eyes glaring, he spoke in a voice full of annoyance. What's this? Ada came over and helped Damien up. Are you okay? He naively scratched his head and smiled brightly. I'm fine. After getting up, Damien turned to leave, not forgetting to wave his hand with a clear, apologetic smile on his face. I just wasn't looking where I was going. Sorry. Before he could take a few steps, the student he'd bumped into called out in a low voice, Hold it. He held up his stained arm and demanded, What did you just get on my clothes? Ada looked at the wet spot and found it strangely familiar. Drool. Looks like he's the son of some noble family. In this situation, Damien would... Before he could finish the thought, Damien had already eagerly stepped forward, licked the saliva on his own hand, and bent down to rub the stain off the back of the other student's hand. No, sorry, I'll clean it for you. You've got to be kidding me. His voice was full of excitement and pride, as if showing off a trophy. There, the more I wipe, the shinier it gets. I'll wipe it until it's even brighter. The big student's face grew darker and darker, his jaw twitching repeatedly with anger. Seeing that expression, Ada could only sigh to himself. A fight is about to break out. His anger reaching its peak, he swung a powerful fist towards Damien, roaring, Let go of me, you idiot! The student ground out each word through his teeth. Listen here, student. I think you're mistaken. The punch seemed like it was going to hit Damien, but just then, another hand reached out and stopped it. It turned out Ada had stepped in just in time to catch the fist. It's better if we stop here. The student's face darkened as he tried to suppress his surging anger. Who are you? He opened his mouth about to say, I am. But Damien quickly cut in. My friend Ada had no choice but to continue. That's right, his friend. He yanked his hand out of Ada's, sneering, His friend, huh? A real good friend. It's rare to see someone take a hit for their friend, but today you'll regret that choice. He let out a soft sigh. It seems getting along with my classmates on the first day is impossible. Ada gently squeezed the back of his neck and accepted it. Fine. You don't want to talk this out, I get it. The incident quickly drew attention. What's going on? Looks like a fight. A crowd of students gathered to watch and began to gossip. Who's that guy? That big one looks like he's from the Dalunbi noble family. But I've never seen the other two before. They looked at the power dynamic and the height difference between the three and started guessing. Who do you think will win? Probably the one from the Dalunba family. I heard the new son from that house is really strong. Someone suddenly interjected in a rather loud voice. Are you guys kidding me? He demanded. There's a fight going on and you're just standing there watching. Another person timidly asked, Shouldn't we stop them? Another student agreed. Yeah, before things get too messy. But the one who had interjected pointed a finger. Stop them. Then how are they supposed to fight? He gestured for the others to back off. Make some room. That gray-haired guy is a mage. Put up a barrier around them. Immediately, a group of surrounding students began to cast spells. Magical energy flared up brilliantly in an instant. A barrier of light enveloped the entire area with magical runes spinning and floating in the air. A large crowd surrounded them, cheering excitedly. "Go on, you got this. I'll bet 3 snack tickets on you. I bet 2. I bet 3. You idiots, it's only worth betting on the underdog." In a corner no one was paying attention to. A student just quietly watched with his arms crossed. He smirked with a cryptic smile. Inside the barrier, the student from the Dolunbi family aggressively cracked his knuckles and introduced himself. "I am Hixler, the second son of the Dolunbi family." He lowered himself into a stance, his whole body radiating intense magical energy, his sharp gaze fixed straight on Atta and Damien. "What's your name?" He just calmly loosened his tie and replied, "I don't have a noble bloodline like you. Just think of me as a passerby." Hearing this, Hixler sneered contemptuously. "Not a noble, huh? Doesn't matter. You're a mage, so a tight space like this must be a disadvantage for you. I'll be generous and let you have the first move." His voice rang out full of provocation. "Come on." At first, Atta was a little surprised. Then he smirked. "This guy sure talks a lot." Atta decisively ripped off his tie and challenged, "You said you didn't want to talk. And yet here you are running your mouth, scared." Those words were like adding fuel to the fire. Hixler trembled with rage. He immediately stomped his foot on the floor and charged forward, cursing, "You bastard!" Hixler's dash was like a blur. He closed the distance to Atta very quickly, but Atta remained perfectly calm. He swung a powerful fist, but in the blink of an eye, the agile Atta leaned back to dodge the blow. Hixler grew even more furious. Veins bulged on his face, but before he could react, Atta's voice rang out slowly. "There's one more thing I haven't told you." Right after he lowered his body and tightened his fist, magical energy gathered intensely as his voice emphasized, "Not one person, but 2. As he finished speaking, a punch landed straight on Hixler's face, making him spit up blood. Hixler's large body staggered. He stumbled backward. Atta lunged forward, unleashing a steel-like punch. Hixler, secretly observing and assessing him, realized that Damien, standing on the sidelines, was also part of this fight. Not just one, but 2 of them. I'm ready to take a hit from that damn mage. Hixler took a punch straight to the face and blood sprayed everywhere. With terrifying speed, Atta landed another one. Hixler struggled to stay on his feet, his heart pounding in panic. "What is this?" He gritted his teeth, trying to swallow the pain that shot deep into his bones. Sweat started to pour down his face. How can his punches hurt this damn much? This bastard. A jade-green shockwave enveloped Atta, radiating a completely overwhelming power. Seeing the speed and force of that last attack, Hixler was filled with utter disbelief. "Is he really a mage?" Hixler glanced over at Damien, astonished. Healing magic. Damien was standing on the sidelines, his hand pointed at Hixler, constantly channeling energy to heal his wounds. He tried to regain his composure and adjust his stance. Atta gave a perfectly relaxed smile, raised his hands, and began to form a round orb of light. Hixler was still reeling from the pain and confusion. But why? He stared at Damien, his mind momentarily wandering. So this is what it means to be from a noble family. Truly on another level. Atta seized the opportunity, lunging forward at lightning speed. He laughed mockingly, to get hit that hard and still dare to look away. Hixler felt himself being infused with a surge of healing energy from Damien, but he could only manage to raise his arms to shield himself from Atta's barrage of attacks, finding himself completely on the defensive. Atta watched Hixler's surprisingly nimble dodges and smirked. "You're not half bad." Hixler growled in frustration. "One guy is beating me to a pulp while glaring at Damien with contempt, and the other one is healing me, and Atta is still attacking like a madman." He had turned Hixler into a moving punching bag. That lunatic, he cursed inwardly. "My heart is pounding. I almost wish he'd just knocked me out with one punch." After a dizzying flurry, Hixler finally got a moment to breathe. His pupils dilated as he stared blankly, his body starting to tremble uncontrollably. A look of disbelief crossed his face. "Am I afraid?" Outside, the crowd was shouting, cheering wildly. "Hixler, what are you doing?" "Don't go easy on him." But only Hixler could truly feel how completely outmatched he was. His face turned pale. The crowd, however, was ecstatic. The prodigy of House Dulong, the star of the Eastern Continent, the hope of every martial artist, they cheered relentlessly. "We believe in you. You've been playing around with them for a little too long. Finish him." To Hixler, those words sounded like insults. He ground his teeth. "How dare you!" Rage twisted his face into a ferocious snarl, his eyes now bloodshot. Hixler roared, "A common mage dares!" He charged forward with all his might like a wounded animal, but Otta simply took a single step back. He dodged it completely, taking no damage at all. Otta glanced down at the charging Hixer. Not bad. Hixer seemed to have gone berserk, losing all reason. He kept rushing forward, yelling, "Don't! Look down on me!" He roared, each word dripping with contempt. His punch connected squarely with Otta, sending him flying. The crowd erupted in cheers. "That's our Hixer!" However, Hixer gritted his teeth and looked down at his own hand, his expression unreadable. The feeling from his fist told him it was definitely a direct hit. He clenched his fist, not daring to relax it, wondering to himself, but why did it feel so light? Otta did a flip and landed gracefully. He dusted off his clothes as if nothing had happened. He glanced down at his outfit and said nonchalantly, "You got dust all over my clothes." Seeing this, Hixer froze for a moment. Then his face contorted with rage, he screamed and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Otta remained standing there calmly. With his hands in his pockets, he glanced over at Damien, calculating. Damien just keeps healing that guy. To finish this, I'll have to knock him unconscious with a single blow. Meanwhile, Damien was still diligently and quite amicably healing Hixer. Otta closed his eyes, sensing the flows of mana. All around, let's see now. Yes, this technique should do it. Blue sparks of lightning began to crackle from his hand, accumulating energy. A technique he had created with his comrades in a past life. His focused gaze returned as his eyes slowly opened. It harnesses energy from the collision of mana particles. He aimed for Hixer. It uses mana, but it isn't pure martial arts or magic. Otta shot forward. All of his power was focused into his hand. A pure technique that only utilizes the properties of mana. He threw the final punch with a thunderous roar, giving Hixer no time to react. The cheering crowd was also hit by the pressure wave from the punch, crying out in alarm. One young man in the audience struggled to open his eyes to see what had just happened. What was that? In front of them, there was only dust and smoke, and Hixer still standing there motionless. A pair of nimble feet quickly touched the ground. Otta seemed to flicker in and out of sight. The crowd was stunned into silence. The arena fell completely silent. A single arm was raised forcefully, its hand clenched in a declaration of victory. It was Otta, the one left standing after the decisive blow. He gave a cold snort, his eyes fixed on the silent crowd as he gave an arrogant command. "Cheer, you people." Immediately a roar like an earthquake erupted, filled with absolute excitement. So cool. Is he really a mage? He did it. He actually did it, that son of a gun. This is the moment when the underdog wins. Suddenly a sweet voice called out from behind him, "Hey!" Damien ran up to congratulate him, smiling with joy and pride. "We won!" Otta nodded and ruffled his hair. "Yeah, we did." He smiled, teasing. "So from now on, no more sucking your thumb, all right?" The group over there watched the two, celebrating with mixed expressions. One guy crossing his arms smirked, "I never thought a mage would fight like that." Just then, an irritated voice suddenly boomed from behind. "How vulgar!" A loud noise followed. "Get out! Get out of here, you thugs!" The man who had just appeared yelled. "It's the entrance ceremony. Why is it as loud as a chaotic marketplace?" The man who had just appeared kept turning this way. He kept turning and yelling, "Was it you? Or was it you? If you don't cut it out right now, I'll arrest all of you." Otta frowned, thinking to himself, we're in trouble now. He glanced at the noisy people behind him, feeling a sense of resignation. But it's fine. After all, I'm a cleaner. Otta tried to stay as quiet as possible. There were plenty of ways to escape, and since everyone was so worked up, they wouldn't forget this easily. But then he suddenly looked over at Damien. The guy was yelling non-stop, pointing right in their direction. "It wasn't them, it was us. It's us, over here, over here." Otta squeezed his eyes shut helplessly. Damien's words immediately caught the man's attention. "So it's those thugs, is it?" Damien cheerfully admitted it, with no intention of running away. "That's right. It was us." He drew the man's attention forward to where Hicks lay unconscious on the floor. From inside a closed room, the man's stern voice echoed. "Damien, you and Otta asked." Otta stood straight, a slightly dejected look on his face over the trouble he'd just caused. Damien, however, was openly excited. Yes. The man sat in his chair, his expression serious. "You both confessed honestly, didn't you? For that reason, I'll let it slide this time without any demerits. It seems your opponent wasn't seriously injured either." However, he didn't forget to frown and add a warning. "From now on, I'll be keeping a closer eye on you." Hearing this, Ada immediately let out a sigh of relief, his back straightening. The school grounds seemed quiet now. Sunlight filtered through the cool canopy of tall, ancient trees. Ada pushed the door open and took a deep breath. Luckily, the entrance ceremony hasn't started yet. Just then, a stir of whispers rose from the crowd around him. Is that him? With that body, he beat a martial arts student. He's from the Magic Division. What kind of fighting style was that? Damien, with his restless nature, immediately waved back. Look, everyone's looking at us. Ada kept his face as cold as ice, thinking to himself, damn it, we're standing out way too much. Would you stop waving already, you little weirdo? A group of 3 students quickly walked over to them, catching their attention. One of them spoke up, Ah, it's them. Damien, with a carefree expression, looked very excited. Maybe they saved seats for us. My friend, our classmates are so great, Ada replied perfunctorily. Yeah, I guess so. Just then, the headmaster with his bald forehead and silvery white hair appeared. His voice began to ring out. Yes, and so, the headmaster with a serious expression began his speech. Continuing the teachings of the sage, our academy's first headmaster, we will... The long speech, yes, was drowned out by the noise from below. He could only catch a few words here and there. Damien was laughing his head off while Ada kept his cool expression as usual, thinking, the headmaster sure has a lot of stamina to stand there giving a speech for so long. He suddenly noticed Damien's expression beside him. He had closed his eyes, his head bobbing as he dozed off fast asleep since who knows when. Ada chuckled and sighed. This guy, honestly, he took Damien's hand and used it to wipe his mouth. Don't drool, good grief. Suddenly a voice rang out. Excuse me, headmaster. There's a matter you need to attend to for a moment. The headmaster was a bit taken aback. Is there some schedule more important than the entrance ceremony? What? The person leaned in and whispered something in the headmaster's ear. The headmaster's expression changed instantly. He cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. My apologies, students. An urgent matter has come up and I must leave immediately. This concludes my speech. The rest of the ceremony will continue. With that, he waved his hand and left immediately. Right after, a long-haired girl walked up. She walked with her hands on her hips, her aura blazing. Her eyes swept across the hall as if searching for someone who had committed a grave sin. She yelled, Everyone pay attention, so loudly that even the teachers sitting nearby trembled in fear. The students were no exception. Even the man who was breaking up the fight earlier had to fall silent. Maintaining her threatening posture, she introduced herself. I am Jada, and I will be acting on behalf of the headmaster. Due to an unexpected change in his schedule, he was unable to finish his speech. I will now preside over the entrance ceremony. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. We will now begin with the oath of the new students. First, the Magic Division representative Dahorliaze Danny. A quiet voice from the front row replied, Yes. Jada exclaimed in surprise, What a member of the Danny family had to take the entrance exam. Is it because her skills are lacking? The girl walked confidently to the front. Below, a murmur of discussion rose up. Think about it a little. She's the 3rd daughter of the family head. If her skills were lacking, would the Danny family really let her take the entrance exam? Ada watched the girl frowning. Dahorliaze Danny, he thought, assessing her. If the Zeklin house is the #1 renowned mage family in the East, then the Danny house comes right after them among the renowned mage families. He recalled events from his past life in which Dahorlia had grown up in the Danny house, the eternal 2nd place, and had become the future representative mage for her clan. Her abilities were quite good, too. When I quit my job as a cleaner, she helped me out quite a bit. Besides, we didn't have a bad relationship back then. Ada raised a hand to his chin and smiled, feeling a bit intrigued. But to say we were each other's benefactors isn't quite right. It was more like we were frenemies. In any case, it was a good thing that Dahorlia was enrolling in this class. Jayada continued calling out names. Next, the Martial Arts Division representative, Bolo. A young man stepped forward, responding immediately in a crisp voice, Yes. Standing in the back, Ada silently made an assessment. For the martial arts side, they don't announce the clan name. Looks like they're not from a prestigious or noble family after all. Some hick or hipster. So much for being from a prestigious family. This is all they amount to. I wonder how furious the prestigious families will be. After Bolo stepped forward, Jada announced that the oath-taking ceremony was now over. She continued, Next, I would like to introduce the professors who will be in charge of the 172nd class. Will the esteemed professors please come forward one by one? At that moment, Dahlia was staring intently in a certain direction. Ada seemed to feel a pair of eyes staring right at him. What's this? Is it just my imagination? He couldn't help but feel suspicious, as if their eyes had just met, but he quickly dismissed the thought. But that didn't matter. Dahlia was slowly walking down the stairs. Perhaps because she was distracted, she suddenly tripped and cried out in alarm. This didn't seem to distract Ada from his thoughts, however. He stroked his chin, thinking, I heard a Professor Perun is supposed to be here, right? Looking at the professor on the stage, Ada felt impatient. When is that guy going to come out? One by one, the other professors came up to speak. Finally, the one he was waiting for appeared. An authoritative voice rang out. It is my pleasure. I am Perun, in charge of the Principles of Basic Magic course. Ada frowned, assessing him. I thought his aura would be similar to Henge's, but he's completely different. Looking at the man before him, he thought, then again, Henge is also a master at wearing a social mask. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Next, Jada came up to speak. This concludes the introduction of the professors. The entrance ceremony concluded. Ada glanced back at Damien, who still hadn't woken up. It was as if Jada's voice was a lullaby to him. Please follow the guidance of the administrators to your assigned dormitories. He smacked him on the shoulder. Wake up. Damien, drooling and dazed, asked, Is it over? With a straight face, Ada said without blinking, You were caught sleeping, so you've been expelled. Let's go home now. Damien's eyes widened in bewilderment. A terrible scenario immediately played out in his head, the horror clear on his face. By now, the sun had begun to set. Golden sunlight washed over the castle tops. Ada strolled along the corridor looking for his dorm room, thinking helplessly, that Damien kid, I just teased him a little and he totally freaked out. He stopped in front of a room. Staring at the silent door, he wondered, is this it? Ada reluctantly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Why'd it have to be the top floor? Looking at the room's interior, he marveled, this academy really is amazing. He examined a corner of the desk. Are these daily necessities? So they distribute identical items for everyone in the academy to use. He walked over, picked up a green notebook, and opened the closet. Inside were hangers. Ada took the coat hanging inside and thought to himself, because even a single trivial item can reveal one's background. But I guess everyone will eventually get their own personal things anyway. As he pushed the door open to leave, he ran into someone. Ada remembered my roommate. I think his name is Bolo. But his expression didn't look very friendly. Bolo, with his eyes closed, said coldly, Try to be as quiet as possible. He was holding a suitcase, his face devoid of emotion. Whether you want to unpack your luggage or arrange your belongings, I don't care. And he continued to list his isolating demands. Staying up late is fine, but I expect us not to interfere with each other. And that, of course, includes talking after a certain hour. Seeing that Ada didn't reply, Bolo's eyes snapped open and stared threateningly at him. Answer me! Ada's eyes glinted with indifference as he calmly watched the person opposite him. Look at this guy. Seeing him remain silent, Bolo grew more irritated, his voice sharp. Why don't you answer? Ada was still busy searching his memory. I heard he was the top student in the combat department, right? I wonder how strong he really is. With that thought, he suddenly leaned in and lunged toward him. Bolo reacted defensively. His hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, taking a defensive stance. What do you think you're doing? At that moment, Ada stopped and glanced down. Not bad. Observing his hand movement, he praised him inwardly. He draws his sword but knows how to hold back so as not to harm others. Not bad. Just then, Damien's voice, and called from outside, Hey, dude, hurry up. Ada smirked. What am I doing? I'm just getting ready to go out. He brushed past Bolo, patting him lightly on the shoulder. Suit yourself. But in return, Ada turned back with a bright, mischievous smile. But if I happen to sing after midnight, don't complain. Got it. Once outside, Damien ran up to him energetically. Hey, dude, he asked cheerfully. Who's your roommate? Ada replied nonchalantly. Bolo. Damien was stunned for a few seconds, mumbling, Bolo, I have no idea who that is. Ada was speechless, cursing him inwardly. Of course you don't. You were sleeping like the dead. He enthusiastically raised his hand and suggested, Anyway, let's go check out the academy. Lancey said there are tons of things to see in the academy. He said we absolutely have to go on the first day. And he also told me to go with a friend. Hearing this, Ada considered it. All right, let's see how many interesting things there are. Then he cracked a smile. Let's get going. The two of them walked side by side, strolling through the school grounds. The atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful, with one story flowing endlessly into the next. The sunset sky was painted a warm orange, the last light of day casting a soft, peaceful glow over the scene. Stopping for a moment on the bridge, Damien excitedly exclaimed, "Whoa, a lake! It's a lake! We don't have anything like this at my place." Beside him, Otta seemed a bit worn out by his friend's enthusiasm. Before them was a crystal-clear lake with small ripples lapping back and forth. Otta felt truly exhausted. "It feels like I'm taking a kid out. I guess that's why Lancey stuck me with him, but who am I to complain? I'm a petty person who gets even when annoyed." He suddenly mumbled, "Well then just have them make you one." Damien, not understanding, looked over with wide eyes. Otta smiled and explained, "You just have to dig a hole and fill it with water. Simple." Instantly, Damien's eyes lit up like stars as he enthusiastically cried out, "That's right. I'll tell them to make it even wider and bigger than this one." Back in the Lancey residence, Lancey, who was washing dishes, suddenly sneezed. Damien began to seriously ponder what to name the lake. Otta let out a soft chuckle, then casually dropped a name. Huyet Han Lei. The moment he uttered the name, it made Dami On's face light up. He clapped his hands with a loud smack. It's settled. This time, back at the Lancey residence, Lancey shivered once more. A bad feeling washed over him like a tidal wave. Damien continued to walk around excitedly. He pointed. "Look at that statue over there. It's gorgeous." Ada glanced over, then nonchalantly suggested, "Tell them to make that too. Make it Huyet Han Lei too." And without half a second of hesitation, Damien agreed. At that, Otta began to ramble on, waving his hands like an artistic director. "Make it in the shape of a dragon. It'll only look good if every single scale is exquisitely detailed." The more Damien heard, the more excited he became, nodding vigorously. "Brilliant! Absolutely perfect!" Lancey's face went pale, his body drenched in a cold sweat as shivers ran down his spine. What is this? Why do I suddenly have a chill down my spine?" After walking around for a while, Otta finally asked, "Have you had enough of a walk? Shall we head back?" Damien happily agreed. Otta gave a slight nod, his gaze growing grim. "Let's see. The cleaners have detected about 7 of them, including the ones we haven't located yet. That's probably around 10. Estimating their general positions, the epicenter is..." Otta's gaze settled on Magic Studies Building Number 2, a massive, imposing structure. He searched his memory. Magic Studies Building Number 2. That means the building with Professor Bajun's research lab. I suspected as much. So the target really is Professor Bajun. Inside, Otta began to calculate his next move. Jekyllin must have realized. Good thing I have a helper. So now they're moving on to suspecting Bajun, who has close ties to him. His eyes darted toward a cluster of bushes where a figure was silently watching them. The corner of Otta's mouth curled into a thin, sarcastic smile. A wave of amusement washed over him. I was starting to worry they weren't going to tail us. Right on time, and a perfect tail at that. Let's see what they've managed to find out. One night, the sky was dark, a thick veil of blackness covering the academy. A lone streetlight cast a pale yellow light flickering in the bleak wind. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted across the rooftops. The figure was so agile it was nothing but a blur. With light cat-like leaps, he instantly closed the distance to the eastern building. With just a light push, the dark figure landed on the ground. He made almost no sound. The moment he touched down, a voice called out from a dark corner, "You're here!" The newcomer gave a slight nod, stepped forward, and asked curtly, "Where are the others?" The one waiting replied curtly, "They've gone on ahead. We received an urgent order from above to assemble at the target's hideout." The other man asked, "Primary or secondary target?" The first man answered, "Secondary," then added, "Looks like the primary target is already being tailed, but we've also gathered intel. The assessment is that tonight at exactly midnight, the item will be transferred to the secondary target." Hearing this, the man who had just arrived slowly stroked his chin. "So that's what this is about." He analyzed the situation thoughtfully. "It's a good thing the primary target has made his move. The fact that the order came down to us means that of all the secondary targets, the one we're assigned to watch is Professor Bajun." But as a thought occurred to him, the newcomer started his eyes widening. He asked tensely, "Wait, what about the single digits? They're telling us to get past that lot of monster professors. We'd need number 1 at the very least, or maybe 2 or 3 other single digits to even have a chance of handling them." The man in black who had been waiting replied nonchalantly, "Number 1 isn't coming, and neither are the other single digits." The other guy couldn't stop himself from running a hand through his hair and cursing under his breath. "Damn it!" Just as he was sinking into despair, the other man spoke again, his voice low and raspy. Fire Demon Ahen. He'll be joining us. Adao. The newcomer looked like he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes wide in disbelief. Cohen. According to his memory, he's the vice commander of the Reklan Magic Guild. If it's him, he's more than strong enough. Does he remember something? That guy gritted his teeth. He's famous for being cold-blooded, willing to do anything for a mission, which means, as he thought of this, he swallowed hard, trying to suppress the rising tremor, then gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Son of a bitch. So he's the type to risk his life for a mission, huh? The other man in black calmly reassured him. But it's not a given that this will explode into a clan war. The clans are hesitant to reveal a well-known mage during a mission. The other guy snorted. Yeah, right. Let's just hope so. The other man in black urged him on. Well, then let's go. Two dark figures shot out of the building. We need to regroup quickly to increase our chances of survival, even if it's just by a little. However, the two of them had no idea that their every move had been seen by someone standing on a nearby rooftop. The moonlight cast upon his face. What a night, huh? The cold night wind blew past, carrying a sound as soft as a breath. Cohen, is that really you? At that moment, Asta thoughtfully observed the area. Genion Academy is enormous, so you have to know the terrain to avoid getting lost. That goes for me, too. He stared at the building surrounding the fountain for a long while. Asta's gaze hardened, and he silently confirmed his thoughts. He's not half bad. A faint spark of excitement flickered within him. It's good to finally have something to occupy my mind. Even though it's not like my past life, I can still feel it. The sense of a quiet evening. Only the flickering blue flame illuminated him. Asta, disguised as a man in black, sat in one spot observing. His whole being radiated the familiar aura of a cleaner, a member of the Zekulin clan. Cohen leaped up with a sinister smile. Cohen. He's still enjoying his golden age even back when I was active. He turned his back to look at someone. After the Zekulin clan desperately fought against the Brando clan, he smiled faintly. He stayed with the declining clan and proved his loyalty. Cohen's back looked incredibly dangerous. He's dangerous now, but Cohen's true peak was after the war with Brando. He smirked, looking sinister. The Hellfire of Zekulon, the unstoppable one who made his mark as the last war mage. Asta made his decision. That's why I have to capture him. He looked at the glowing book and mused. Cohen's magic is one of the secret fire arts of Zekulon. Moreover, as one of the most renowned mages on the continent, he's worth the risk I'm taking. Asta lowered his head, lost in thought as he walked. People used to wonder why such a troublesome guy would follow me around only to return here. This is truly an unexpected windfall, but there's still something that bothers me. Then his expression grew determined. The target they mentioned. Henza's manuscript is in my possession. A blank piece of paper appeared in Asta's mind, and yet they said that the target will be handed over to a secondary target, Professor Pazin. Two figures in full hoods also appeared along with the affirmation, my manuscript can't be a fake and there's no way that the target they're talking about isn't that manuscript. Asta spoke slowly. In that case, the target being delivered today is a fake. A man appeared, and he was fastening his cloak. He reached out to open a closet to get something. Immediately, the man tucked a weapon into his side. Then he waved his hand and turned away. Next to him, another person was fast asleep under the covers. The man, completely cloaked, stepped lightly. It was Bolo. He shot a sharp glance to the side. The green-haired man was lost in a dream on his bed, completely unaware. Outside the castle, the sky was pitch black. All the lights were out, and only a single room remained brightly lit. A candle was lit next to Pazun. He was staring intently at something. Right after Pazun squeezed his eyes shut with a grimace. Zekulon, you filthy rats. He cursed in anger. They said they'd shown an opening, but since they hadn't crossed the line, I held back. But now they dare to invade my territory, and so brazenly. What is this? Suddenly, Pazun's eyes became sharp. So that's how it is. All of a sudden, the white door to the room creaked open, and a person cloaked from head to toe stepped inside. Pazun glanced over, thinking, a mercenary, and right after he called out the name, decisively startling the other person. Bolo. Pazun calmly admonished him. Next time you plan on going in disguise first, learn how to refine your E form. That is the foundation of covert operations. Bolo held a white envelope in his hand and offered it to Pazun. Pazun glanced down at it and said, well, if there is a next time. Hearing this, Bolo furrowed his brow, looking as if he didn't understand what he was saying. Pazin took the envelope. Ugh, Henry. So it was you. He observed it, not opening it right away. You were trying to transfer the manuscript without Zekelin noticing, but you ended up getting caught pathetically. But then Pazin changed his mind. No, that old fox wouldn't be caught so easily. A pair of feet were running hastily somewhere. What are you planning? Suddenly the room exploded in a massive blazing fire. A figure in a white cloak stepped inside and offered a greeting. A pleasure to meet you, Professor Pazin. It was Cohen. He smirked sinisterly and swept his hair back. My name is Cohen. I wonder if a professor who just holes himself up in his research lab would have heard of me. Bolo, stunned, whipped around with an utterly horrified expression on his face. But Cohen continued arrogantly, Seems we have another guest here, eh? A mercenary, right? That swordsman over there seems to know who I am. But what about you, Professor? Before he could continue his posturing, Pazun quickly cut him off. Never heard of you. He planted a hand on the desk and pushed himself up. All right, stop babbling and get to the point. Ahen frowned in disgust and complained bitterly, Your stench is making my nose rot off. Then he clutched his face and laughed hysterically. Now this is interesting. This is the first time I've ever been treated like this. In that case, I'll be blunt. Ahen pointed directly at Bolo, who was standing opposite him, and declared with certainty, That man will die. An orange circle appeared at his fingertip. As for that professor, Ahen's eyes widened as he wondered, Should I take your arm? Or your eye? Suddenly a hand violently grabbed someone's shirt. 3J immediately stepped in to block Ahen's attack. The two powerful blows collided, creating a scene of devastation. Bolo narrowed his eyes and yelled out. He struggled to keep his eyes open to see his opponent's next move. Both of them stood rooted amidst the rubble. Kazan turned and called out, Bolo! He then calmly announced, From this moment on, I will treat you as a mercenary first and a student second, so you'd better watch your own back. Bolo, understanding, quickly replied, Yes, sir. Bazin turned, nodded, and thought to himself, considering no alarm bells have rung despite this explosion. It's highly likely those Deku land rats have cast a concealment spell. As night fell over the magnificent castles, 3J narrowed his eyes, thinking, Can I only rely on the rookie mercenary? Is that all? Ahen stood there, taunting them arrogantly. This document envelope, it's definitely from that Blondo trash, he said slyly, and he doesn't seem like the type to hand it over quietly. 3J glanced at Ahen. What should I do now? Suddenly a terrifying expression crossed his face as he asked, How about I play with you for a little while? The moment he finished speaking, Ahen unleashed an attack surrounding them in a golden light. Bazin and Bolo could only watch defensively. Suddenly, several masked figures flew in from out of nowhere. Seeing this, Ahen grinned like a demon. Bolo's eyes widened in worry. Immediately after, Bazin swiftly created a white circle in front of him. The two beams of light, his white and the other's gold, crashed directly into one another. A cloaked figure watched from a distance, seeing the beams of light radiating from the castle. It was Ada. He looked up and thought to himself, It's begun. Ada took out a mask and held it in his hand. Then he placed it on his face. It's been a while. Ada's eyes began to glow as he leaped nimbly into the air. He wasn't Ada anymore, but the #1 cleaner. With his preparations complete, Ada looked straight ahead and said, All right, let's go. He clasped his hands together. Lady Moon, Ada prayed sincerely, let me once again be an agent of justice. He narrowed his eyes. But to be honest, I've never really believed in justice. Immediately, Ada leaped high into the air. Meanwhile, at the now devastated castle, Ahen burst out laughing. You're not bad, mercenary. Bolo was panting, exhausted, but he still gripped his sword tightly. He glanced back worriedly. Damn it! There was a glowing object on Bolo's hip. To think the charm the captain gave me was a protective talisman. What a stroke of luck! Suddenly he was startled by a shout. Get out of here! With glowing eyes, Bazin flew in and unleashed a powerful attack on Ahen. Ahen immediately retaliated. Bazin casually patted Bolo on the shoulder. Not bad. Perhaps I can trust you a little more. Bolo looked down at his sword and frowned. It's an enchantment. Bazin turned and asked, Can you block them? Bolo stared straight ahead and replied, I can handle as many as you need. Then he declared boldly, It's no longer a matter of if I can. If I fail, I die. Ahen smirked contemptuously. A mage and a guardian. What an interesting combination. Without hesitation, Ahen launched an attack toward Bolo. Luckily, he managed to block it with his sword, and dodged to the side. Over on the other side, Bazin was still maintaining the spell within the blue circle. The Guardian has been taken care of. The hooded figures are being taken down one by one. If this keeps up, I'm going to run out of energy. An idea struck Bazin. He glanced over at Ahen, who was in the middle of an attack, and made a decision. I have to take a gamble. As Bazin maintained the magic in his hands, he thought, the mana distributed throughout nature is finite. If multiple entities issue commands at once, a struggle for control will erupt. Immediately, he poured all of his power into this one attack. So how much can you draw from me? Ahen stood his ground and asked, Are you challenging me? Ahen, not one to be outdone, sneered and launched himself forward. Fine, let's see you try. But just as he was about to reach Bazin, he suddenly recoiled with a shout. A terrifyingly powerful beam of light enveloped the entire castle from within. All three of them were enveloped by the light. Bolo, now floating in midair, looked down. He squinted his eyes, observing. Damn it! He watched bitterly as Ahen and Bazin fought fiercely. They're both monsters. There's no opening for me to get in. Not long after Bolo was lying motionless amidst the rubble. If it was going to come to this, you should have just fought from the very beginning. Three heavily cloaked figures stood outside, looking up at the raging vortex of destruction. Then a voice spoke up. He's so patient. A man watching from the side stopped, worried. Rushing in now would be suicide. Breathe, regain your strength. He turned around and asked, How many cleaners are left? Suddenly, a torrent of white light erupted in fury, blasting the cloaked figures away. A man's jaw dropped in surprise. An ambush! At that same moment, he yelled. A black-cloaked figure approached quickly. It's an ambush. It was Ada. He landed hard on a large rock. Ada's sudden appearance made Ahen and Bazin turn to look. He looked up with ice-cold eyes and declared, And now for my grand entrance. The two of them were still fighting, but their eyes were now fixed on Ada. At his words, Ahen flew into a rage, turning to shout, Are you mocking me? Ignoring the shout, a bloodthirsty Ada lunged forward. He quickly grabbed his neck, and as his eyes grew sharp and cold, he said, This place will be your grave. Caught by the surprise attack, Ahen couldn't react. In agony, all he could do was stare wide-eyed at Ada, who yelled, Die! But then Ahen shoved both hands hard against Ada's chest and was immediately blasted backwards by a terrifying force. Ahen slid across the ground, his face a mask of bewilderment. He covered his mouth, wincing. Damn it! Mana rejection! Without a moment's hesitation, Ada rushed toward Ahen, who had just been hit by that powerful blow. He was now coughing up blood continuously. The other black-cloaked figures quickly approached. Ahen grabbed a potion bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, I have to suppress this mana rejection first. After drinking the potion, he wiped the blood from his lips. Where the hell did someone like him crawl out from? Suddenly, Ahen stared as Ada began to generate a blue aura that enveloped him. Ahen stood there, stunned at the sight. What is this? But not a single one of his movements is wasted. On top of that, his magic is perfectly optimized for speed. He flinched, then looked at Ada. I'm actually impressed. Immediately, Ahen created countless red circles. I don't know who you are. He opened his mouth wide, revealing two fangs, and screamed, But I will kill you. And just like that, the two beams of light crashed violently into each other. The black-cloaked figures were thrown far away. A red-haired man's eyes widened as if he had just witnessed something horrific. That torrent of light exploded, obliterating everything around it. After the powerful attack, Ahen coughed up blood and wondered to himself, Did I get him? His face showed clear satisfaction. The other cleaners got caught in that too, but who cares about them? In the end, all that matters is completing the mission. Looking up at the clear sky where a few blurry black shapes were falling, he was quite certain of that. That masked man is the target who must be eliminated. Ahen wiped his face and chuckled softly. I'm getting too excited. This isn't like me at all. He was confident of victory. If I cooperate with the remaining cleaners, I'll be able to take down Professor Fagin. Suddenly, the glass vial in his hand fell and clattered to the ground. A gun barrel appearing from nowhere was suddenly right in his face, along with a contemptuous voice. Is that all you've got? From within the billowing smoke, a shadowy figure spoke. Ahen, on the outside you look like a mindless brute, but inside you're as cold as a snake. I knew from the start that you planned to blow away me along with the other cleaners. Ada aimed his hand like a gun at the magic array before him and continued, "You directly expose your opponent's weakness. That very cruelty is the reason for your failure." As soon as he finished speaking, Ada decisively fired a beam of light forward. Ahen could only stare blankly as a single thought flashed through his mind, so fast. The powerful beam pierced through the air. It grazed past him. The wind blew away tiny droplets of blood. The small ponytail at the back of Ahen's head was sliced off and fell. A bullet went straight through the middle of his forehead, leaving a bloody hole in his head. Ada slowly landed on the ground, standing before the crumpled, fallen body. That last battle took a lot out of him. He understood his opponent's power well. He was worthy of the name Ahen, he thought, recalling the explosive attack from before. Ada rated him quite highly. Anyone else would have died from a surprise attack like that, but he managed to counterattack. His reputation as a battle mage is well-deserved. His reactions and judgment are incredibly fast. Of course, he also recognized his own luck, but Ahen's final move had been a huge help. If he had teamed up with the other cleaners and dragged the fight out, I would have lost. My mana capacity is still far too low. He then walked slowly over to the corpse. Ada reached out and began searching Ahen's body. Let's see, it should be around here somewhere. Finally, he pulled out a cloth pouch containing a few items. Just as I thought. Most battle mages don't trust anyone, so they carry their secret arts with them. Ada took it as his own. And of course it won't have time to perform a basic owner identification. I can open it slowly later. Once everything was settled, he turned his head and glanced to the side. Now Ada spoke, his voice slightly chiding. "You're late." A man emerged from the smoke, walking towards him. He quietly called out, "Professor Fajan." The man calmly grunted, and then explained, "Exterminating the rats took a little time." The group on the other side had all been frozen solid by Fajan. He maintained his cold demeanor, raising a hand that crackled with power. "More importantly, are you a rat too?" But Ada seemed unconcerned. On the contrary, he laughed loudly. "One's a madman, the other is a battle-crazed thug. What do you think about the fact that I just killed one of Jakalan's men?" His attitude made the professor lower his guard. "Seeing as you called that guy a madman, you must be the one Henshaw sent, right? And I'm not that thug. He's already stopped doubting me." Ada was a bit speechless. "You're trusting me based on just that?" He wondered about the identity of the person he'd met before. "So who was that mercenary that approached me?" Pazun asked a somewhat unrelated question. "Did he split the thesis in two?" I didn't answer. Let's just put that aside. I haven't heard anything about that, so I'm not sure. It's highly likely it was a fake. Henry E.A. must have carefully planned to use a fake as bait to lure the rats out of hiding. I recall Henry E.A.'s interested expression. "I'll be the one to lure them in," he surmised. "It seems he wants to strengthen the defenses in Hayden City and the academy here, as well as reduce the influence of the Zekulin family," Ada thought to himself. And even though the cleaners cast a light-extinguishing spell, the battle was quite large-scale. Even if the report was delayed, there's no reason why the Imperial Knights haven't arrived yet. The Zekulin family must have used their connections with the Imperial Knights. Pazun once again confirmed his identity. "So you really are the messenger?" Ada directly handed over a neatly tied stack of papers. The man took them and examined them carefully. Suddenly, Pazun looked up from the documents. "Do you know the contents?" He didn't hide it. "I only know the gist of it." The man didn't press him further, just calmly replied, "I see." At this point, Ada stated frankly, "All right then. I don't mind a one-on-one duel, but are you sure? I don't want to lose a reliable ally." Pazun tucked the documents into his coat. "It's rare we agree on something. For now, I'll accept the thesis. I don't want to lose an ally either. So let's just drop this." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Is there anything you want?" Seeing his confused expression, Pazun explained, "That guy Henry, he seems to only trust one type of person, those with desires that align with his. You must be that type too. So to build trust, I have to give you something." Hearing this, he thought seriously for a long while before finally giving his answer. "A book." This desire was outside of Pazun's expectations, making him ask for confirmation. A book. Ada began to imagine a scene. "I will build a tower, a tall, grand tower. I will fill it with books that anyone can read. It would be wonderful if you could contribute a book containing your views on magic." After hearing this, Pazun could only scratch his head and reluctantly agree. "All right, I don't think anyone could read and understand it all, but writing a book is probably for the best. It sounds fun." He turned, thinking his business was done, and prepared to leave. I have to go. But the man suddenly called out after him. Wait, how are we supposed to stay in contact? Don't you have to deliver the next thesis? Ada gave a serious reason that left the other man speechless. I don't keep contact information for men. Then he pulled a string of purple beads from his pocket. Ada tossed the bracelet towards him. Use this. These are contact crystals. They're linked so that if one breaks, the other breaks too. If you want to call me, smash 1. If there's trouble, smash 2. He left one final message. When that happens, I'll come find you. Pazin took the string of beads. He noticed another issue. Hey, I'm not into men either. But by the time he looked up, the other person had vanished. When did he muttered to himself. Why do I have such a creepy feeling? Time passed. Not long after the Empire's Imperial Knights arrived. After the handover, the Imperial Knights quickly secured the scene. They split up to help each of the injured, then evacuated the Academy students in case a second attack might occur. At this point, Ada had changed his outfit. Returning to his usual appearance, he naturally took the opportunity to blend in with the students. Damien, still sleepy, looked at him curiously. Buddy, where have you been? Feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Ada just gave a vague reply. I had to handle something big. He scanned his eyes around the scene, calculating. Let's see. Ahen's body and those of the cleaners are clear evidence, so the Jekulin family should lay low for a while. Seeing that he wasn't focused and was looking around, he misunderstood that he needed to use the restroom. Buddy, what's taking you so long? Are you constipated? Want me to fix that for you? Ada didn't answer, just focused on his thoughts. But why did Du react like that during the last fight? He usually doesn't respond, but when I blocked Ahen's spell, his energy seeped into my force field. Thanks to that, I was able to block it, so it's not a bad thing. He recalled the feeling from that moment. It wasn't that the force field became more durable, but more like a kind of nullification phenomenon. He connected the instances where that type of magic was used. It's a method primarily used by elemental mages, a technique that prevents the caster from being harmed, just like Ahen the fire user. Ada turned away, frowning, and muttered, I don't get it. Damien beside him thought he was talking to him again. He enthusiastically offered to help. You don't get it. Just take off your pants, buddy. But his words were clearly influenced by the thoughts in his head. Why did it react at that moment? And what are the activation conditions? He looked towards the distant castle, telling himself, I need to investigate. He also reminded the other guy, don't pull your pants down, Damien. A building with ancient, majestic architecture was visible. He silently made a plan. Lapeter, the largest library in the east, is located within the academy. I should be able to find a clue there. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, you're Ada, right? The boy walked over and greeted him warmly. Nice to meet you. I'm Chibi. He maintained a cold attitude, but the boy kept a smile on his face. You're a pretty good fighter, aren't you? These words made Ada a little wary. What did he see me fight? It'll be a pain if my identity gets exposed. Do I have to kill him? Faced with Chenny's enthusiasm, Ada thought to himself. What? He saw me fight. This is a huge stain on my record as a cleaner. He, however, was carefree and full of praise. A brawl with a martial arts type on the very first day of school. That's pretty impressive. How can you fight like that? His words immediately made him seem a little less prickly, leaving him somewhat speechless. It's better to be famous than infamous, of course it has to be this way. No, that's not important. Ada turned his face away. It's just that I was lacking strength back then. It'll be different from now on. Chenny scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, I see. He shyly followed him and Damien through the crowd. A moment later, Chenny honestly expressed his wish. Actually, it's like this. I want to go with you. I haven't made friends with anyone yet, and trying to butt in somewhere else is a bit, you know. Ada glanced at him. Yeah, I get the gist. He had seen through this long ago. In principle, the Academy promises equal treatment, disregarding one's status. But that's the Academy's stance, not the students'. Poor kids like me are naturally pushed to the outskirts, but then again, he himself had no attachments either. He just told himself, I don't really care either. So Ada turned back and agreed with Chenny. Yeah, whatever. The boy let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. To be honest, I was pretty anxious. A little more relaxed, Chenny skillfully tried to get on his good side. If something like what happened earlier comes up again, it'd be awkward to be alone. He grunted in agreement with a faint smile. That could be true. Feeling emboldened, the boy started to be more daring. Oh, right. Hey! The two of them chatted comfortably on their way. Ada found this rather novel. So this is what a normal conversation is like. He lifted his cool eyes to the sky, contemplating, "This life I'm always surrounded by lunatics." He recalled the unique faces he had dealt with in the time before this. Ada comforted himself. "I've forgotten what normal feels like." The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Now academy life truly begins. The next morning at the academy, golden sunlight shone down on the sparkling building. In the lecture hall, almost all the students were present. Damien let out a huge yawn. He sluggishly slumped onto the table. Ugh, so sleepy. Just then, Chenny arrived, waving cheerfully. "Good morning, Ada Damien." As soon as he sat down, he looked a little dissatisfied. "After all that commotion yesterday, we still have to go to class today. Isn't that a bit much?" His hand flipping a page, he replied, "Yeah, I guess so." Ada observed him. Chenny. From the way he talked yesterday, he doesn't seem to be from a noble family, nor from a well-off one. And yet he's not timid at all, he's quite bright. In a good mood, he silently assessed him. He'd make an okay friend. Suddenly, he turned to him and called out, and guess what? Chenny revealed a piece of information. "On my way here, I heard that our homeroom teacher for Class E3 is Professor Jzada." The unfamiliar name made him curious, and he repeated it. Jzada Chenny was astonished. "Don't tell me you don't know Professor Jzada, the one who's rumored to have single-handedly slaughtered that entire horde as she's here." He looked down toward the podium. A female professor was slowly approaching. "Ah, I remember now." The familiar face reminded Ada of the professor on stage during yesterday's entrance ceremony. She spoke. "A pleasure. I am Jzada. There was a bit of a commotion yesterday, but it was nothing serious. I expect you all to put it behind you and focus on your studies." She gestured toward the support equipment being brought in. "So before our first lesson, we will conduct a mana measurement. Basically, mana has two aspects, quantity and quality. Between those two, which one is more important?" A hand was raised. Jzada asked, "What is your name?" The little girl stood up a bit shy. "I'm Azine," Jzada permitted her. "Go ahead, Azine." The girl seriously and carefully presented her view. "I think there's no absolute answer, but assuming one has a sufficient level of mana, then the quality of the mana is more important." Jzada pressed for her reasoning. Azine explained, "When dueling a mage of the same rank, the side with superior mana quality will overwhelm the other." Ada also noted this opinion, agreeing with a part of it. That's the orthodox view. Mana quality affects the accuracy, stability, and power of spells. If you have a lot of mana, but can't land a hit, it's useless. But, as expected right after that, the girl was met with the displeased look from her homeroom teacher. A dissatisfied tisk rang out, startling all the confidence out of Azine. Jzada directly interrogated her. "Azine, which family are you from?" The little girl obediently replied, I'm from the house of Viscount Bohm." Hearing this, she immediately showed open contempt. No wonder. This time, Azine was completely crushed, tears of injustice welling up in her eyes. But Jzada ignored her and moved on to another target. "Does anyone else want to answer?" Those sharp eyes swept across the classroom. No one. Suddenly, she pointed at a random male student. "Hey, you!" He jumped in alarm. Yes, ma'am." Jzada drawled, "Is your name yes, ma'am?" He hastily corrected himself, stammering, "No, ma'am, I'm Iban." Iban stood up and carefully answered the previous question. "For me, I think mana quantity is more important. After all, in large-scale combat, and the amount of mana would have a greater impact, wouldn't it?" Ada silently noted this. "Right. Thinking from the other perspective, in a chaotic battle, quantity is more important than quality. In conclusion, if you change a few variables, both quality and quantity are important." But Jzada wore a completely dissatisfied expression. She asked him directly, "Which family are you from?" He replied, I don't belong to any family." This made her pause. What in the world? Could I have missed something so basic? Zeta continued calling the next names. Each answer rang out, "I think it's casting speed," one after another, all mentioning their family. "And for me, it's the purity of my family." This was enough to confuse even a calm guy like him. Is she just going to have the students repeat the question and then move on? The question from Zada kept ringing out along with the class's chatter. "And you? And you? What is with this so annoying? I should just look away." Harta thought anxiously, what could the answer be that's making the atmosphere so heavy? After a while, she finally ended the questioning. I have heard all of your answers clearly. Zeta's tone softened a bit. Actually, every answer you just gave was close to the correct one, wasn't it? This was never a question with just one answer. Therefore, what I was looking for wasn't an answer. She then emphasized one particular point. Think carefully about what kind of answer you gave me. Zeta frankly pointed out the entire class's flaw. Did those answers align with your own thoughts, or were you simply guessing what I wanted to hear? She reminded them of a mage's duty and identity. A mage is someone who must never at any time lose their own convictions nor be swayed by the judgment of others, and you must be able to fully carry out your own will. Her sharp golden eyes narrowed. So what about all of you just now? Her solemn question echoed through the lecture hall. Are those truly the qualities of a mage? Zeta concluded, in the future you must all become true mages. That is what I wanted to convey to you in this class. Engrave that into your hearts. The entire class fell silent upon hearing her words. He let go of the tension he'd been feeling. So what I thought was right after all. What a fresh, convoluted loop. Zeta moved on to the main topic. Now one by one you will come up to have your mana measured. Azine. The little girl who was crying her eyes out jumped when her name was called. Yes. Zeta assigned her a role. You will be the magic representative for Class 3. Your first answer left a very good impression. From now on, you are to record the mana levels of your classmates. The little girl immediately brightened up, hurrying back to her seat. Thank you, Professor. He let out a soft, oh. He marveled to himself, so this is her way of winning over the class. At the front, she signaled for the teaching assistant to bring the device. A cloth was pulled away, revealing a jade-green orb. The students gasped and chattered in amazement. Is that a mana measurement device? I hear those are incredibly hard to get. Zeta touched the orb. First time seeing one of these for most of you, I presume. She glanced around meaningfully. Now's your chance to find out your own mana levels. You never know. A blue light radiated out, leaving the students dumbfounded. Zeta teased them with a playful hook. Perhaps we have a monster in our midst. Damia glanced up at the matrix projected onto the ceiling. She lightly brought a finger to her lips. Zeta looked over and said, Now using it is quite simple. She commanded Azine, place your hand on the crystal orb and pour your mana into it. Azine quickly obeyed, yes ma'am. As soon as she placed her hand on the crystal orb, it immediately gave off a dazzling light, causing Azine's eyes to widen in surprise. A moment later, the crystal orb, it displayed some kind of circle. Azine looked up astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Zeta turned to the class, her face impassive, and said, Did you all see that clearly? Among the various stats, the most important is the one in the center. This is the refinement index, which ranges from level 1 to level 10, she explained, pointing to the circle. Azine reached level 14. Last year's average for freshmen was level 3, so this is quite excellent. Azine scratched her head, embarrassed. Thank you, ma'am. Zeta watched her for a moment before continuing. Next, we'll measure total mana capacity. It's simple, just pour your mana in. Azine did as she was told. Yes, ma'am? Zeta then continued. Total mana capacity is divided into 100 levels in all. The number 17 appeared on the circle along with an announcement, Azine is at level 17. Compared to last year's average of level 15, this year's figures are slightly higher. Zeta smiled lightly and said, Looking at the quality and quantity of her mana, you can see just how hard Azine works every day. Her sudden praise made Azine blush bright red. That's very commendable, a boy nearby said with admiration. I hope I get high scores too. Ada, however, wasn't listening. He was thinking to himself, well, it's like her future is already decided. He pondered for a moment. That girl will become a diligent researcher someday. In the large hall, a voice suddenly announced, I have other matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Please continue the mana measurements as instructed by the TA. Someone answered, Yes, ma'am. A girl smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. I'll have to concentrate even harder than I do for my breathing exercises. Her friend beside her chimed in happily. I'm more worried about the refinement part. A white-haired boy smiled and nudged Ada. We should go too. Startled, he turned. Yeah, we should. As Ada was walking, a loud exclamation made him stop to watch. Unbelievable. The circle lit up again amidst gasps of shock. A refinement index of level 6. I thought the average was supposed to be level 3, and total capacity is level 20. I'm so jealous. Someone asked her, "What's your name?" The girl answered coolly, "Fugaeon." Then she turned back and stressed Fugaeon. Hearing that Ata Danny wondered, the same family as Daria. Their hair color is different, so she must be from a branch family. She just gave her first name, but she's already acting like she represents the whole clan. So, pretentious. The instructor looked up quite surprised and said, "Truly befitting the scion of a noble house. These are excellent numbers." The man rubbed his chin and remarked, "While the total capacity is a little low for a level 6 refinement, it's still an impressive score overall." Fugaeon nodded with a smile. "I see." Damien suddenly woke up. "So noisy. What's happening?" Ata glanced at him and answered, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." But then he paused. "Ah, wait, you can't sleep." Ata looked at Damien and said, "It's almost time to measure your mana." But Damien didn't seem fully awake, asking hazily, "Measure it for what?" Ata replied, exasperated, "I don't know, but I guess it's a good idea." He figured they might as well since it was class time. Suddenly, Damien jumped to his feet with delight and yelled, "Really? Then I'll give it a shot too." Ata buried his face in his hands, completely mortified. "Ugh, don't be so over the top." Someone watching from afar whispered, "So that's him, huh? The young master of the Blander family. He looks so young." "Oh, and the person next to him must be Aster, right? The one who beat Hector." Another person wondered, "But who's the one in the lead?" Another person replied, "Beats me." Ata stared into the distance, worried. "Damn it, I didn't want to get famous for punching someone." The teacher called out cheerfully, "Young master, what's wrong? We've only measured you once." Damien pointed curiously and asked, "So I just have to channel my mana into this?" Then he quickly placed his hand on the crystal orb. Everyone below turned pale. "What is it? Does this even make sense?" Fugaeon's face turned grim. They were all helpless, impossible. Soon after, a circle appeared along with a completely astonished announcement, refinement level 9, total capacity 67. Is this thing broken?" Ata looked at the teacher with annoyance. Mortals are usually like this when they see a genius. He remembered that brilliant and imposing wall is incomprehensible with mortal common sense. Ata looked at Damien and thought, "Oh well. I already knew Damien was a genius, but I never expected him to be so far above average." Yet Damien remained innocently clueless. Is this considered high? A passing thought was enough to understand why he was called the monster of Blander. His very life force was different. Ata glanced over, contemplating. If Damien had put in the effort in his past life, the fate of the continent would have changed, so in this life things will be different. He thought about Fansun. To make sure Blander remains an obstacle for Jeclyn, we just need to help Damien transcend the mortal realm. The teacher took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and forced a smile. "Young Damien, you are truly worthy of the Blander family name. Truly outstanding, but you absolutely cannot get complacent. A mage's realm isn't determined by mana alone." Damien smiled brightly, unconcerned. "Yes, sir?" He then happily ran over and asked, "Hey, have you been measured yet?" Ata immediately replied, "Not yet." Damien was incredibly excited. "Then you should go get measured, too." Ata stood still, observing everything. He realized everyone must be curious about my level. Some guy with no noble background who even beat young Master Bolano's escort. The second son of who knows what house, too. Finally, Ata decided, "All right, I guess I'll give it a try." He carefully calculated to avoid causing too much trouble. "I'll just aim for an average score." The teacher asked, "Student, what's your name?" Ata replied, "I'm Aster." The teacher requested, "Take your hand out of your pocket." After that, he placed his hand on the crystal orb, slightly adjusting the properties of his mana. Ata's fingers immediately clenched as he poured in just enough, but then he noticed something unusual. Wait, why is the resistance set so low? A beam of light illuminated the entire area like this, and a notification appeared, refinement level 10. The circle gradually revealed the mana measurement number. Another notification appeared, limit exceeded. Please reset the standard threshold. Everyone started murmuring. What's that? Exceeded the standard threshold? That's a thing, Damien shouted in amazement. Incredible. Ata casually turned and said, It seems the device is malfunctioning. I'm afraid we'll have to measure again. The helpless teacher replied, I suppose so. But Damien squinted his eyes, asserting, That's not right. He grinned slyly. I figured it out. That must be it. The teacher awkwardly pointed and said, It has been reset. Please measure again. Atta obediently followed the instruction. Yes, sir. A notification appeared. Refinement level 3, total capacity 15. Everyone sighed in relief. Ah, so that's what it was. It was just an error before I knew it. Atta also sighed in relief. I was more careful this time, so it's fine. Balancing this is really hard. Suddenly a curse was heard, son of a bitch. Atta froze and asked Damien, Why would you say that? Damien seemed furious and replied, You said when you see things like this, you should say son of a bitch. What else is there to say? It's a real son of a bitch moment. Atta didn't answer, his eyes filled with worry. On a beautiful, sunny afternoon outside the school at the First Magic Academy, Jayzada stood with her arms crossed looking out the window with a very serious expression. Her eyes narrowed in thought. The Second Magic Academy is being renovated smoothly. Jayzada stared into the distance. I'm just not sure why Jeklin, or more specifically the mage Ahin, fought with Bazin. Then Jayzada sighed. Well, Professor Pazoon was once famous. Whether he can handle himself isn't my concern. A teacher approached, breaking the silence. Professor, I'm Iobi. He approached holding a stack of documents. I've brought today's mana measurement data. Jayzada took them, looked them over, and thought to herself, the overall average is quite high this semester. Fugayon is a bit of a shame compared to the Danny family. She stopped at Damien's file. Damien, a number befitting the greatest talent in Blander history. I must be careful in guiding him. Suddenly, Jayzada's eyes widened in shock. Atta's file appeared, making her freeze. First measurement resulted in an error, so a retest was done. Then Jayzada started thinking, and this error was exceeding the set threshold. She furrowed her brow. Aster? Meanwhile, Atta pointed a finger straight at Damien's face and said, That son of a bitch is my line to use. Damien, not backing down, retorted, Why can't I? I want it. A helpless person pleaded. Hey, you two. Can you just stop using that word? In an instant, a blue dragon took shape. My dear friend, how are you? Damien furrowed his brow and asked seriously, Do you think this is okay? Meanwhile, Atta lowered his gaze and replied indifferently, I think this is enough. After hearing that, he immediately concluded, Well then, this is version 2 of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Hey, wait a sec. Atta suddenly chimed in. Let's make it a bit more dynamic. Have its wings spread out and its mouth open like it's about to pounce. He paused for a moment, then added, You remember that lion statue at my house, right? It looks way cooler with its mouth open. Jenny, sitting next to them, watched with wide eyes. Wow, that's actually pretty easy to do. Damien suddenly exclaimed, full of excitement. Oh, I love that. Watching Damien focus on the changes, he thought to himself, what an incredible monster. He's just using a simple dodecahedron, and he's toying with the magic control test like it's nothing. Jenny was crestfallen, on the verge of tears. This world is so big. I'm a total failure. Meanwhile, Atta glanced over at him and sighed. Well, I know how you feel, but what can you do? You just have to accept reality and keep moving forward. Just as he finished that thought, Damien suddenly called out to him. Hey, my friend. He was beaming. Today was a lot of fun. I think coming to the academy was a good idea. Hearing this, Atta's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but he quickly composed himself and let out a small chuckle. But it was a relief. Not long after, at the academy dormitory, Atta sat deep in thought, looking down at the bag he held in both hands. Kanahan's space pouch. It's locked, but with my knowledge of security magic and manascapes, I can easily break the mana structure the user set up. Atta frowned slightly, muttering, If I had the right equipment, it wouldn't even take a week. But since I have to do it secretly in my room, it took a whole month. An image of an elixir flashed through his mind. Tch! At least this wasn't the only thing I was working on. This whole time, I've also been dissolving the elixir I got from Blander into my mana. A memory of himself appeared, chin in hand, absorbing a great deal of useful knowledge from the academy. He forcefully pulled the space pouch open with both hands. Anyway, I can open it now. Let's see what's inside. Atta began to rummage inside the space pouch. Let's see here. He suddenly pulled out his hand holding a newly found vial of pills. A potion bottle. Next, he pulled out a large cloak. Useless. Then he took out a silver bracelet. A protection artifact. Ada calmly glanced down and activated the bracelet. This could be pretty useful. The defensive resistance isn't bad for this grade. The next second, he continued his search through the pouch. Where is that one thing? Here it is. Ada held up the book in his hand. Prophet Magic of the Red Flame Declan. An image of Fazoon's smirking face suddenly appeared in his mind. It's a branch of Southern Flame magic, developed by someone who studied it. A cursed form of magic capable of burning through even energy shields. He tucked the book back into the pouch. Of course, only a master-level user could burn through a shield with it. I can't learn it overnight, so I'll just have to study it slowly. Ada's eyes darted around unconsciously as he muttered, "Now that I think about it, is today the day?" On the school grounds, a large crowd of students had gathered for the midterm exams. Damien excitedly shouted, "Midterm exams! Midterm exams!" Ada beside him just sighed. There are so many people. Hearing this, Jenny said, "Everyone from Class 1M to our class is gathered here." A few seconds later, he suddenly leaned in close to him and whispered, "Hey, did you hear the news?" "What news?" Ada asked. Jenny smirked. "They're saying there's a good chance the midterm will be a canyon raid. A few days ago, some kids from Class 1M overheard an admin staffer saying they had to prep the canyon even though it's a busy time." Hearing this, he just looked on pensively, thinking to himself, Shaniza said the midterm consists of 3 practical exams. An image of a gloomy stone corridor appeared in his mind. The Chamber of Trials, where you have to navigate through a maze of sewers to reach the goal. Then an image of rolling hills appeared. The Canyon Raid, which is a race to a target destination. And finally, an image of simulated opponents. The Simulation Chamber, where you fight against opponents or monsters. So the Canyon Raid is one of the possibilities. Ada scoffed lightly. Shh. It doesn't matter which format it is, I just have to crush it like I always do. Then, as if he remembered something, he silently remarked, "Looks like Shaniza won't do so well." Meanwhile, Shaniza was intently calculating. If it's the Canyon Raid, everyone will start from this point at the same time, and all these brats will be flinging magic everywhere. So if I maintain a defensive spell and push forward... Just then, an authoritative voice suddenly rang out. "All of you be silent." The speaker stood before them. With his long hair flowing, he looked around. "A pleasure to meet you all," he began. "I am Professor Fazoon, in charge of Class 1M of the Magic Department. I have been assigned as the supervising professor for this midterm exam." As soon as Ada saw him, he smiled to himself. "Long time no see, Professor Fazoon. The dark circles under your eyes seem even worse than the last time I saw you." Standing before the crowd, Fazoon continued to speak. "As you all know, today is the day of the midterm exam." He parted his lips slightly, deliberately enunciating each word. "Today's exam will be... the Chamber of Trials." The moment he said it, the color drained from Jenny's face. "The Chamber of Trials," he muttered, trembling. "No way. My plan." To make matters worse, Damien, who was standing beside him, twisted the knife. "You liar." Fazoon glanced over, then announced, "Next I will explain the rules. Line up by class and prepare." A moment later, he suddenly snapped his fingers. "The objective of this exam is very simple. An instantaneous spell is cast right behind Fazoon. The challenge room is a maze-like sewer. If you kids can reach the final door, you will complete the test. No matter which path you take, you'll all eventually reach the destination, so there's no need to worry." Hearing that, Jenny Ra couldn't help but sigh in relief. That sounds easy. Just as the words left her mouth, Fazoon suddenly snapped his fingers again. But that would make for a meaningless race. In a flash, a simulated monster appeared. It was a golem. The moment Jenny Ra saw it, she froze. What a golem in the test. What is this? Over on the other side, Damien narrowed his eyes and issued a warning. "Watch your mouth, my friend." Fazoon then continued to explain, "In the end, it's just a fighting machine. It's a bit clumsy, and at its level it will be a little difficult, but I've left its core exposed and reduced its durability, so you should be able to defeat it easily." He paused for a moment, then added, "However, in a confined space, it will catch you immediately." Ah, this is tough. Fazoon listened silently as the students whispered among themselves. If it were open terrain, it wouldn't be so bad, but... He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mages with such indecisive minds. Fazoon suddenly remembered the image of that boy in his mind. Bola had shown the determination to push it to the limit, but was that because of the environment? He gave a cold glance. Even so, There were still some rather useful students who caught Fazoon's eye. First was a female student with blue eyes. There are those who, despite being anxious, still show their will. Next was another student with short brown hair, someone with the eyes of a person who does not fear death. Then his gaze shifted to the face of a male student wearing an arrogant smile. Finally, there was Damien looking bored and sucking his thumb. After observing, Fazoon thought to himself, "This student is getting eliminated. It seems he doesn't have many ideas." He pondered for a moment, his lips slightly parted. Then Fazoon cleared his throat and uttered 2 words, "That's enough." He continued to explain emotionlessly, "The golem will only alert those in the corridors. You will decide whether to defeat it or avoid it." With that, Fazoon presented a small bracelet. In addition, you will each be given an experimental bracelet. These bracelets have a protective capability similar to an energy shield. Then he clenched his fist, activating the bracelet's mechanism. If the energy shield breaks, that person will be eliminated, and the golem will no longer attack them. It was a brilliant competitive system. The students looked at each other hesitantly. No one dared to utter another careless word. Fazoon looked at the group before him and made one final statement. "Since all of you have such a passive attitude, I'll make a proposal." He suddenly broke into a cold smile and said, "Show me an impressive performance. It doesn't matter if you arrive first or how many people get eliminated." Those next words from Fazoon made Asta incredibly excited. "Whoever demonstrates an impressive performance, I will grant a personal reward. That person will receive a reward that is far from trivial." He bared his teeth in a silent grin, thinking, "Far from trivial, huh?" In the school, there is an incredibly famous place, La Fighter, the largest library on the eastern continent. The library is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Among them, the only level I can access is the lower level. Inside this place, Asta was standing before a bookshelf, deep in thought. "When I went there to find clues about the fire seal, I couldn't even find a single grimoire on the lower level." Related information quickly flashed through his mind. He concluded, "To find any clues, I have to investigate at least the middle level of the library. But the middle and upper levels are only open to royalty, the great nobles or prestigious families. Besides that, the only way in is to be recommended by 3 or more professors." Returning to the present, Asta observed the scene before him, inwardly pondering and analyzing. "In that sense, I have to get Professor Fazoon's reward. Even though I just want to progress slowly, the people around me never leave me alone." He let out a sly smile, thinking to himself, "Anyway, I've already memorized the entire layout. Let's see if I can pass this midterm evaluation calmly." Above, the sky was clear and bright, while below an important competition was taking place. That's all for the explanation of the practical test. I will now give you time to prepare. Get the necessary materials from the teaching assistant. Suddenly, 2 students ran up hastily asking, "Excuse me, TA, do you have flash bombs? And a flint too, by the way." Hearing this, the young man refused without a moment's hesitation. "Your main attribute is fire. Denied." At that moment, another person stepped forward to petition the TA. "I need a golem controller." The young man once again gave a firm refusal. "Stop looking for shortcuts." Denied. Behind everyone, Asta watched them scramble and commented helplessly, "What a mess. It's hard to tell if they're mages or a bunch of thugs." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching his eye. "Professor." He saw Damien on the other side, casually making a request. "Give me some vine seeds. Just 20 seeds will be enough." The TA looked at him confused and asked, "I'm not a professor, but did you say vine seeds? But your main attribute is—" The boy immediately demonstrated his power in front of the young man. "I don't have an attribute, but I can use plant-based magic." Seeing this, the TA replied somewhat speechless. "I see." And so Damien successfully obtained the item. This made him very happy as he expressed his gratitude. "Thanks a lot." Behind him, Chernbiza swallowed hard, mustering his courage. Asta stood by, silently observing his every reaction. Even Damien, who seems to just be playing around. Ella is preparing in his own way. Will Chernbiza be able to break out of his shell this time? A few minutes later, the preparation time was over. Fazoon's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. "I will now assign the starting points. Confirm your name and go to your corresponding point." Asta and his 2 friends were focused on the map. He looked at the board, searching for his own position at starting point number 3. After seeing it, he immediately scanned for his friends' spots. With that, Damien waved his hand cheerfully and left. "See you inside later." Chernbiza also smiled and wished St. Damien good luck on his test. Otta didn't respond, only thinking seriously to himself that everyone has a different starting point. A few seconds later, he arrived at his position. It seemed there were 6 people at spot number 3, all of them strangers. This reminds me of when I was a supervisor. I was assigned to a different unit. So uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone approached him to ask, "Your SST." He glanced at the 3 youths, silently sizing them up. Is there a problem? They don't look like they're from Group M. I've never seen faces like that. So arrogant and self-satisfied. The youth in the lead spoke with an air of superiority. I'm Jibei. I heard you're a pretty good fighter, so I'd like to make you an offer. Otta simply said calmly, "Go on." Jibei immediately broke into a smug grin and declared, "I want to buy the bracelets of those who get eliminated." He presented the deal with relish, 30 gold coins each. Including you and us, that's 3 people. If we eliminate the other 3, I'll give you 90 gold. Hearing this, Otta quietly calculated. 30 gold coins is equivalent to a month's salary for a normal family. For 1 bracelet, that price isn't bad. Jibei continued, "This isn't a bad offer for a stray from the gray zone like you. Even if the young master is protecting you now, how long do you think that will last? It's better for you to find your own path." He still didn't answer, just looking at him quietly. He's not wrong. Otta calmly and quickly considered it. Other people would think this is a cowardly deal, but these guys simply know how to make good use of what they have. If they have money to spare, what can you say? They clearly have the advantage. But he asked, feigning confusion, why 90 gold coins? Jibei, thinking the money wasn't enough, casually raised the price. Not enough, all right. I'll raise the price to 35 for each bracelet for a total of 105. Before he could finish, Otta quickly cut him off. Even so, the math is still wrong. Otta raised his hand, pointed at the 3 people over there, and said, "It looks like I'll have to redo the calculations for these young masters. There are 3 of them, right?" Jibei confirmed, "That's right." Then he pointed at Jibai's group and himself. "And with us, that makes 6 people." Jibei answered cautiously, "Correct." Just then, Otta spoke seriously. "Then why aren't you including the price of your own lives? At 35 gold coins per life, the correct total should be 210 gold coins. Hearing this, all 3 of them were completely stunned. Anger slowly welled up inside Jibei. What kind of loan shark math is this? A vulgar bastard like you. Don't you know your place? Where does that confidence of yours come from? But he restrained himself and replied, "Is 35 gold coins not enough? All right, I'll raise it to 40. No more." Otta smiled, satisfied. "In that case, the total will be 240. The moment he heard that, Jibei couldn't believe it and cursed under his breath. Is he insane? Suddenly it was as if he'd figured something out, and he sneered. "Now I get it. A pitiful wretch like you is trying to use this opportunity to line your own pockets." Jibei arrogantly mocked Otta in his mind, not realizing that greed will be the end of you. I guess an uneducated fool like you can't see that far ahead. I've wasted my time. He gritted his teeth in frustration. To fulfill the young lady's orders, there was no better hunting dog than Otta, but if this dog had gone mad, then I'll just have to find another way. With that, Jibei turned to leave in disgust. So the negotiation isn't continuing. Then I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. But he didn't want to stop and gave a cold command. "Where do you think you're going? All right, forget it. But leave the payment for your bracelets before you go." Jibei whipped his head around and furiously shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Otta explained calmly, "If we load 3 packages and 3 people onto a carriage and you take the packages, you should at least pay for the people, right?" "Right." Then he smiled slyly and demanded, "Pay what you owe. 120 gold coins, 40 per life." Instantly, it was as if something snapped in Jibai's head. The companion next to him was the first to lose his composure, exploding with rage and curses. "You damn commoner! I have never seen such an insolent scoundrel. How dare you forget your station?" The youth sneered contemptuously. "Do you think the noble Jibei is the same as you? Even his distant ancestors held the title of Baron." On the side, Jibei just calmly called out, "Faison." Fakin paid him no mind and continued to rage. "Jibei, don't stop me. Today I'm going to teach him a lesson he'll never forget." He called out Falcon's name again. This time he realized something was different. So he immediately fell silent and looked back only to see Jibei suppressing his anger, ordering, "Are you going to shut up or not?" After that, he took out a money pouch and gave Otta 120 gold coins. "Is that what you're saying, huh? I'll give it to you." But internally, he was trying to calm himself down. "Calm down, Jibei. The young lady's orders are more important than these idiots. Jibai forced himself to think about the huge benefits to keep himself composed. If we can close this deal with her, our guild will grow many times stronger. On the other side, Atta took the money pouch and casually remarked, I didn't realize I was dealing with someone so important. Right after that, he gleefully announced, well then, the price for a customer of such noble status must be doubled. That'll be 160 gold in total. Jibei remained very calm and handed over the 160 gold. Then he stared coldly at Atta and threatened, from this moment on, I will show you just how miserable your life can become. For 160 gold, you can just wait and see. The sun was high overhead. It was finally time to enter. A teacher, while activating a magic circle, reminded them, let me repeat, if your bracelet stops working, you will be eliminated. A force field will activate when your body receives a physical attack. Chenbira raised his hand to look at the bracelet while listening to the teacher's instructions. Or a blow containing mana. He looked at his hand nervously as the examiner's voice rang in his ear. If the force field is destroyed, the bracelet will fall off on the spot. Meanwhile, Damien was listening absently, not paying much attention. And the wearer will be automatically teleported outside the test area, so there's no risk of serious injury. Not far away, Dahlia frowned, concentrating. The brown-haired girl also stared ahead tensely while Atta waited indifferently for the start time. Behind him, Jibei was glaring daggers at him. On the other side, after explaining the rules, the teacher turned and nodded. Bazin raised his cup of water and calmly ordered, begin. Instantly, each magic circle lit up. The other teachers quickly operated the screens, which showed teleportation complete, and were displaying internal video feeds. The assessment begins. Bazin glanced at the images, silently evaluating. Dahlia and Damien are at the same starting point, and... Suddenly, one of the screens malfunctioned, making a young man extremely anxious. What's wrong with this thing? The person next to him asked in surprise. What? The screen went out. Didn't you check the magic eye properly? He quickly denied it. No, I checked it very carefully. Bazin put down his cup and said calmly, That's enough. I also checked the magic eye once. So which starting point was that? The young man turned his head and reported hesitantly, It was number 3. And at that location, Atta, in a state of extreme anger, declared, You young masters are fined an additional 320 for your insolence. The bright sun hung high in the sky. Down below, a teacher was activating a magic circle, while explaining the rules. Let me remind you again, if your bracelets stop working, you will be eliminated. A magic shield will activate upon a direct physical attack, or any attack imbued with mana. When the shield is destroyed, the bracelet will remain on the field. Atta listened calmly to every word, and the wearer will be forcibly teleported outside the challenge area, so don't worry about getting injured. Behind him, Jibei was staring at him resentfully. After explaining the rules, Bazin immediately announced, You may begin. Instantly, groups of people were teleported into the test field. A few seconds later, they all appeared at their locations. Teleportation complete. The moment the magic circle disappeared, Atta immediately condensed a blue orb and spoke up, All right, my dear customers. He controlled the orb, sending it to hit the ceiling. At the same time, he turned his head back and mocked, The way you're all staring, it's like you want to drill a hole through the back of my neck. We don't have much time, he provoked contemptuously. So let's get started. Hearing that, Jibei and his 2 men immediately moved their forces to target Atta. Jibei laughed arrogantly, taunting, You arrogant brat! Let's see how long that confidence of yours lasts. Right after that, a fireball appeared and shot quickly towards Atta. He moved swiftly to dodge it, analyzing in his head. Let's see. Getting hit by magic means elimination and forced teleportation. In that case, Atta's figure moved like the wind slipping past the fireball. Then he quickly closed in on the 3 men and raised his leg to attack. I just need to dodge and strike, and if I withdraw my mana right before I hit... His leg swung with powerful force. Jibei couldn't react in time and was struck in the neck by Atta, who calmly thought to himself, They won't be marked as eliminated. The next second, he turned and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the companion next to Jibei. Hitting them this new way is pretty satisfying, isn't it? He didn't stop there. Atta ducked to avoid a fireball while finishing off the last man. His heart was filled with glee. Absolutely fantastic. A moment later, only he was left standing. He stood tall and spoke, Our young master must be filthy rich, huh? Hiring all these guys in such a short amount of time. Now Atta stared at Jibai and coldly declared, "That'll be 320 gold for the arrogance fine, and from now on, I'll be deducting 1 silver for every hit. Got it?" Amidst the swirling dust from the fight, Jibai staggered to his feet, his face already swollen as he spat out a curse. "You bastard." But that couldn't stop the curses pouring from his mouth. "Just you wait. How dare you? I wouldn't even bother listening to the likes of you sing." Harta swiftly used magic to silence Jibai. "Shut up." Then he looked at the aura around the boy and calculated. "Let's see. 100 hits. So that's a deduction of 10 gold, huh? It's so hard to control my strength when Damien isn't here. After all, we can't have the victim and the culprit getting mixed up." He picked up the bracelet, thinking to himself without a shred of doubt that he was the victim here. Harta put the item away a little bored and thought, "All right then, I've gotten 6 bracelets now. So what's next?" He sat down on the ground, deep in thought. "I need letters of recommendation from 3 or more people, which means I still need 2 more. After receiving the reward from Professor Fazoon, that means another professor will have to step forward and give me a recommendation." Harta rested his head on his hand, contemplating. "I should put on a performance of some sort. But what kind of impressive performance should it be?" His gaze fell upon the surrounding architecture, and an idea instantly sparked in his mind. What if I just destroy this entire challenge hall? All I'd need to do is shatter the 4 pillars that are supporting the foundation. But then, Okta rubbed his head, immediately dismissing the thought. "Am I crazy? I can't do that. I'd become the enemy of the entire Eastern continent." Unable to think of anything, he temporarily gave up. "Why should I stress about it? There's no one to fight. I guess I'll just go out and look." As he walked, he muttered under his breath, "By the way, I wonder if those guys are okay." Meanwhile, in another part of the area, groans echoed ceaselessly. "Hey, isn't this cheating? Damn it, how is that even possible?" A terrified teenager with wide eyes begged, "Hey, at this rate, we're all going to be eliminated." "Young master, please," he pleaded desperately on the verge of tears. "Let us pass." But the thing causing their distress was the golem controlled by Damien. He just laughed with great amusement and refused. "Nope." With no other choice, the 3 of them had to flee. One of them, while attacking the golem, shouted, "How can he control a golem with vine seeds?" His companion also struggled, crying out, "Damn it, those vines are blocking my magic." Suddenly, one of the teenagers, unfortunately, tripped on a rock, causing him to tumble to the ground. This also prevented the teenager from getting away in time. His face filled with fear, he watched the golem get closer and closer. When he saw it raise its hand to attack, he couldn't help but scream his lungs out. In another part of the testing grounds, Chenbira said with a serious face, "All right. Listen, everyone, I just want to pass this test, okay?" He quickly hid behind a wall and pleaded loudly, "So please stop attacking." Unfortunately, his classmates didn't want to listen. "You're just a commoner." "Shut your mouth and hand over that bracelet over there." After attacking for a while, the white-haired girl was panting from exhaustion and had to give an order. "Hey, you, go back and grab him." Hearing this, the brown-haired girl retorted unhappily, "What? Why me? What if you stab me in the back?" Seeing this, the other girl could only soften her tone and suggest, "Then just let that guy keep busy until he runs out of mana." The girl replied bluntly, "How can I trust you? Have you already forgotten you just backstabbed that other guy?" From behind the wall, Chenbira saw the situation and realized that this was his chance. He decisively stood up and slipped away. Chenbira ignored the argument behind him, his objective clear as he headed in one direction. "I shouldn't be too greedy. All I need to do is pass the test. So this is fine." Just like that, he ran quietly for a while. Suddenly, Chenbira was shocked when he noticed something unusual. He raised his hand and muttered in confusion, "What's wrong with my bracelet?" Frustrated, he wondered, did I get hit by magic without even realizing it? So I'm still getting eliminated after all. Chenbira hugged his knees and sat down in a corner, thinking to himself, I'll probably be teleported in a few seconds. But as time passed, he was still there. Confused, Chenbira wondered to himself, why am I not being teleported? Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Can everyone hear me? The person spoke with contempt. Hello, you bookworms of Jinyon Academy. As soon as Chenbira heard the voice, his eyes widened in terror. That sinister voice! That guy, he's not from the academy. The situation made him quickly stand up on guard. The enemy continued to speak. You all may not know who we are. Oh, but I'm sure some of you can guess. And if you can guess, and you know exactly why we are doing this. At the same time, this sound also reached Damien's location. I have a message for that person. We have no demands. There is only a price to be paid for displeasing the Great One. Having heard just a few words, he frowned in disgust and commented, "What? How creepy." Beside him, the golem suddenly made a strange small noise, but no one had the time to notice because the enemy had coldly declared, "Today in this very place." The man was heard arrogantly proclaiming, "All of you students will die." At that exact moment, the surveillance monitors outside all went black. A teaching assistant hurriedly reported, "The control system inside has crashed." The intruder's provocative voice continued, "There's no way out. Now die in despair." In contrast to that coldness were the anxious announcements from the teachers. "All the magic eyes have stopped working too." One teaching assistant couldn't hold back his anger and yelled, "Damn it, who the hell are you bastards?" At this moment, Taejun suddenly propped himself up and stood speaking with authority. "That's enough." He calmly commanded, "Don't waste any more energy. Find the professors immediately and make sure to bring Professor Felliner." The teaching assistant turned back and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After that, the young man rushed off to deliver the order. "Call the professors immediately. Find Dean Felliner. Contact the headmaster. To hurry." As for Pazun, he was so enraged he shattered the tabletop. Taejun's expression was utterly terrifying. These damn insects! How dare they return to the exam site? A broken golem lay collapsed against a wall. Otta brushed his hair back, cursing under his breath in annoyance. Damn it! The cause of his annoyance was the 10 other golems gradually closing in around him. Seeing himself surrounded, Otta spat out in frustration. What the hell is this? Otta moved with incredible agility, attacking the golems before him, but the more he fought, the heavier his heart grew. About 10 minutes had passed since the voice rang out. Throughout the exam area, he looked at the horde of golems with unending dread. The golems, things that were supposed to be slow and rigid, were now fast and nimble. Otta observed their movements and quickly made a deduction. Furthermore, they are pinpointing my exact location and charging in to attack me. While defending himself, he pondered, for the gatekeeper golems to rush in on their own means, someone has tampered with the control system. They must have released all the golems from the storage warehouse. That explains why there are so many of them. Otta grinned excitedly. Who do they think they're messing with? I'm the #1 troubleshooter. I've survived everything except an aerial battle. Instantly, he created a sphere of power and charged forward bravely. I'll crush every last one of you. Elsewhere in the maze, Chen Biza was walking dejectedly. He grimaced sullenly, thinking to himself, if I'd known it would be like this, I would have just gotten myself eliminated early on. I think I'm going to die. No, I'm not dead yet, so I must be about to die. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching him. Chen Biza stared intently. Staring ahead, he guessed to himself, a survivor, who could it be? As the distance closed, Otta's figure became perfectly clear. Instantly, Chen Biza waved joyfully, calling out, Atta, Atta! But his voice immediately trailed off weakly, Ta, because right behind him was a whole horde of golems in hot pursuit. And as Otta zipped past him, he casually remarked, Oh, it's you, Chen Biza, run! Terrified, Chen Biza screamed. At the same time, he quickly ran after him. Otta glanced at the boy beside him and thought with a sigh, I sensed someone and came to check, but it's not Damien. At this rate, Chen Biza will get caught, with that pathetic stamina of his. In that case, time for Plan B. He made a decisive request. Chen Biza, give me the bracelet. Hearing this, Chen Biza looked over confused, only to see Otta's completely calm expression as he explained. The golem's detection range isn't that wide. The fact that they're pursuing us so relentlessly, he directly pointed out the anomaly, means this bracelet is connected to their control system. It's acting like an alarm bell. Hearing this, Chen Biza took out the bracelet to examine it. Then he asked worriedly, What about you, Otta? He replied without a hint of panic. I've already been marked as a target, so the chances of survival are higher if they keep focusing on me. While you escape, I'll hold them off and then go find Damien. Otta pointed out calmly. And you have a family, don't you? He reminded him seriously, those who can live should live. Hearing this, Chen Biza's eyes widened in shock. He fell silent, looking down at the ground. Suddenly, Chen Biza remembered the words of his family. My son, don't worry about anything and just focus on your magic. No matter what anyone says, don't let them discourage you. You hear? Big brother. You have to teach me after you graduate, okay? He pressed his lips together tightly as if having made some kind of resolution in his heart. Immediately after, Chen Biza, with tears welling in his eyes, shouted, Damn it, you have to live. We have to meet again. Otta took the bracelet and smiled, promising, I know. After that, Biza took off running for his life. I have no other choice, I have to live. Images of his family appeared in his mind. His parents who had bought him a grimoire instead of food. His little sister who was forced to drop out of school because of him. The privileges his family should have had. Biza ran forward with all his might, as if he were running toward the future his family deserved. I have to give it all back to them. But suddenly he remembered his mother's last words, Biza, our pride and hope. Biza slowly came to a stop, his heart hollow as he wondered, am I someone worthy of being proud of? He stood silently thinking back on the labels people had given him. Hesitant and not brave at all, a nobody like me. Then Biza turned his head and looked back. He saw Atta fighting the horde of golems. This made him question himself. Am I someone to be proud of if I abandon a friend? No. Then Biza decisively turned around. I can't let myself be crushed by guilt anymore. No matter how insignificant I am, I will never... He firmly raised both hands. Immediately, a golden light appeared around him. Deep in his heart, Biza had now made his choice. I will never give up. He quickly mobilized the power within his body. I have to use the strongest spell I know. The image of his master flashed through his mind. Biza prayed earnestly. The magic that my master used to awaken my talent. Let that magic, please. From the strain of using so much power, his nose began to bleed, but this couldn't stop him. Please. In a flash, a spear made of earth and rock appeared. Please work Earth Spear! Biza gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring intently ahead. In his mind, he suddenly recalled his master's words. What do you think? The name sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? To this day, I can still clearly picture the proud look on his face. However, look closely. That master visualized the technique with the utmost precision, its majestic form like a knight's lance piercing through everything. Back in the present, Biza's face looked absolutely wretched, but he paid it no mind and yelled out, Asta! Startled by the sound, a terrified Asta whipped around to look. He only saw Biza forcefully hurl the spear. In an instant, it shot forward like a golden flash of lightning, piercing the horde of golems and destroying everything. Asta stared intently at the scene before him, finding it hard to believe he came to a conclusion about this magic. It didn't just change the shape of the rock in the challenge hall, but its very essence. He was stunned, thinking to himself, changing both shape and essence is incredibly difficult. Asta's emotions became incredibly complicated. Meanwhile, after the attack, Biza coughed up blood. He looked absolutely miserable as he struggled. Seeing this, Asta knew for sure. This was a level of magic that Biza shouldn't have been able to control. Suddenly, Biza couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed. Asta rushed over to catch him, calmly calling out, Biza! He forced a smile and boasted, a long time ago. My master, or I guess that's what you'd call him. He gave me this magic. It's called Earth Spear. Sounds pretty majestic, doesn't it? Asta calmly remarked, It's not that majestic of a name. Biza asked in disbelief, Really? Hearing that, Asta softened his tone and corrected himself. But it's not entirely unmajestic either. He continued, with magic like this, ultimately it's up to the user to prove whether it's majestic or not. It all depends on what you do. Moved, Biza called his name Asta. But before he could say more, Asta quickly poured a potion into his mouth. So stop acting like you're about to die. You're not going to die from something like that. Biza cried out in pain. It stings and itches so much, waiting for him to recover a bit. Asta finally had a moment to think about the next step. Now then, what do I do with him? I can't take him with me, but I can't just leave him here either. Beside him, Biza looked at his body in amazement and exclaimed, Is this the power of a potion? Asta closed his eyes, scanning for the enemy's location. The map of the labyrinth appeared clearly in his mind. I can feel a presence. It's in that direction. Right after that, Asta stood up and gave his friend directions. Biza, go straight that way. At the fork, keep right and you'll meet up with the other students. Hearing this, Biza asked worriedly, Asta, what about you? He didn't answer, instead turning to survey his surroundings. In his eyes, a strange red aura was emanating from one direction. The flow of mana is heading toward the control room. Very strange. It's familiar, but it's not Zekulan's way. With that, Asta's expression became serious as he answered, There's something I have to do. Internally, he had already made his decision. I have to find out what's going on. The scene shifts to Asta's position. As he rushed forward, he also began to sense something. Where have I felt this before? It was a memory of something. Not Zekalon, but something else that brushed past me. As he thought about this, our protagonist reached a bend. He turned his head to the side and witnessed something. He was immediately stunned. Before him was some kind of spatial tunnel. It was radiating an incredibly intense aura. Instantly, a name popped into Asta's head. This is the demon realm. Right, no wonder it felt so familiar. This demonic energy, there's no mistaking it. What's more, there are demonic beasts around. As Asta thought this, he glanced around. Up on the surface now, several human-shaped dark figures were rising up. They're even regenerating. The cursed creatures that terrorized the continent for centuries, always doing the worst things imaginable, that damned rat. As he thought of that name, a terrifying smile spread across Asta's face. In another location inside the challenge hall's control room, a man named Brian was laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, it's a success, it's a success. A demonic beast has actually appeared. The demon realm has manifested perfectly. Before it was only a partial success with just the demonic energy appearing, but this time it's a complete success. It's all thanks to this artifact, he said, looking at the gauntlet on his hand. In his mind, he replayed what had happened. By using isolated space, I was able to sneak inside without any trouble at all, and with corrosive demonic energy, I seized the control room. Not only did I gain control, but I also recreated the demon realm. What a magnificent sight this is. At that same moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "A success. You didn't do a sloppy job, did you?" Hearing this, Brian gave a very smug smile. Just creating the miasma was enough to fulfill our contract. The professor you're targeting will fall on his own. In response to this statement, that was the cold voice of the big guy laying down the final terms. I don't care how you do it, as long as the Iogene Academy protecting that professor is destroyed. B. Zidane bowed in response, but his voice was laced with sarcasm. Very well. Fine watchdog of the great Bhima clan. As if you have any other choice. As for that sarcastic tone of yours, there was no way the hunting dog was going to let that slide. He growled a warning, "If you want to live, don't you ever let that filthy mouth of yours mention my clan's name again." As for Brian, he didn't dare utter another word. However, contemptuous thoughts flooded his mind. In the end, this guy is just a vassal of Zekalon who does nothing but stand here and act all high and mighty. What a coward. But once this contract is over, the Bhima house will give me my own laboratory. I can put up with him until then. More importantly, creating the Demon Gate also means fulfilling the creed of the cult. How exhilarating. The forbidden spell has been cast. Those old geezers in the council will be drooling all over themselves to support me, just you watch. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got to the point of drooling himself. However, his joy was short-lived. The big guy in front of him spoke up, snapping him out of it. Hey B, Zidane, what's the status on the core containment? There's a student approaching. The voice snapped Brian out of his daydreams, but his mood immediately brightened. Huh, a student. Haha, the first test subject has arrived. Hearing this, the big guy looked a bit confused and turned to Brian. Brian gave a smug grin and told him, "Aren't you curious about what happens when a human comes into contact with such a massive amount of demonic energy?" As he spoke, he watched the monitor where Asta was standing before the demon gate and continued his explanation. Perhaps he'll go insane, or maybe he'll die instantly, because they're a miasma. That's all most people know. But according to the ancient texts, it's different for humans who have mana or ER. It triggers the phenomenon of human demonization. Beasts that act on nothing but pure, insane instinct. All right, then. Now what are you going to do? Golems at your back, demonic beasts in front of you. There's no way out. The only option is to press forward right. But that's not much of a problem either. Just as he thought that, he suddenly saw Asta glaring right at him as if the kid could see straight through his scrying magic. This startled Zidane. He then noticed Asta's lips move, whispering a few words. Get ready, Zidane. Next to him, the big guy started looking at Brian with curiosity and asked, Have you met that kid before? Brian shook his head, a bewildered look on his face. Huh, no. Who is that kid anyway? How does he know my name? What the hell is going on here? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes suddenly shot wide open when he saw Asta pull out several experimental bracelets. Then on the monitor, the pack of demonic beasts charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Asta planted his back foot, gathered his strength, and shot forward with wind-slicing speed. As a result, before the demonic beasts could even touch him, they were the ones who took the hit. He moved with incredible speed, slapping an experimental bracelet onto each of the demonic beasts, and that bracelet was precisely how the golems identified their enemies. So immediately after, they switched their targets to the demonic beasts. As for Asta, he simply said in a cold voice, "From now on, slaughter each other." Back in the control room, Brian quickly figured out Asta's plan. His face went deathly pale as he screamed, "No, my children!" However, before he could worry any more about his children, he realized something else. Wait a minute. What about that kid? How is he so fast? Through the monitor, he could see... Asta was rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. He frantically turned to the big guy beside him for help. "Hey, stop him. Stop him right now, you idiots. He's breaking through. Hurry up!" The words had barely left his mouth when a massive explosion rocked the room from behind them. And Asta himself had successfully infiltrated the laboratory. He immediately offered a greeting. "Long time no see, BZ-dan. We finally meet, huh?" Elsewhere, his friend, Shinbi Ra, looked on so scared he could piss his pants. Quinn was also stammering out the exact same sentence. "That's right, we finally meet again. How have you been, Damien?" "Is that you?" In front of him, Damien was using his vine magic to control some golems. He smiled and replied, "You bet. I'm here to protect my friends. Look, these are Goli EZS number 1, number 2, and number 3. Cool," Senbira stammered in response, though he felt a bit confused. "You can use golems like this?" Before they could chat more, a white-haired girl spoke up, asking, "Hey, how did you get here all by yourself?" Hearing the question, Chenbira unconsciously revealed the method, by throwing away the bracelet. "Asta told me about the bracelet, right? Didn't they throw their bracelets away?" His eyes saw that the bracelets were still on their wrists, and he shouted in alarm, demanding that everyone throw their bracelets away. "The golems are monitoring us through them." Only then did the white-haired girl look at her own bracelet, but before she could react, another mocking voice rang out. Tanluk laughed. "This is a challenge area. Why should I believe you and—" "Throw my bracelet away, right? And have everyone here throw away their bracelets?" The questioning voices made Chenbira's face grow tense. A student with shoulder-length hair shot questions at him. "What's your real motive? To steal everyone's bracelets here, is that right?" Bira warned him seriously. "Is the bracelet more important than this right now?" "The bracelet is connected to the control system. It's practically a signaling device." He didn't believe him and continued to press. "You figured that out on your own." He stammered, Asta told me." The student with shoulder-length hair burst out laughing. "I knew it," he said mockingly. "You threw away your bracelet after being tricked by some sewer rat from the gray zone. But now you want to cheat again just so you don't fail the test?" Birds of a feather flocked together. The student's voice became increasingly sarcastic. "Even you, the one who's always so diligent in class, got corrupted by a sewer rat." The others started whispering, leaving Bira a bit stunned. But a second later, he clenched his teeth. "Don't talk like you know everything." Bira remembered the moment Asta told him to run, leaving him to deal with the golems alone. "Asta, for my sake, he..." A voice pulled him out of his reminiscence. "When I first met Asta," Damien stepped forward heroically and recounted. "I asked him what I had, and he answered immediately without hesitation. 'You have a friend.'" His demeanor was mature now, without a hint of hesitation. He unfastened the bracelet on his wrist and declared, "That's why I trust my friend." Damien casually tossed the bracelet to the ground. "I don't need this. Take as many as you want." He quickly returned to his usual attitude and urged, "Let's go, Chenbira." He was astonished. "Damien?" A question arose in Bira's mind. "You're not that kind of person. Who are you really?" Back with Asta. He was now facing two people. "BZ-dan. Long time no see, BZ-dan. So we finally meet again, huh?" Asta's lips curled into an excited smile. "Back then, I even went to the demon world to kill you. I never expected to run into you here." Hearing this, he became bewildered, looking from him to the person beside him, trying to explain. "You lunatic, I don't even know who you are." "What demon world?" "Hunting dog, what are you doing? Isn't your mission to protect me?" The hunting dog was suspicious. "Are you sure this is the first time you've met him?" BZ-dan affirmed. "I already told you," he sighed. "All right." The hunting dog's hand tightened on his scythe. "Kid, this is a contract, so I have no other choice." A murderous aura radiated from him as he stared at Asta. "I'm warning you. I will kill you without leaving a trace." He frowned slightly. "Bhima, one of Zekolan's vassal families." Asta searched his memory. "Bhima's secret art. Wind magic. Their speed and piercing attacks are famous, almost like archers. And the thing they create by specially training a child? How archaic. He looked back at the person in front of him. Is this the hunting dog? A true hunting dog leading the charge on the battlefield. But a doubt welled up inside Asta. He frowned and exclaimed, "Why is a Bhima hunting dog with that damn sewer rat?" The hunting dog glared at Asta, his killing intent unconcealed. "What's wrong? Do you know who we are?" He suddenly growled, shouting, "I asked." First. Asta emphasized every word, his cold gaze locked on his opponent. Why is a Bhima hunting dog with a damn sewer rat? He was speechless at the question. Has he lost his mind in the face of death? What's it to you? Asta roared in fury. Why is a Bhima hunting dog with a damn sewer rat like that model? Answer me! The veins on the hound's forehead throbbed violently. This lunatic. He also erupted in fury, roaring, "Stop repeating the same thing!" With that, the hound swung his scythe toward Ada. The sharp blade, like a ferocious hound, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to tear its prey to shreds. He didn't just stand there watching the attack come at him, but immediately rushed forward. His agile body weaved through the swinging chains in the air, advancing straight ahead. Amidst the relentless clash, he stubbornly pressed his questions. Why is Bhima's hound with a goddamn sewer rat? The hound gritted his teeth, his other hand quickly drawing a magic circle. I told you to stop. This lunatic, you know me. Why are you so obsessed? Immediately after his scythe's blade split into two, the two metal blades spun violently clockwise, emitting an ear-piercing screech under the hound's control. They shot straight toward Ada from behind. Ada's eyes were shot with thick, bloodshot veins as he continued his interrogation. Bhima, hound, sewer rat. The hound's last thread of sanity finally snapped. His eyes widened ferociously. The hound stomped his foot hard, building momentum to leap forward. You insane bastard, I'll tear you to shreds while you're still breathing, he said, full of confidence. I've enchanted my weapon with recall spin and speed magic. There's no way you can dodge this. Suddenly, Ada stopped and asked, Getting worked up, are we? He unexpectedly stepped back just as the two scythe blades were about to strike him. Ada raised both hands and grabbed the chains connected to the weapon. I've raised dogs before. He gave a sharp tug, and the two scythe blades immediately stopped in their tracks. Their tips scraped hard against the ground, kicking up dirt and rocks. Ada stated, and dogs, they get anxious. When they hear loud, tense words over and over again, exactly like you right now. After speaking, he laughed like a villain with a touch of smugness and provocation. The hound's eyes turned red with fury. This damn bastard dares to treat someone like a dog. He swung his arm about to attack again, but before he could do anything more dangerous, Ada had already stabbed him in the stomach with his own scythe. Aren't you Zakulin's dog? Bezidan's jaw dropped as he screamed, What are you doing, hound, if you lose to a kid like this? Ada clenched his fist, and a current of electricity was discharged. He showed no mercy, landing a powerful blow to the hound's face. Impact shockwave. Bezidan watched him cough up blood right in front of him. He was frozen stiff. Ada's voice rang out, startling him. Bezidan, looks like you still love hiding behind others, huh? But now it's just the two of us, isn't it? He smirked coldly. Bezidan, enraged, took out a magic bomb. Damn it, you little brat. Ada immediately raised the scythe in his hand, and before he could activate it, he sliced Bezidan's arm clean off at the shoulder, the one holding the bomb. He screamed in agony, My arm! My arm! Bezidan clutched his bleeding shoulder. He looked at him in panic. What the hell are you? Don't come any closer. Stay back. He suddenly looked behind him. Something was moving. The demon world? That's right, the demon world. Bezidan laughed coldly, threatening, If you kill me, you won't be able to stop the demon world. Are you going to let your friends die in there? Ada's face turned ice cold. He replied indifferently, So what? His eyes widened. What? Ada slowly walked toward Bezidan. Fine, I'll wait. Make sure you enjoy the sight of the demon world, devouring everyone. His eyes widened cold to the point of cruelty. You're next. Ada's voice was filled with killing intent. Go ahead and laugh while you still can. Bezidan backed away from the pool of blood. He thought fearfully to himself, Damn it, what the hell is this bastard? It's not just demonic's energy, but an entire demonscape. A demonscape like this could devour his friends, and he wouldn't even blink an eye. The thought made him even more afraid, recalling Ada's face and blazing red eyes from just a moment ago. Brian wondered doubtfully, is he even human? He stammered to him, I can stop the demonscape. In 5 minutes, all your friends... Before he could finish, Atta cut him off, finishing for him. We'll be dead. Beeziden asked again. That's how it should be. But why? Atta coldly moved closer to him, whispering back, You're asking, why? At this point, he suddenly said out of nowhere, The method is very simple. As he spoke, he grabbed Brian's arm, the one with the artifact, and squeezed it hard. Brian screamed in agony. My... In his heart, he screamed helplessly, My artifact! Looking down at his empty, trembling hand, he cried out in alarm, Since when? Atta slowly put Brian's artifact on his own hand. His mocking voice asked, This artifact, did you think you were the only one who knew how to use it? As he placed his hand on the orb, it quickly lit up. Atta let out a dry, knowing laugh. Memories suddenly came flooding back crystal clear from the orb, a magic circle along with a quartz crystal. An illusion appeared. A faint fragrance emanated from the orb, wrapping around Atta. Brian stood there, dumbfounded, only able to stare blankly. He was terrified, his face contorted as he thought anxiously, How could that guy... As if understanding the question in his heart, Atta tilted his head slightly toward Beeziden. His voice, devoid of any warmth, emphasized each word. How could I ever forget you? You, the one who taught forbidden arts to the young master. He spoke again. Forbidden arts. After a pause, he took a deep breath and declared, They say people always protect their own. The young master survived, but you didn't. Zakulan would surely pin all the blame on you and kill you. That's why I've been chasing you. Because I couldn't let Zekulin have you. That is the true purpose, for why I am here, Atta said grimly. It seems I've been chasing you for a very long time. I wasn't in my right mind back then, so it's hard to remember the exact duration. Even I, who boasted that there was no one on this continent I couldn't catch, failed to catch you. That I couldn't catch you alone proves how truly cunning and skilled you are at escaping. Hearing him praise me like that, Brian grew a bit wary, staring at him suspiciously. Atta continued his confession. From the gray wastes to the dark alleys of the kingdom and the underworld of the empire, there wasn't a single place I didn't search. My hands were stained with so much blood. I just kept chasing, and chasing. The last place you chose was the demon realm. At this, he suddenly stopped. Atta clutched his head and let out a self-mocking laugh bearing his vulnerable thoughts. Yes, the demon realm. I thought I was going to lose my mind. You were nowhere to be found, yet the demonic beasts kept charging at me. My body was collapsing from the demonic energy, and my spirit felt like it was about to shatter. Looking at the artifact in his hand, then at the glowing orb, Atta laughed at himself again and said, When I finally gave up in the demon realm and stepped outside, a certain problem solver was waiting for me. He said he had news to report but didn't have the courage to enter the demon realm, so he waited outside. Do you know what that news was? Atta tilted his dark, twisted face toward Brian, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he recounted, They said you were dead, captured by Decaron. You had revealed everything. How to use the forbidden arts and the artifact. It was a real letdown. I sat in front of the demon realm for days and nights, just staring up at the sky. As he spoke, Atta slowly advanced on Brian. Blood was pouring from his severed arm. Brian let out a few pained groans, his breathing growing ragged and weak. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been involved with anyone who was the young master of some noble family. Suddenly, Atta reached his hand into a spatial vortex, pulled out a potion, and uncorked it. He said, half sincere and half mocking, You're losing too much blood. I suppose I've been a bit thoughtless. With that, he flashed a crazed smile and forcibly poured the potion down Brian's throat. At the same time, he said through clenched teeth, You don't get to die yet. So rest a little, and listen to the rest of the story. Feeling the potion flow into his mouth, Brian was both suspicious and calculating, thinking to himself, What is this? A healing potion. He's saving me. This is my chance. I have to find a way to strike at his openings to survive. Atta looked up, his gaze distant as he recalled the past and continued his tale. Any way to continue the story, as I was gazing at the sky like that. One day an Avon flew by. Seeing it at that moment, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How free it looks. Atta gently glanced up at the ceiling. He recounted the event thoughtfully. Then I looked back at myself and saw what a fool I was. I don't know when it happened, but my revenge was no longer for my comrades. It had simply become a way to vent my emotions. Just like that, I erased all thoughts of revenge from my mind. While he was engrossed in his story, Brian, having recovered, was tensely planning his counterattack. "Now's the time," he quietly chanted to himself. "Forbidden art." Before he could finish the incantation, Ada suddenly turned and grabbed his face tightly. His tone rose as he said with a jeer, "But I found you today." With that, Ada slammed Brian's head hard against the floor, his eyes glowing red as if he'd lost all reason. He laughed wildly and scornfully. "That's right, it was a long, long time at just waiting for today, and because of that I studied. I went over the knowledge you left behind to a strange degree. The demon realm, the forbidden arts, and this disgusting artifact." Ada suddenly lifted Brian's face again. He coughed violently and incessantly. While casting a spell, Ada continued, "What's more, it recorded in excruciating detail how each of my comrades died. And as it happens, the one thing I have plenty of now is time." At this, he grabbed a chain. The air grew heavy, suffocating. He raised the hammer in his hand high. Ada said with a gleeful sneer, "I'm going to recreate every last bit of that pain for you. This is going to be so much fun." Seeing his end was near, Brian's eyes rolled back. A single helpless tear formed in the corner of his eye as a few muffled groans escaped his throat. Outside the dungeon, the space had become frighteningly quiet. Suddenly, hazy lights began to glow in the dungeon, illuminating the stone statues. Light had returned to this desolate, ruined place. A block from the ceiling high above suddenly fell away, and blinding light poured in. People began to stir, returning to life and moving as normal. They yelled to one another, "It's broken, hurry! Find the students! Don't be afraid to die! Even if we die, we have to save the students! Those bastards!" Just then, the sound of high heels approached. Felina muttered a curse under her breath. "Damn it!" Looking around, she frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Because of that damned magic we wasted 2 hours. I can't let a single person die here." Just then, a breathless voice called out, "Professor Felina?" Felina glanced at the person who called her. He held out a magic orb in front of her. "Urgent report. All magic has been dispelled. The internal magic surveillance has also been restored." Felina took the orb from the man's hand and loudly gave orders to everyone. "Search for survivors. More importantly, capture the intruder. We don't know how the intruder will appear, so no broadcasting is allowed, whether by magic eye or by foot. Find those kids." In unison, everyone shouted, "Yes, ma'am," and split up to search every nook and cranny. Soon they began to find the children. Some were unconscious, some had cried their eyes out, while another group was completely unharmed and playing around. They were overjoyed to see people coming for them. Although all the students had been gathered, Felina was still a bit worried. She watched them thoughtfully as they chatted and joked with each other, as if nothing had happened, which only made her more suspicious. The intruder occupied the trial hall for 2 hours, and yet not a single person was killed. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the orb, cutting through her thoughts. "Professor Felina, can you hear me?" Hearing it, Felina called back quietly, "Professor Fayun." Fayun got straight to the point. "I'm in the central control room. Can you see my crystal ball's monitor? I think it's better if you see this for yourself." Just as he finished speaking, a virtual screen appeared before Felina. She whispered, "Hold on a moment." Seeing what was on the screen, Feliner's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is—" A subordinate rushed to the scene where 2 blood-soaked bodies were lying scattered and reported to Feliner, "There were 2 intruders, as you can see. This is what became of them." Feliner's eyebrows knitted together as she stared at the horrifying scene. She couldn't help but think that even she, who had witnessed countless horrific sights, found it difficult to look directly at this tragedy. Just who could have done this to them? A man's angry voice echoed from the PA system, "Hey, if you're going to puke, do it outside." Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed something. Felina thought to herself, "Wait a minute." A file on Ada was placed in front of Feliner. Zeta stated simply, "It's this student." Felina picked up the paper to get a closer look. Zeta, based on his knowledge, reported, "He's a stray from the gray zone, but he was admitted with an invitation from the Blandat clan." And as you can see, reading the information on the paper and combining it with what Zeta had said, Felinair couldn't help but remark, "His mana value exceeds the standard threshold." "System error. This is far beyond a student's level." Zeta seriously added, "Yes, I don't know the specifics, but this student needs to be monitored closely," as if he could sense they were talking about him. Ada unconsciously glanced toward Feliner several times. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice rang out, "It seems I've arrived too late." Startled, Feliner reflexively turned to look at the person before her. She cried out in surprise, "Chief Director?" The man waved his hand and said, "Just call me Headmaster." He glanced around, assessing the situation, and said slowly, "I tried to get here as fast as I could, but it looks like everything is already over." Hearing this, Feliner replied diplomatically, "Well, it couldn't be helped. You had to come all the way from the outskirts of the eastern continent." The headmaster chuckled and praised her sincerely. "In any case, thanks to you, the incident was resolved smoothly. It proves I was right to trust you with this." After a few pleasantries, the headmaster changed the subject back to the main issue, asking Feliner, "So tell me, Professor Feliner, in your opinion, is that boy the one who caused this tragedy?" As he said this, he narrowed his eyes at Atta on the screen, as if silently judging him. Outside the castle, a heavy rain poured down from the night sky. The rain was torrential. Every mage possesses an inner demon of their own. As raindrops fell to the ground, it's a bastard that appears without warning to wreak havoc on the mind, and the outcome is never a good one. Inside, Atta was meditating. In my past life, I never had anything like this. Due to the nature of being a fixer, we had to do whatever we were told. Even if our comrades died, we simply accepted it as our fate. He was silent and deeply focused. "If I hadn't died because of a forbidden art, I would have had no reason to be this angry." Atta trained with intense focus. I thought I had managed to suppress those feelings, but in a way the emotional explosion I had inside the trial coffin was the seed of this inner demon. Then he bit his lip, thinking, "This is a real mess. It feels like I'm holding a bomb that could explode at any moment." Suddenly, Atta pushed himself up, intending to do something. But then again, who am I? He sprang up and began to walk, looking around. For a former fixer, there's no situation more familiar than an uncertain one. This level of tension is actually a good thing. In that sense, Atta held a grimoire in his hand, slowly moving it into the purple circle before him. "Today is 1 week after the incident at the trial coffin. Now that the chaos has died down, this is my chance. Both physically and mentally, I'm in peak condition today." A moment later, he smiled down at the grimoire in his hand. "Secret art, Crimson Flame. It's time to conquer this bastard." After that, Atta flipped through the pages, reading carefully. The secret arts I learned in my past life were non-elemental techniques developed specifically for fixers. This is the first time I've ever learned a secret art with an elemental attribute like Crimson Flame. He narrowed his eyes in concentration. That's why, even though I've already grasped the first stage ignition 10 times over, I'm going to double-check it until the very last moment. Atta placed the grimoire on the ground and pondered. The main mana circuits used aren't that different from the heavenly origin art. He shut his eyes tightly, thinking, but if I simply circulate mana through the Crimson Flame's circuits, I'll only end up with fire mana. Therefore, suddenly blazing red flames erupted around Atta. I must clearly grasp the form of the image itself. A brilliant red flame burned fiercely, a solitary flame needing nothing else to burn. Atta kept his eyes shut tight, his mind racing. Born from mana, born from... but continues to burn even without it. A flame that doesn't even crave oxygen. In his hand, he held a burning flame. Slowly, that flame began to blaze more and more intensely. The flame hidden within the heart. Ignition. A moment later, Atta opened his eyes, looking exhausted. He looked at the fire held in his hand. This thing is seriously destructive. Compared to the amount of mana I usually wield, this spell seems twice as powerful. He then began to slowly adjust the flame. Let's see now. So is compressing it just once the limit for now? And so Atta was lost in his training, pushing 6 times harder than his null attribute mana could handle at this rate. I can't even hope to apply the collision formula using fire magic. He stared at the flame and said with regret, "It's a shame I can't use the collision formula, but time will solve that." An image of Fadion appeared in Atta's mind. At any rate, I've taken another step closer to that talented but ill-fated mage. Primeval arts? Since I added the fire attribute to a basic technique. He leaned against the corner of the wall, gazing into the distance in thought. Now I'll need some usable spells. With fire magic, since it doesn't depend too much on the compatibility between the secret art and the incantation, pretty much any spell I grab right now will work just fine. A moment later, Atta glanced to the side. Putting that aside, he looked towards the stairs, observing them, and thought, a strange pressure. Whoever it is, he's blatantly revealing his presence. Atta walked over, put his hand on the handle to open the door, and then threw it wide open and stepped outside. In the stormy night, Atta was drenched. He suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. So Professor Fellner had a reason to be cautious after all. Otta stood defiantly face to face with the headmaster. Your sensitivity to mana is impressive, and to handle that tricky fire mana to this extent, after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. You're quite something. Otta cried out, Director! But the headmaster immediately corrected him. Call me headmaster. He narrowed his eyes, emphasizing the point with a grave look. Suddenly, however, an intense cold chill rose up. Sensing the situation was not good, Otta tried to focus intently. Damn it, what the hell is this situation? And that Henry guy too. Why does everyone feel compelled to interfere the moment they see me? Then he slowly raised his hand. But who do they think I am? Instantly, Otta took a defensive stance with a resolute expression. As a former troubleshooter, I may break, but I will not bend. That unwavering belief was always in his mind. The headmaster asked with an ice-cold expression, Aren't you going to greet me? I may not look like much, but I hold the highest position in this entire academy. But Otta didn't answer, just glared at him ferociously. A moment later, he bowed respectfully and said loudly, Greetings, Director. I mean Headmaster, sir. He wondered to himself, Still backs exist to be bent, don't they? Right. The headmaster burst out laughing, pleased. Your personality is certainly straightforward, but lower your voice a bit. Otta bowed his head repeatedly and replied, My voice was probably too loud. I am so very sorry, Headmaster. It's just that I was so nervous. The man interrupted him again with a threat. Even if you scream like that, no one will come. I've already sealed all sound in the vicinity. Otta thought angrily. I was trying to call for people precisely because you showed up in silence, you damn old bastard. Despite his anger, he controlled himself and asked politely, So what brings you here, sir? The headmaster sat down right on the ground and replied, I came because I'm curious about a few things, though I'm not sure if you'll answer honestly. He sat there on the ground and then made a request. Let's sit down first, shall we? Otta tensed up, gritting his teeth. This isn't bloodlust. This is the real deal. Then he, too, slowly knelt on one knee. Is this mana? To be able to create this level of binding force with just pure mana and no incantation. The headmaster spoke up. Professor Fellner told me that you seem to be hiding something. The raindrops seemed to freeze in place with the headmaster's words. So I'll ask. The ground beneath where Otta knelt suddenly sank violently with his question. What have you been hiding? Otta was furious, struggling to endure it. Damn it. Is this really the same person who was stammering during the speech in the auditorium? This old man is a monster. But then he remembered Fadion's face. However, compared to that bastard, this old man isn't a monster yet. A blue light appeared behind Otta's back. Read the flow of mana that's suppressing me, and adjust my own mana to match that flow. Then he pointed a single finger upwards. If the flow is synchronized, the repulsive force will disappear. And if I interfere with it, instantly Otta made a sharp chopping motion with his hand. The interference formula dispersed the mana. Outside the academy, the rain began to fall heavily. I see you've come here. It must be about what happened at the trial coffin. Otta stood there nonchalantly and said, It's true that I took the liberty of cleaning up those little rats. Hearing these words, the headmaster let out an involuntary sigh. He immediately asked, You're not even going to try and hide it? Otta replied, just as frankly, It's not a secret worth hiding that carefully. It would be better if it never came to light, but it's not some grave secret either. He glanced at the headmaster and wondered, So is there anything else you'd like to ask? But the man just stared intently at Otta, and so the two of them faced off. Otta cursed under his breath. Damn it, this is exactly like the Bazel incident. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that beaver. Maybe I should get an orphan next time. Otta thought, as the headmaster said nothing, just sitting there letting out one heavy sigh after another, helplessly holding his head. The headmaster is a rare kind of crazy. Serious, then relaxed, then serious again, and now smiling. Finally, the headmaster spoke. That look in your eyes isn't half bad. Let's do this. As he continued with his proposal, Otta couldn't help but grimace. I'll just ask. You just have to answer within the limits of what you can. Isn't that better than getting a beating? The headmaster ordered, Sit down. He obediently followed. Yes, sir. The raindrops kept falling as the two of them sat facing each other in the rain, neither saying a word. Otta looked at the headmaster, bored. The atmosphere was definitely different from before. His eyes were red and looked terrifying. It was a wild feeling like that of a war mage. Maybe that appearance isn't... That atmosphere must be his true nature once he sheds the title of headmaster, but still, the headmaster spoke. All right, I'll ask first, as it happens. But Otta cut him off to ask, Did you know that Owen was eaten? Hearing this, the headmaster was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Huh!" Ada immediately tried to change the subject. "It's nothing, sir. Please continue." The headmaster sighed and called out, "Junior." Ada spoke up, saying, "I'm a student and you're a teacher." "Sir." The headmaster pointed straight at Ada's face. "If you call me crazy, I will hit you. If I say you're my junior, then you are my junior, and I am your senior. On the battlefield, there are no teachers." He looked at the headmaster exasperated. "What the hell is this old man talking about? This isn't a battlefield. I don't have a master or a senior or a junior, but the word of the strong is law." Still, Ada obediently bowed his head. "Yes, senior." The headmaster praised him. "Good, now you're behaving." Ada slowly raised his face as he listened to the headmaster continue. "Now let's continue our conversation." He narrowed his eyes again, looking dangerous. "Junior, the eyes of a war mage." The headmaster's face was dead serious now as he emphasized his point. However, what kind of bastards left it in that state? Ada instinctively realized that killing intent was aimed at the intruders, not him. Under the continuously pouring rain, Ada wondered, "So shall we continue?" The headmaster's face darkened, his eyes blazing with anger as he asked, "Junior, what kind of scum did this to leave things in such a state?" He looked at him doubtfully. "So what are you going to do?" The headmaster declared powerfully. "We have to crush them under our feet. His Majesty will approve of this. I should gather the old comrades once more." Hearing this, Ada frowned slightly, analyzing the situation. If it's his old comrades, they'd be war mages or knights who once fought alongside him. They won't be some ordinary force, he thought, then slowly said the name. "It's about Deku Lan." He probed the boy. "Do you know which mage became a meal for Owen?" Ada shook his head. "No, sir." The headmaster sighed. "I don't know either, so I find your answer rather insolent. Perhaps it was you." He couldn't help but curse internally. Damn it. Still as sharp as ever. It would be quite a sight to see if everything was neatly pinned on Deku Lan. In any case, Ada sat up straight and answered, "It was Vima." The headmaster nodded. "Vima. Both of them." He repeated, one was Vima. The other was the mana engineer BZ-Dan. The man asked curiously, "Do you have any evidence?" Ada was annoyed. "Do I have to chew it up and spoon-feed it to you?" The headmaster remarked, "What an insolent way of talking." "All right. So how do you know about them?" He shook his head firmly, indicating his answer. The man stared at Ada as if to confirm. The rain continued to pour. Their conversation went on. Later, after a while of figuring things out, the headmaster clenched his knees, suppressing his anger. "So that's how it is. I see." Ada saw through his every move. "I've already said everything I needed to say. I did my best to answer, but I can't talk about the regression or the grimoire." And yet his whole body, the headmaster now, seemed to radiate an aura that was crushing. You could feel his rage was real. Of course it wasn't because my answers were terrible. He continued his interrogation. "Junior, do you know which mage became a meal for the goblins?" "Why do I get the feeling you're being insolent, Ada? Are you trying to squeeze out that innocent elderly smile?" "No, I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding." The headmaster bluntly called him out. "Don't smile at me with those shifty, rotten eyes." He immediately squeezed his eyes shut. "Yes, sir." But inwardly he was cursing, "What a stuffy old fart." The headmaster suddenly grew curious. "So you want to build a library as tall as a tower?" he remarked. "That's quite a meaningful plan. If you leave the top floor empty, I'll fill an entire wall with bookshelves for you." Ada nodded slightly in appreciation. "Thank you, sir." Inwardly he smirked. It's true after all. This world runs on blood ties, hometown connections, and school ties. But the headmaster suddenly set a condition. "As for the library pass, I'll grant it to you, if you do something for me." The smile vanished from his lips. "Damn it." The old man spoke in a serious tone, addressing his junior. "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. You should know that just one eye is enough to see the world." Ada forced a smile. "I'm very much looking forward to seeing what this favor is, sir." Outwardly, he tried to stay calm, but inside he was cursing him 49 times over. "Damn it! He looks like he's actually about to gouge my eye out." The headmaster changed the subject again. "All right, we'll leave the favor for later. We'll deal with it when the time comes." "An artifact that can create an illusory realm," he emphasized. "It's very dangerous, but on the other hand, it has many uses. Dividing space will certainly help." "The tower you plan to build." Hearing this, Ada broke into a cold sweat. He's right. You could say the artifact's main function is to divide space. Its function is to divide space. Even the teleportation magic circles in the Hall of Trials were completely blocked, he concluded. If it's magic that not even the Academy's professors can break, then it will be very useful for protecting the tower later on. The problem was, Ada stated frankly, "But Senior, I'm not very well versed in magic engineering." The headmaster then suggested. "In that case, go and see Professor Felliner. I'll put in a good word for you. She's someone you can trust." At this point, his tone suddenly became serious as he warned, "However, even though I've decided not to pry into your identity, getting Professor Felliner to accept you will be very difficult even for me. So let's do this." He raised a finger and began to say something. Ada listened intently. The next day, the rain shower passed. The sky was clear and blue again. Gentle morning sunlight fell on the Academy's dome. In the classroom, Ada was reading quietly among the other students, who were still chatting noisily. Suddenly, a cheerful and familiar voice called out, "Hey, my friend!" Biza and Damien walked over looking strangely chubby. "Long time no see." He looked at the two of them, questioning his own sanity. "What happened to you two? Why did you gain so much weight?" Biza scratched his face, embarrassed. A passing student raised a hand in greeting. "Chanbi, good morning. Want to practice magic together later?" He replied politely, "Ah, sure, that would be great." A female classmate also spoke up. "Damien, thank you so much for what you did in the Hall of Trials." Damien also waved back in a friendly manner. "That's right, thank you too." Biza then scratched his head and explained shyly, "Thanks to the information about the bracelet that you told us in the Hall of Trials, everyone keeps saying how grateful they are. Our friends even gave us elixirs as gifts, and their parents have also helped our families out a lot." He expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thanks, Ada." He quietly placed his book on the desk. "I don't think that's something you should be thanking me for." Biza looked surprised. "Huh?" Ada shrugged. "I didn't make you do anything. You were the one who convinced them." He affirmed, "You're the one who created this change." Hearing that, Biza nodded. "I see." Ada wondered, "But what about Damien?" He immediately looked behind him. "Oh, Damien," Biza recounted, "he tied up a golem with plant-type magic and forced it to work for him. I think its name was Copernicus or something." Ada was shocked. "Huh? He can control a golem, he's insane. To think he didn't even bother to properly match its attributes." Biza sat down across from Ada and suggested, "Let's sit down and talk properly. It's been a week since we last saw each other, so there's a lot to tell you." An unexpected voice cut in. "Is that so? I also have many things I want to talk about." Seeing the approaching person made him jump. Felliner had appeared suddenly, looking straight at Asta and demanding, "Asta, give me a moment of your time." Hearing the voice, he turned around. "Professor Felliner?" The sun was high in the sky, its brilliant light illuminating the entire academy. In a conversation room, Felliner slowly began to ask her question. "Do you know why I've summoned you here?" Asta looked around the room and then answered, "I don't think it's for a counseling session." She sat down on the chair and nodded slightly. "Precisely." Her legs were crossed and her tone was measured. "I've heard the stories." She tilted her head, her posture now exuding an investigative authority. "You're the descendant of a former war mage, aren't you? The mastermind behind this incident is Vima correct." Asta didn't deny it, but his words were laced with contempt. "They're all just a bunch of trash." Felliner concurred. "Generally speaking, anyone associated with Zeppelin is trash." He looked at her and suddenly thought, this matches what the director and the seniors arranged. Attracting attention in Blander under a false identity would be very dangerous. So instead, we chose the identity of a descendant of a war mage wandering the continent while hiding my true identity. So this is what the director taught Asta on that stormy night. He now considered that among them, someone whose master holds a deep grudge against Zeppelin and Vima. Since it matches my actual situation, this cover is a perfect fit. Felina let out a sigh. "Anyway, there are countless suspicious points, but since the director vouched for you, I'll let it slide for now." But before that, Asta waited silently for her next words, but for some reason Felliner didn't continue. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. A moment later, Felliner leaned back in her chair. She raised a hand to brush her hair. "For now, I'll cover everything up. At the very least, you don't seem like someone who would endanger the academy and—" Before she could finish, Asta interrupted Professor. He hesitated. "I'm sorry, but I'm a student and you're a professor. The age gap." Hearing this, Felina's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell?" The moment she heard Asta's words, Felina immediately blew up. "You little brat!" Immediately after, A powerful gust of wind erupted around her, but in the next second, Felina gritted her teeth and suppressed her power. Then she spoke with a hint of frustration. "Damn it! It's so hard to say this when I'm trying to do something that doesn't fit my personality. But some things just have to be said." A blush appeared on Felina's face. Her tone was shy as she expressed herself. "Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to protect both the Hall of Trials and the students." Asta was instantly stunned, frozen in place. After he came to his senses, he pondered it internally, whispering, "Is that so?" Then Asta suddenly spoke up, "Professor." Felina turned to look at him doubtfully. "Spit it out." After a moment of contemplation, Asta made his request seriously, "As you've heard from the director. Sir, my goal is to establish a library open to everyone. If you don't mind, would you be willing to donate your books?" Without much hesitation, Felina generously agreed. "Not bad. All right, I understand." Hearing this, a wave of joy washed over Asta. He quietly calculated, "Excellent. After Professor Fazine and the director, this is the third academic connection I've secured." As he finished his thought, her voice immediately became solemn. "Well then, shall we get to the main issue?" Felinar's eyes were fixed on Asta as she calmly explained, "The artifact that creates the demonic realm. Researching how to apply it could take quite a long time." Her tone was grave, revealing the immense danger. "But that's not the main problem. If necessary, I can destroy it at any time." Right after, Felinar's tone shifted abruptly, which caught Asta's attention. Her expression turned cold as she warned, "The ones who will come looking for that gauntlet are the real danger. The Sanvadium Forbidden Arts Society." However, Asta pretended he didn't hear correctly and asked, "The Silver Thou. Seeing this?" Felina corrected him, annoyed. "It's Sanvadium. Say that nonsense one more time and I'll poke a hole in your ear." Her expression was flat as she explained, "The Sanvadium Forbidden Arts Society, just as the name implies, is an alliance of those who have mastered the forbidden arts. They act independently but share a common goal." Felinar's eyes instantly turned ice-cold as she continued, "And that is to recreate the demonic realm." Then she spoke seriously, adding a reminder, "And that kid Brian, the one who realized this, must have had a connection to the Forbidden Arts Society. Since he's dead," Felinar stated, looking at him, "they will come for you to retrieve the artifact." Her expression was calm as she warned, "They're going to be very persistent, no less than the Zeppelin clan. I don't know what you're hiding or the extent of your power, but if you've become a target of the Forbidden Arts Society, you could die." Hearing that, Asta calmly thought to himself, "I could die, huh?" Then he let out a breath and judged coolly, meaning a confrontation with them is inevitable. No big deal. I just have to kill them all. Having made his decision, Asta gave a very roguish smile and replied, "Yes, ma'am. I'll keep that in mind." Seeing his expression, Felina couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened. "Look at this kid." Before she could say anything, Asta continued, making another request. "So I'll leave the research of this artifact to you." In the next second, he placed a gauntlet on the table. Seeing it, Felinar gave a resigned smile and replied, "Your ambition is huge, you little imp. All right, I'll take a look at it." Just then, someone burst in from outside and yelled, "Professor Felinar, there you are!" he cried out in a panic. "Right now at the academy." The young man's voice suddenly became tense as he announced, "Lord Deculan has arrived." Instantly, Atta's eyes widened in fear. A carriage was slowly entering the academy grounds. Seeing this, everyone immediately broke into a commotion. "Lord Deculan is here. Tighten the defenses. Strictly control the parents of the harmed students, too. Get the students back to the dormitories now." At the end of the path, a group of people was already waiting. Leading them was the school's headmaster. Over there, the carriage rolled slowly along the stone path. On it, a man was casually driving the horses. Looking at him, the headmaster mused thoughtfully. "So this brat is the current head of Zekalan, huh?" Fadon, feeling the gaze, met the headmaster's eyes directly without a hint of fear. He silently sized him up. A genius who earned the title of Archmage and became the family head of Zekulan at only 30 years old. However, what was more widely known was that Zekulan's tyranny grew even worse after he took over as head. Wasn't it? He sighed. One shouldn't easily believe rumors, but one thing seemed certain. The headmaster thought with resignation, under the first headmaster's principle, even royalty must get their feet muddy at this academy, yet he's too arrogant to even step on the ground. He quietly commented to himself, But he lowers himself to act as his own coachman, trampling the academy's traditions with his horse's hooves, yet in a way that no one can object. Truly a cunning one. Just then, Fa Don propped his chin on his hand thoughtfully. He spoke coolly from behind him. Still nothing. His words left the headmaster completely baffled. "I don't understand what you mean, my lord." Hearing this, Fa Don answered nonchalantly. "Ah, I heard a rumor. They say the trial hall was taken over by some nasty bugs." Instantly, the headmaster fell silent. Then he barely parted his lips, cursing inwardly. "This bastard!" The headmaster's voice was laced with anger as he questioned, "Lord, did you come all this way?" "Just to spout this nonsense." He could hardly believe it. Is he testing me now, he wondered. As his aura flared on one side, he pondered on the other. We haven't officially announced who the attacker is. Only a few people know that Zekelin was behind the incident. Looking at the man before him, the headmaster considered grimly, in this situation, what is he scheming by spouting such nonsense? Facing his fury, Fa Don suddenly smiled and replied, "Of course not." He raised his hand, channeling his power, and expressed with feigned kindness, "I came to help. Since the Academy seems unable to control the situation, I have personally captured those bugs for you." As soon as he finished speaking, several dark shapes fell to the ground. Instantly, the headmaster's eyes flew open in shock. He could only see Fa Don presenting a row of heads, including that of the head of the Bima clan. "I have offered up his entire bloodline pulled out by the roots. So is it to your liking?"